Maybe a little bit closer to your mouth.
Mine good?
Sounds alright. And me?
Good.
Yeah, you sound as good as you're ever going to be. Unfortunately, you're stuck
Yeah.
with that voice.
Might struggle.
5 stars, boys. 5 stars.
All right. Let's go.
They're going to do the graphic first, then they're going to pan to us. They'll give me a countdown into it, and we can go.
5.5.
We're back. The SunBet Poker Tour at Times Square.
Over a year ago, we saw this leg raising over 23 million rand and a total of 3,200 entrants. This year is a 12 million guarantee, which we are expecting to smash. The 5 million rand guaranteed main event is the biggest one in South Africa.
Welcome to Times Square.
Starts right now.
And we are live, gentlemen. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the viewers to Times Square. Welcome to the SunBet Poker Tour. My name is Nick Gara. I'll be the anchor for the show and the host for the show going forward for the next couple of days and potentially the 12 days ahead of us. To my left and to your guys' right, I've got Christine on the far side, and I've got Jamie McCarthy in the middle. Yeah, guys, welcome to the show. Welcome to the viewers. It's lovely being here. It's an incredible setup this year. There are so many players in the field already. We've got A1A underway. We are in the freeze-out section of it. You know, we're playing down to 7 players tonight. What an incredible experience. What an opportunity to start off the tournament like this. And it is absolutely phenomenal. Phenomenal. Chris, welcome. Let's give a little bit of a clap to him. Welcome to the show.
Welcome, Chris.
You know, we here for a good reason. You know, you said it early on perfectly. You said to us, Nick, you know what? Those that can't teach, commentate. And here we are.
Yeah, well,
So we commentated, boy.
Huh?
Yeah, absolutely. So Chris, just give a little bit of background to yourself. You know, the viewers want to know who they're talking to, who they're listening to, and to the viewers out there, please feel free to comment and like on social media. Get it out there that we are live. We are seeing the images as you are 30 minutes after it has happened. So you might hear some cheering in the background as we go along. You might just, you know, experience the vibe with us as we experience it, but not really, you know. So Chris, over to you, buddy. Introduce yourself, talk a little bit about how you've come about, and yeah, take it away.
Dig up on this side of the desk than rather being on the felt. Yes, I mean, I'm pretty sure maybe one of you two recognize the voice and can see this ugly mug that sits in front of it. But yeah, first of all, guys, thank you so much for letting me join this little commentary team. It's great fun. I mean, Nick, as you said, absolutely stunning production. The room is buzzing. Multiple events going on. We're in the freeze-out stage, like you said. Yeah, myself, you know, like you put it, if you can't play and you can't teach, you commentate. So yeah. Been playing for years, as you know. We've played quite often together back home. Predominantly not so much on the live circuit as much as I like to be these days, but you know, who knows? Things might change. But yeah, so I'm going to be the other side of the table, as you said, for the next 11 days.
Awesome, Chris. Well, thanks very much for coming through. I know for us from Cape Town, Pretoria is a little bit out of the far stretch for us, but we love being here. Menlyn Park is an incredible area to be in. Really cool little CBD node that's happening, and very up and coming area. Very cool shops around and everything. So yeah, great area to be in. Jamie
Yeah.
McCarthy, a little bit of an anomaly. New boy on the
Yep.
block. Better looking than both of us put together and have ever been in our
What
lives.
can I say?
A little bit jealous that you can do up your button whilst you're seated. Obviously, for the two older fat boys at the table, we can't really hold to it.
I'm sure he'll get
So
there.
yeah,
Yeah.
He'll get there eventually.
no, I like that. I mean, we should have started this 10 years ago, so we could have
Yeah.
stayed skinny like this.
Well,
Although
I mean, you
I've
know
never
what
been
my
your
problem
size, but
That my problem was, I mean, if you remember me from years ago, I was a lot bigger, and then I lost it all, and I'm getting a lot bigger again. So that's part and parcel, huh?
absolutely.
Cool.
Jamie, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Nick.
For those of you who don't know Jamie's going to be our GTO analyst behind the desk.
There
So
we go.
if you'd say so, yeah, it's phenomenal. It's exciting. Jamie, welcome.
Thank you.
I know you're the youngster back here, but by no means are you lesser than what we're doing here. You played an integral part to what we're doing, and that is you're the GTO guy. You know,
Yeah.
you're the guy that is going to run us through the theory-based. You're the new age player. You're the exciting,
Yeah.
up-and-coming face. You're gonna get dragged to the ringers eventually, and you would I'm excited, bro. Just introduce yourself. What are you doing here? How are you going about it? Like, are you excited by the opportunity? And give the viewers a bit of insight to who Jamie McCarthy is.
Cool. All right, guys. So my name is Jamie McCarthy. First and foremost, I am super excited to be here. I want to say a big congratulations to the team. They've put together an amazing venue. It's exquisite. The vibes are immaculate. You know, I got to talk like a millennial that I am. But yeah, so I'm here. Been given an amazing opportunity. Super excited to be here. I hope to bring you guys some concise and simple to understand GTO analysis of the hands played. And yeah, no, super excited to be here.
Race 266.
All right, Jamie, thank you so much for giving us a little bit of insight to who you are. And guys, as we go to the viewers out there, as we go through this week, we're going to explore, we're going to navigate, we're going to go through this with you guys, seeing what it's like, being involved. You know, we want to be out on the floor talking to the players as much as we want to be out back up here. So we're going to give you the information. We're going to try and make you feel as part of the vibe as possible. And, you know, talking about, whilst we're on the matter, let's chat about a little bit about poker in South Africa. All right?
Can I get
And
one
what better way to kick it off with saying SunBet Poker Tour has done a phenomenal job at bringing communities around South Africa together, giving them an opportunities via satellites, more importantly, to get into these events, because it's important. It's difficult. It's not an easy thing to be able to just fork out 25,000 Rand or 15,000 Rand for an entry to a tournament, especially if you're not doing the whole poker exploration thing for yourself. You know, it's not easy. And we want to be part of it. We want to help the viewers. If there's viewers that are keen to jump in and don't know where to go and how to start, the best way is through satellites. Undoubtedly. But furthermore, you know, initiatives that SunBet are running, like the 2 million Rand free roll. So just touching on that quickly. And Chris is going to jump in here a little bit more about it. But it's a GPI leaderboard run by the Hendon Mob, okay? For anyone that knows the Hendon Mob, it is the most recognized player grouping, player rankings in the world. They're the guys that keep track of everything, so we know at all times where you stand in world rankings, but more importantly, local rankings. And I say more importantly because that home is where it starts. You know, and again, with this sort of initiative, this whole series, or leg of this series, it's the first one of the year. It's Times Square last year getting over 23 million Rand in prize pools, over 3,200 entries, different entries, you know, into the respective tournaments. I think we're here sitting with such an opportunity to say, right, boys and girls, this is your last chance to get into that free roll via points accumulation. Chris, talk us through what it takes to get to the top 40. So to give you an idea, if you go onto the SunBet website or to the MJPT website, you'll see it on the website where the log is currently live. You know, there's still an opportunity for some of them to break into that top 40, but it's also not the last chance, and we'll get into that later on. But what does it take to get into the top 40 of this log, this incredible free roll opportunity where it's R1 million in cash prizes and R1 million in add-ons, or value adds, should I say?
Basically, in a nutshell, as you mentioned now, with the top 40 coming through, each event that the individuals in this top 40 thus far who have qualified, they would play certain tournaments, and depending on the sizing of the buy-in of that tournament and the finish of that tournament they are in, they get accumulated GPI points, which then the cumulative total of those gets added to the current. So at the end of this leg of the series, where then the final tally will be put together, then we will determine exactly who our top 40 are. So it's a big fight towards, I would say, between 40th and 45th, for example, because it's so close. You know, one deep run for someone and one horrible run for someone else who are in that spot, it's going to be make or break. I mean, like you said, free rolling for $1 million. Can't get better than that, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, you know, that's what we're here for. As poker players, you know, you want to enter tournaments where the value add is there. And I mean, what better way than to enter a free roll? Now, Jamie, bringing it back to you.
Yeah.
You know, being in the top 40 of these tournaments or this log is one way of getting in. But furthermore, they've created an initiative whereby via free roll satellites, you can get in to a further 10 places that they've allocated. So not only are you the top 40 of this log going through, a further 10 people, so a 50 player pool going through to play for $2 million, okay?
Wow.
As a young player, just entering the market, fresh cut, fresh look, 00 on your ID, I mean, that is wild. Your ID starts with a 00. That, for me, signifies you're the next generation, okay?
Absolutely.
What's your thinking, what's your mentality behind having the opportunity to play a free roll to enter into a R2 million tournament at Sun City?
Yeah, so it's an amazing opportunity. I think as a young player, most young players, we don't have a big bankroll. 15,000 rand is a lot to squeeze out to come play a main event, you know. So it's a really, really cool opportunity to come and play a free roll. And, you know, if you're lucky, you can win. And if you do, you have your hands on a 2 million rand prize pool. And I think it's a really, really good way to just boost your bankroll as a young player. You should be playing these free rolls. You should be getting involved. You can make connections with people. It's great. It's a really, really cool initiative. And I think you would be remiss not to try it.
100%.
Yeah, absolutely. And you make some very good points there. I want to cross over to the poker for a little bit. I think it's important that the players understand, but also the viewers understand that we are here to help them through this. It's an exploration for all of us. It's a vibe for all of us. But, you know, here again, a serious situation is happening. Players gone all in. Okay.
Yeah, it was an all-in and a call, so it was a 15,700 shove, which was, if I'm not mistaken at the time, a cumulative just under 11 big blinds, which got snapped off by Ace Queen. So, yeah, unfortunate timing there, but Ace Queen finds the double.
Yeah, and again, great there for Rian Forster getting in with an incredible catch. I think for him it's important that he starts navigating his blinds properly and understanding that big blinds in this tournament are crucial that you watch that. Now, I'm not going to get technical on this because it's not my department, it's not my area of expertise in terms of where we want to be at. I'm going to hand it over to you guys. I want you to let's just chat about that scenario, okay? You've got, as I think Chris, you said blind on blind. Is that correct?
No, I'm not too sure exactly what the action was, but by the looks of it, it could have been blind on blind. It's the most simplistic form there, you know, jam and a call, so you're probably going to get it through majority of the time. But unfortunately, like you said,
100%.
he ratted his Ace Queen.
Yeah. So Jamie, talk us through that. You know, what is theory based there? is that the optimum thing to do? I mean, yes, Jack 3 suited is nowhere near a top tier hand, but I think it needs to be acknowledged that, again, maybe situation, maybe you thought
for
there's
sure.
a little bit of weakness. We spoke about it off air earlier on that there was a situation whereby there's table dynamics. There's a lot of different things that come into play other than just your regular big blind structure, X, Y, and Z. Let's ship it to get it in. What does GTO theory talk to us about? Just talk to us about that hand and what you would think is happening with it in terms of the outcome. Obviously, we expected that sort of an outcome, especially against Ace Queen in the same suits. Talk us a little bit through that.
Yeah, so of course he was getting quite short. As Chris said, he was at around 11 big blinds or a little bit under. So when you're getting short and then you find a hand like that, I think when he's, especially in the small blind, and if he thinks he's playing against the kind of passive player who's not going to defend, the player who's not going to who's not going to defend and just let him get it through, I think he can make that move. Unfortunately, he did run into the top of his range, Ace Queen suited, and he got snapped off. So it happens. I think he tried to find a spot, it just didn't work out for him that time. And yeah, I think that's all there is to it.
Great question. Would you pick that spot with Jack 3?
Personally, no. Unless I know that unless I know for a fact, that the player on my left is not going to defend. Yeah.
I mean, it's great insight, and again, this is why we love having you up here. That's the sort of thing we're looking for. It wasn't too technical, but it helps us understand the mind of the up-and-coming GTO player. So, getting back to it, gents, incredible opportunity for players here to try and rack up those last little points to secure their place to the race to Sun City. It's by no means the last leg of the year. It's merely just their last chance to get into it, because the next step in this whole thing is going to Sun City. Catching a little bit of Valley of the Waves there, boys.
Let me give you an idea, James, how close it actually is, right? From 40 to 45th, there is less than 2.7 points difference.
Wow.
Right? So they're fighting for that spot. And I mean, for those 5, it's make or break. One misstep could cost you your shot at spinning it up for a million. Yeah. That shows how really close it is. I mean, this is quite an interesting hand here, by the way. But Sean Groves, to give it a nutshell quickly, has been firing all 3 streets, made trips on the river with his 8-6, and over to Rian. Let's see what he decides to do. It's a good size. The 3200 at 26k. With the super fit value. I mean, there are 3 clubs aboard. With Real holding that Queen of Clubs, Jamie, does he try and turn his hand into a bluff here?
I don't think so. Yeah, he doesn't really have anything here. He does have the Queen of Clubs. He missed his straight draw. And I think when the player's betting so thin into you, it's kind of, it's a little suspicious, I think. Yeah, so
looking at those time backs that he just threw, James. And JD, you can help me with this one as well.
Yeah.
From the GTO aspect, what's the utilization of time backs? Pro, con, how does it fit into your strategy? How do you start utilizing those time banks and building a strategy around those?
Absolutely. Yeah. So I think it's a very simple approach. There's 3 main points when it comes to the time banks, and that is you should preserve them for critical spots. There's no need to waste a time bank for any menial reason. You should wait for a critical spot. If you need extra 20 seconds, 30 seconds to think, throw in a time bank. Why not? The second point is it's kind of a reverse analysis here. Is instead of using a time bank, shorten your time decisions when it comes to less impactful decisions you need to make. Quick, if you're going to check, you can check. You don't need to use a time bank for that. So yeah, in a smaller spot, you can just not use a time bank. And I think the most important thing is to just retain your time banks for when your tournament life is on the line. That's when you need them most. You can use as many time banks as you want until you finish them. So you might as well keep them all up for when your tournament life is on the line, and use them all. So you can have a good, clear think about the spot that you're in, and you can make a decision that you're happy with.
100%. And Nick, this one's for you. Considering this time last year, you were on the other end of this stage here, and you ran quite deep. And speaking of this time banks, how did you find it? Was it something that you were used to? Is it a dynamic that you've utilized before? I mean, I know from playing cards with you for years, you always make the best out of the situation that you're in. If you could maybe just, for my sake, or the guys at home, kind of give us some insight into your thought process, and maybe give us an idea what event it was that you were in, for those who missed.
Yeah, so, yeah, 100% you're right. I was definitely on that side, on the fault, as they would say. I did have a nice deep run into this. Unfortunately, only landed up min cashing at the end of it all after all that slogging. But with that being said, yes, strategy comes into it. Again, I'm going to harp on this. We spoke about this off air earlier on, but I want to make the theme for today's chat experience. It comes down to having been in that position, having gone through this, especially this tournament structure, for me is the absolute best. And we'll get into that later on because I'd like to chat a little bit further about just the different tournament structures that are in place and stuff like that. How do we go about it? Which one do we pick and stuff? But we'll get into that. But for me, absolutely, the time banks is 100% necessary. All right, it takes us to being a professional level, which it's almost the world standard that people are using it in the biggest tournaments around the world to have time banks. All it is there to do is to help speed up the play, help make sure that the field gets more or less the same amount of hands per hour around the table. You don't want to land up in a situation where one plays every single decision taking his time. But yeah, we're just going to cross over to the action here. There is a three-way pot that we would like to just cover. Jamie, handing over to you.
Yeah, so here we have Harry opening jacks under the gun, Sheldon defending his small blind with king 3 suited, and Tutu defending his big blind with 6s, hoping to hit a set. So we've had Sheldon hit his king. Jacks are absolutely hating this flop here. And I don't think the 6s are too happy either. So let's see how this plays out. Sheldon decides to lead. Jacks make the call.
Let's just see what sizing you guys put on 14k in the pot. Out of position here. What's he got for what? 3/4? Oh, sorry. No. A bit wrong. That looks like.
Yeah, so sorry, just to correct you guys, it is Sheldon that opened up to on the previous hand, and Harry just called off.
100%. Him spiking 2 goes down. Sheldon, that is, spiking 2 on over.
Small blind, big blind.
Alright, sizing wise, looks like he's going 6, something on that lines. He gets out the way. So, yeah, I mean, the classic open, a big kind of, depending on marketing ranges, but we'll get into that a bit later. Defend, obviously, from the small blind and the big blind there. And Sheldon taking down a nice little pot. I mean, he's built up a stack. He's definitely one of the biggest stacks out, bro. So, Nick, as you were saying, back to those time backs and your utilization of it. I mean, did you forget? That's the big. How many times do you think you actually forgot that you had your time back?
There was never a point in the tournament where I felt I was under pressure in terms of my timing. I'm generally a player that likes to act a lot quicker. Again, we spoke about it off air earlier on. There was a hand recently in the WPT Paris event where the commentator rightfully said 90% of players will know what sort of ranges they want to be facing with their hands. All right. Sure, once the flop comes down, turn and river, things change. But with that being said, you should have a good idea of where you stand, what sort of ranges you're going to be up against. What are you expecting? For me, the biggest thing is I'm not theory-based like you guys are, okay? Chris, out of us, you're the tech guy, or you're the technically gifted commentator that calls the UTGs +1 and all of that. We love it. We absolutely love it.
The technical terrorist, if you will.
The technical terrorist. Let's call him the You see,
put that on a t-shirt.
This is why we need the millennials and the Gen Zs up here with us, so they can come up with phrases like that. But it is the truth, okay? For me, I prefer playing the players and the situations around the table. Yes, I often find myself having a little bit of a drink here and there, but
just got to interrupt you there quickly, buddy. We've got an all-in call here. So round open, Tutu jammed, 3-bet jam 15k, and we're going to the first 3. Tutu just needs to fade that barrier. A solid up some really bad turns though. Okay, some more outs. 5 to come, 1 card, 2 holds. Finds the double to 56k. Great spot. Sorry, yes, you were saying a couple of toots at the table, and set the tone, if we could call it that, huh?
Yeah, we like to loosen things up and bring it to our level. Not many people take it to the realms that I like to take it to, but fair enough. It plays testament to the way I like to navigate my tournament. And again, I add a dynamic that not a lot of people can add to it, and not a lot of people are used to playing at, and that's why I play in that manner. For me, it's not a case that I'm the best in the league, but not even by a long shot. But I enjoy playing the game from almost a body language point of view, and playing the player and playing, the scenario rather than playing the technical what if A, B, and C, and
sorry to interrupt. So it's one of those is the more you move, the less they're going to get from you, in a sense. Is that what you're trying to get at? Yeah, throw your hands up there, having a good time.
I don't encourage it at all, but that's just my style, and that's what I like to go.
That works for you.
Absolutely.
I mean, again, you make everybody, try to make everybody as comfortable as possible around the table. When Jamie, on the other hand, will sit there in his little bubble with his glasses on, his earpods on, not say a word, just go. Yeah, there's a little something for you. What you got for me?
Absolutely. And it's exactly that. Strategies in tournaments hellishly important. You need to understand that the amount that's in front of you is only relative to the big blinds that you have. Now, looking at this table going into it, the biggest stack at the table was a 75 big blind stack, which I think now has been increased to 128
big blinds.
126, yeah. So it's big. I think it's important that we understand that that's what you want to play with. Obviously you can get into a position where you want to have the biggest stack possible at the table, X, Y, and Z, but it's not the be and end all. You've got to understand that you've got to just be cognizant of what's happening around you, watching the clock go off. I see a good old friend. Hello, Marco Norki. Hello. Thank you, Marco. We can hear you. We can hear you clearly. Thank you very much. You're a good man. I don't even want to talk about last night, Marco.
All right, sorry
But
guys.
anyway.
We have quite an interesting situation here. Marco opened under the gun with ace 10. Sheldon with his 100 big blinds calls with his suited ace. It's a great hand. It's got huge implied odds, and he is the chip leader, so it's definitely worth the call. Harry called from the small blind. So the flop came, and Rian binked two pair, and he just shipped the flop from the small blind. It's quite interesting because there's every player has a piece of the pie, except for Harry here. Marco has a strong ace, and Sheldon also hit an ace. So let's see how this develops.
All right, let's see what the last two brings.
Yeah. So Marco raised to isolate, and he is dominated by the two pair of
let's see if
Rian.
Marco can turn some more equity, well, a little bit more
Yeah.
equity. I mean, he's only got 27% at the moment.
Yeah. Any ace or 10?
Now we pick up an 8 to throw into the mix.
There we go.
10 and a half.
And it blanked.
Yeah, so Rian finds that double.
Yeah.
Pushes up to 34,600 and keeps it back in the mix.
And we can see this and look at this, which is fantastic, because for us, it's an incredible opportunity to commentate exactly like that. We had a player interaction with Marco, who's on the feature table. Also Marco, a bit of a character on the whole league, or in the league, should I say? And it's just so special to see. And I applaud the efforts of SunBet Poker Tour, but more importantly in this one, MJPT, they've done a phenomenal job just coming up with this initiative, and I think a lot has to do with the fact that the host of the show, Mark Josephs, he is an innovative person. He's trying to bring us as many international tournament feels as we can. And I think one of that had to be getting into the commentary team, showing everybody here, getting live pictures of this as so that people can have a bit of a feel for what's going on. Hear the real life starting in the background, having some fun. We're all experiencing it together. And so that the viewers know we are going to make this the most immersive experience, if I can call it that. Just getting in there and looking through things, analyzing things, bringing you guys the best information. I'm not going to lie to you. There was some nerves shown last night by a certain certain person on this panel.
Really?
No, really?
Too sure we can work it out. But I mean, look, he's done a fantastic job thus far. I mean, besides my story didn't really help much either. But put James sharing a room with me, and he woke up this morning, and I was surprised I did because I was thinking he was going to suffocate me with that pillow. But he's doing an absolutely fantastic job, and getting back to what you were saying as well.
Appreciate it.
The view that we have of the room itself, and looking at everybody that's currently coming into the room now. I mean, just looking over my shoulder here, I see Ahmed Karim, Muraz Ghani, old Mr. Shaf's over there, Marco's over there. Who else do you see, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just sitting here, and the first person that jumps into view, sitting at our guest rail. Let's call him a railbird. One of the nicest gentlemen on the league, Harold Brooks, has come back from Tanzania with a main event win. What an unbelievable experience! I know.
Should you say?
Absolutely, and for we were fortunate enough. We played in Tanzania last year. I'm looking forward to going back again this year. But again, South Africans went there and dominated. We have another South African main event winner, and it's just showing that poker's progressing. Poker's growing in South Africa, and it comes down to efforts whereby we have the right infrastructure. Looking at it this way, I'm going to take it to layman's terms now, all right? Just having a thing like the tournament clock that's ready, available, with all the information on it, makes a huge difference. It's massive, I know from the past experience playing at home games or home tournaments, garage poker as we used to call it, the guys that have a little laptop in the background with everything going on and whatnot, and it's just, it's this is what we're sitting in. We're sitting with couches overviewing the feature table. When it gets to the final table, you'll see spectators filling around and coming to support their people that are on the table. This is what it's all about. And I'm so stoked. And Jamie, I'm so stoked for you as a young player coming into this industry, because this is what you have to look forward to. We unfortunately weren't as lucky to have this sort of infrastructure in South Africa over the years, but it's now getting to that state. And let's take it there a little bit, Let's talk about that whilst there's not too much action happening on the feature table. We need to understand that for poker to grow, we need initiatives whereby, again, getting back to the Sun City free roll, having opportunities to enter that, going through satellites to get to where that is. I mean, we spoke earlier on about the Chris Moneymaker situation, and Jamie, you had a couple of very good points, and I want you to take the viewers there to explain to them how it's changed from then to now. Why is it different from then to now? I mean, we had a chat about it, and yes, it might have been a little bit before your time in terms of watching the game, but you knew the story. You're the one that brought it up.
Yeah. I mean, it's got to be one of the most amazing stories in all of poker. Chris Moneymaker won a satellite, and he went on to win the WSOP main event for a couple $1 million. It's really, really amazing. We have that here in South Africa now. Here at SunBet Poker Tour, you can play satellite, you can win a satellite, and you can get yourself into a main event like this. I think it's really amazing. It's well worth a shot, and you can absolutely spin it up.
We're just going to cross over here to the feed. Apparently, there's a double elimination coming up. I think it is important to hear it. But as we see it, we'll bring it to you. Sorry, again, we're trying to get used to this whole 30-minute delay, etc., etc.
I might have been on the other table.
Spoiler alert.
We'll get there. We'll get there. I mean, that's like I said, great to go. We've got everybody running around. We've got cameras basically shooting every table. Yeah.
They'll fix it. She's just made a mistake. Yeah.
As Nick was talking about, that moment that everything ticked over for the world when it comes to the moneymaker effect. I mean, for me, I just think back to that hand with him and Ivy. You know, how it all could have went deep wrong when he found that magical card in the river. But yeah, please, by all means, fire away, sir.
Well, I'm not too familiar with the details because I think I probably lost my first tooth when that happened. You know, I was really young, so yeah, I'm not too familiar with the exact story. I just know the basis of it, but yeah.
All right, just got a bit of action here. Looks like it was an open 3-bet by Marco and a jam by round of 4s. Marco snapped it off for 10, so let's see what we got. 71k in the middle. 3 to come. We are looking for that magical 4. Queen 5, 6, all spades. Not one in either of their hands. Turn comes the jack. Still
Changes
2
nothing.
4s left there.
Yeah.
Can he find it? One to come, finds a 5. Good game around, well played, taps the table, and Marco takes another one down. I mean,
Yeah, and he's chipping up quite nicely.
yeah, no, he's doing absolutely fantastic. But sorry, yes, you were saying around your first tooth falling out, but you're not remembering the specifics of exactly how Moneymaker managed to find the run he did towards the end.
Yeah.
But how impactful kind of that moment was, even not being able to see it firsthand, like looking back on it now, how that kind of motivated you in a sense, or if it did, or what you picked up from that, knowing the backstory around it.
Yeah. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's what started the global poker boom back in those years. It really blew
Moneymaker
poker up
effect,
in a
huh?
big way. Yeah, and I think as a domino effect of that, I started playing poker, learned about these things, and now we're here. I'm commentating at a SunBet poker tour. It's a crazy thing.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, Nick, it's really come full circle. From garage poker to 3 of us sitting here looking at a camera, talking a whole bunch of nonsense, calling some action, and having a laugh while we're doing it. So I think
exactly.
something
I
we should
think
all be very, very happy about.
to the viewers out there, this is a new experience for us. It's a new experience for SunBet Poker Tour and MJPT. They've been working hard to bring this sort of experience to you guys, and there are going to be mistakes. This is raw live TV. This is raw live commentary. We're trying to bring you that immersive experience that everybody always looks for, and something that's relatable. And on that note, I'm a big advocate for community poker. I'm a big advocate for growing the game. Look at the way Jamie came into this. Local club. It needs to be said that it was a young club. They started this club specifically for under 35 players. Initiatives like that need to be applauded because it brings in the next generation of players. It gives them that safe space to go and play in, to go and actually enjoy what is out there. Chris, for you, what are some of the biggest things that have happened in your poker career that you can look back at and say, geez, I wish I had this information 10 years ago in my life? Take yourself back to Jamie's age, The ID says 00 on it. Brew, what a pleasure.
To be dead honest with you, if I knew what I knew now 10 years ago, my life would be right, go for it. To be dead honest with you. Guys, getting back to the off-air discussion that we had as well, where it goes, if you're not going to put the time in, you're going to fall behind. There's so many great tools out there. Traders, training videos, training websites, free material. It can be a bit overwhelming at times, but back then, if those were available, even if it was the slightest edge, it would have made a world of difference.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and I think it's again, we need to appreciate that. But I just want to cross over here to Jamie. This seems like a very interesting pot here. You know, I think again the reputation of Marco is being a loose, aggressive player, but in this spot, he seems to be picking the right line. I mean, I can't fault the way this hand's been played. You know, he's check called. Somehow knowing that a 9, in his mind, his 9 is ahead. I mean,
Good, yeah.
there's no other texture to that board that can tell him I need to find another card. Surely he's going in his head, I must have some sort of equity to win this hand. Talk us through it. What is he thinking here? Because Marco's also a young player. Marco's also a GTO player. What would he be thinking here, and how would you navigate this?
I think Marco does have a really good feel for the table and for his opponents. Obviously, he played this hand perfectly, I think. He just knew his player did not connect with that board. He knew his 9 was good. And it was a small blind versus cutoff pot. So I think Marco expected the small blind not to connect very well with that board. He did have range advantage. He did open the pot, so he's playing his range there. And yeah, I think he played it well.
Nice. Fully agree with you there. And Chris, you know, it's very important to have a reputation. Your reputation, in a way, could precede you. You know, Marco comes in here as this gun-slinging youngster that is just absolutely, he's doing phenomenally well on the scene. You know, so much so that he's had a couple of really good cashes last year throughout the year. And he's definitely integrated himself as one of the more up-and-coming players. You know, how do you keep on building from that position? You know, what do you keep on doing to make yourself relevant and keep yourself relevant?
100%. I mean, like, the first time I actually met Marco was last year. Didn't know anything about him. You know, found out who he was through other sources. Then watching him and just like seeing how much of an actual machine he is from his thought process and how he goes about, you know, mapping things out in his mind. It speaks volumes. You know, like you said, your image can either make you or break you. End of the day, and I think he plays that very well. So much so that he's actually sitting 4th in the current free roll standings for Sun City.
Nice. So correct me if I'm wrong. Has that changed over the last hour? Because I thought at one stage it was Jared that was in the top 4. I mean,
Marco is 3rd, I think.
Oh, Marco's 3rd, Jared is 4th. Ahmed and Clayton are the top 2. I do apologize for that.
Yeah.
So Ahmed's got a massive gap there. It's almost 400 points. So I mean, Ahmed had having a fantastic run. As we know, I mean, Ahmed is an absolute crusher. But, and you know, looking at that entire top 10, I mean, the entire top 40, I say everybody on the list are on that list for a reason. You know?
1,005.
So we have a very interesting pot here brewing. Marco opened the pot from the hijack, and 2-2 defended from the big blind. Flop came, 2-2 connected. We can't see Marco's cards. RFID reader didn't pick them up, but it was just absolutely Marco's run out to just keep betting. I believe he overbet the turn, so it was an ace and king board. It smashes his range, you know, and what he intended to do exactly worked. You know, he pushed 2-2 off of his pair of 6s. All we know, Marco had air. You know, he could have had nothing there. He could have had his best king, and that's exactly why we look at GTO and we break hands down like that, because it's range versus range, you know. And another beautifully executed hand from Marco.
Gentlemen, if I may, considering we're discussing the standings and you know how everybody in that top 100 list accumulate points in regards to the free roll and what tournaments they play, what would you say is your favorite tournament and why?
Yeah, you know, I think, again, looking at results for myself, but also just looking back at the ones that were the most memorable, for me, hands down, the Mega Million, it is where it is at. Like, that is, for me, the prime tournament structure. It's got a great stack size to start. It's nice and deep. The blind levels are nice and long, and generally the prize pool gets pretty big, and it's one of their best turnouts within the entire poker tour. You know, it's a phenomenal international structure, if I can call it that. It's one that allows for solid poker. I think, you know, people need to understand that it's a way for us just to navigate and understand that it's big, boys. It's a big tournament, and other than the fact now that we've got a 5 million guarantee, it's huge. I want to just cross over to Jamie here to take us through some action in his hand.
So yeah, we've got an interesting pot brewing here. Marco opened from under the gun +1 with his jack 9 suited.
Of course he did.
Nico from the hijack 3 bets with his queens. Can't fault that. But what gets interesting here, Giovanni picked up ace queen suited and he let it go. It gets even more interesting because Tutu picks up ace king offsuit from the small blind. So I wonder if we see a cold 4-bet over here.
I'm also very interested, Jamie, to see to get your opinion on that sizing that Nico went for. I mean, Marco opened 3,800, and then Nico clicked back to 9.5.
Yeah, I think that's pretty standard. Queen's playing in position. You don't want to raise too big. There's no point in raising 4x there, you know. So I think it's pretty good there.
And there's
Tutu
the jam
does,
from
yeah.
Tutu, yeah.
There we go.
Small blind.
Nice little squeeze spot. You know, if we had to break it down, and he didn't have ace king here, what other hands would you kind of bucket yourself into that 4-bet spot there?
Depending on how short my stack is, you know, I think any pairs above an 8, it's a great spot to squeeze. So yeah, I think 8 plus, ace queen suited plus, you know, hands like that. Marco postured a bit there. Did some posturing, doesn't want to get pushed off his hand too easily, but the queens are going to make the call here, surely.
Yeah, 100%. I think because it's taking some time to figure out what's going on, trying to work out exactly what you're just doing. But let's see. It is quite it's almost just short of, I say, half his stack that he's got to put in.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Looks like about
6,500.
35, 69.
Yeah, 65,700 in the middle, 41.7 a call. The entirety of the timeback. Let's have a listen to the timeback. Maybe get a little bit of insight from there. Maybe Nico can help us thinking out loud there.
I saw someone else earlier.
Hello. Can you please put it there? There's a table behind. Thank you.
Seems to be a
Yeah,
little
so
bit of a
here's
world of pain,
for me perfect reason, and I mean that is just an incredible fold from Nico. I mean, you know, he also understands that it's a big call to make. Again, assessing his chip stack, looking at blinds, you could see him looking over his what would be his right shoulder to look at the shot clock, if we can call it that, but more importantly the tournament time clock. It's extremely important to make those decisions. Tough decisions in tough spots often require folds to be bigger than big calls.
Yep.
And you know, it's well done, Nico. I mean, there's nothing else to say. That is what it is. It's a brilliant fold, good timing. You know, what's the point of risking your stack? Yes, technically he goes in a 2% favorite into the hand, but would you want to be risking your entire tournament life for 2% favoritism? I don't know. I mean, what is your guys' view on that spot there?
Yeah,
You know,
so
for me personally, sorry to interrupt, Jay. For me personally, looking at considering they're playing, how many places are they playing for this leg?
Well, yeah, I'd have to confirm, but it's normally about 12% of the field that they pay. They're playing down to top 7 tonight. Okay. So again, you know, if you have to consider all the facts, I think it's proper. It's a good fold to have in that spot there.
Me, on the other hand, I'm saying I'm either going to make it or break it. Yeah, this is my spot.
yeah, I tend to agree.
He's basically at the top end of his range. It's always,
Yeah.
I mean, I think kings he never, aces he never jams, kings he never jams, ace king off, all the ace king suited, some ace queens,
of course.
some diddling pairs as well.
Yep.
So I personally think I'm going for it there, trying to accumulate a stack and secure my spot in the top 7 to make it through.
Absolutely. Yeah, I agree with you there. I think queens is a call. His queens are easily ahead of a lot of hands that could be 4-betting from there. You know, he does beat a lot of combos. You know, obviously ace king off. At the end of the day, it is a flip. But if I'm there, it's half my stack. It's like 40 big blinds. Or no, it was less. I think it was like 30 big blinds. He's sitting on 60. I think you get it in.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that big blind stack now as well, if we look at the display that was there, I mean, he would have been at 116 bigs.
Yeah.
And with what, 3 tables left, basically putting himself right up there for a massive contender to make it through the race. But again, this is just our opinion. There's no right or wrong. It's all situational. You know, he obviously felt something different. Again, as you know, I mean, Tutor can get very tricky as well.
It can.
Yes. It looks like we've got a little interesting one going on here as well. Do you want to walk us through this one? Nick made a 3K. Kieran Midley has joined us at the table. Kick 5 off small blind. Over to Marco. Looks like he's Let's have a look here. So 338.
Oh well, flops trips. You know, Marco might find himself in a bit of trouble here. I don't think he expects Nico to show up with a 3 quite often, and he might represent this. This is his board to represent, being the big blind. It's definitely advantageous to his range, so let's see what he does. Being the aggressive player that he is.
5,000.
Looks like he gets it through.
Okay.
Maybe.
How many people came through 7?
Yes.
100%. I knew when you learned that they learned, but push any trouble.
No, I won't call you now. I'm too afraid of the pocket.
Alright, let's go back to actually. So Giovanni, UTG picks up those aces. Let's say opposite players. We're currently at 1,001.5 with a 1.5 ante.
Yeah, they can only get 2 or 3 max.
Looks like he's just flattered.
It's 3, then it's 10 people.
Calder comes along. Oh, John looks like he made it 3.5 to go. That's music to Giovanni's ears over there. Yeah, Kieran's going to be throwing that 10-7 on the button away. Jack Deuce, Marco. And I'm going to nick out 2,000 more. So obviously we're going to be seeing that click back here, Jamie.
388.
Yep.
All depending what size. What size are you thinking? 3,500 was the opening bet plus 1. Thinking what, maybe 89, 96?
Yeah, somewhere around there, I think.
He made it big. He went 15. I was like 5 mix.
388.
Wow.
Should get it through. Hits.
I think it's a double-edged sword to raise so big. Obviously, you at the pico top of the range there. You could make it really big, try to make it perceive that you're trying to push people off of their equity. Hopefully they wake up with kings or queens and you just snap them off when they 4-bet you, you know. But I think also when you do raise so much and they don't have something, obviously you're going to value it yourself quite often.
100%.
667.
Righty, looks like we're back there again.
667.
What's the next hand? Marco, ace-9 on the button. We know what's coming here. Absolute no-brainer. Looks like he goes 3,500 here, if I'm not mistaken, or he's... I think he's never just flatted that button.
No.
Yeah, just touching on it now, it's incredible how many hands that he opens, and you can kind of see why in certain positions he gets zero respect for it, but it plays into his hands. You know, I had a look at it earlier on, and just looking through some of his recent results, you know, a third place, a fourth place, a second place, a first place, a third place. That's just his last 5
That is
events that he's
really,
played.
really good.
So clearly he's doing something right. Clearly
Yeah.
his image, he's using it in his favor. He's figuring it out as he goes along. You know, he's making players play to his strengths. And table dynamics coming to that. Now, you said earlier
Definitely.
on, you've studied GTO, you've looked at all your GTO ranges, you're happy with all of those. You're obviously not, I don't think anyone will ever be 100% versed in GTO play.
No,
if we
no,
can call
that's
it that.
impossible. Yeah.
But table dynamics comes into it in a massive
Definitely.
way, and proof is in the pudding there for him.
Yeah.
You know, he's
Absolutely.
obviously got a strategy. He's obviously going to pick his lines and spots, which is good. You know, he's decided this is the way I want to play my style of poker, which is balls to the wall, pedal to the metal. Let's just go at it, and often landing up in spots where people are 3-betting him, 4-betting him, but he's comfortable to take it there. He's comfortable, as we would say in slang, he's comfortable to take, let's take it to the streets, you know, and for him, that's his comfort zone. Chris, talk us through that. You know, how does he get that sort of image, but how, more importantly, would you play into that image?
Well, yeah, I mean, look, getting back to what you're saying from the results he had, and yes, okay, that's confidence, building confidence. You know you're playing well, you know you're making right decisions, and you're utilizing that to your advantage. People look at that and they see, all right, he's done what he's done, and they know in their back of their minds, like, all right, he's not here to play around. He's here to take names. And Marco uses that to his advantage. You know what I'm saying? So he'll go and you'll see him do a lot of 3-bet folding, 4-bet folding, clicking back, really putting guys to the test. And you know, if you're not willing to jump into the streets, mate, then put those cards in the mark, because Marco's going to take you to the cleaners every time. And the great thing is about him, sorry, one last thing, he's so good at adapting. So good at adapting from a table dynamic as well. He picks his spots absolutely fantastically, and you know he really knows how to navigate. I mean, he'll play with the best players in the country, hold his zone, and play with people he's never played with before, and hold his zone. Yeah, for sure he might get unlucky once or twice, but I know if he's still got chips in front of you, you can't cut him out.
Yeah.
46, 700.
So we've got Gio opening the pot here, raising with ace-6 offsuit from the dealer button. Sheldon calling with ace-6 suited from the small blind. And 2-2 is definitely going to defend his big blind with queen-jack. Off to a flop. 2 clubs for Sheldon.
Yeah, this could get quite spicy here now, but 2-2 flop in that open end. Sheldon flop in the flush draw. Yeah, I don't think Jez going to do anything about this now. He's probably just going to check fold this bad boy. But let's see. I mean, to be honest with you, I might even consider 3-betting queen jack suit out of the big blind.
I think so.
You know, mixing it up a bit. But again, table dynamics, we don't know. Let's see how it goes. Oh no,
absolutely.
Gia opts for 2,700. Let's see. I think a raise or a call here, either way, is interesting. And they both work. End of the day. But 2-2 here could get a bit sticky, not knowing that half his outs are gone. So let's see what he can do here.
12,000.
He does opt to bump it up. And of course, Sheldon is not going anywhere.
I like that. Yeah.
But the other interesting dynamic as well is you're playing this hand out of position to 2-2. And it could get extremely sticky. I put 2-2 in the blender. First time I've said blender today.
Yeah.
Put him into the blender and actually clicking back at him. 2-2's going to be like, what is going on here?
Yeah.
But let's see what happens here.
I think he's going to opt for the call.
That looks like a king on the turn. Oh, it's jack of clubs.
Jack of clubs. Yeah. And that's exactly why you want to play hands like ace-6 suited, especially when you chip leader. You know, it's a hand that has a lot of implied odds. You know, you can make the nut flush, you can get maximum value, and 2-2 has top pair here, so he could find himself in a bit of trouble.
Let's see what size he's gone for here. He's picked 10.5.
Big blind.
Very nice.
Does Sheldon
checked
opt
his flush.
to the mid click, little sneaky mid click
Let's see.
on a button. Oh, no, sorry, out of position here.
There we go.
Looks like he has.
Yeah.
So he is, yeah, basically the mid click. He did the mid click and got called. Interesting spot to find max value there. Huh?
Yeah.
Well played, sir.
So
Well, the
getting down to the chat about that sort of spot there, as Tutu, knowing that the board is fairly wet, you know, there's completed flush draws there, there's completed straight draws there, the board paired on the river. Surely you just have a check on the river there.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's very difficult for you to try and put your opponent on a lot of kind of bluffs in a sense. Kind of bluffs in a sense, and you know what exactly he's doing. Like, it's a very interesting line because I don't know if you heard the part myself and Jamie spoke about earlier. If Tutu decided to get a bit out of line and 3-bet that Queen Jack out of the big line, he's, depending on size, he's probably getting a lot of the small blind range to fold, which could completely alleviate this entire dynamic that he was in now.
100%.
So yeah, it's all relative at the end of the day because it's all situational. And like you said, that mid click, it's Tutu's like, nah, but you never do it. Like you easy do it with the Ace-X clubs. You know, I mean, Ace-X clubs click back there. It's a bit of a spot, but I mean, Tutu would not believe it. But of course, he got that one wrong here. But it looks like we've got a bit of an interesting one here. Jamie, if you don't mind, sir.
Yeah, so Nico opens understandably from the hijack with Ace-King offsuit. Sheldon calls from the dealer button with 5-4 suited, and Harry has an easy defend with 9-10 suited.
6.5.
But you find Sheldon actually finds a float here with his 5-4 hearts. Maybe turn some equity. I mean, it was a scary board. I mean, you could. I mean, it's all done, like I said. You never know. I mean, I think the float is quite underrated these days. Huh?
Yeah.
I love
that.
A lot of recreational players, a lot of recon players not utilizing, or kind of realizing the equities on turns by utilizing floats. Your hand could improve, and you could either get your opponent to fold the better hand. What I said is, if you're going to be in a pot, you got to fight for it.
Absolutely, especially in position. That 5-4 suited float is, I think it's beautiful. You know, it's one of the more fun hands to play in position. And you know, if you miss, you can just get away from it very easily. You don't have to lose the maximum. It's not a dangerous hand, but you can get paid off very well if you do connect. Obviously, Nico did hit his top pair, top kicker, and everyone else folded.
For sure. Like, there are a lot of interesting turn cards in that spot. But moving on, what I want to say is we've actually seen the action thus far. It's actually been quite hard hitting. You know, there has been some very sick hands. Let's see what this one plans out. We've got Jax Geo opening to 3K, over to Tutu, who just rips the lot.
He's only got 20 big blinds.
20 bigs?
I think it's
Harry wakes up with 10s and he also just gets it in here.
He's also really short.
And I just don't foresee Giovanni with in the hijack position with the stack size that he has that he can fold here. I mean, you know, it's obviously Kieran here has a bit of a decision to make. He puts the baby in as well.
He's running into it. Yep.
I mean, regardless, you have to throw the chips in.
And Giovanni makes the call.
Let's see what we got. This the
27k to win 100. With Jack's easy call, I think.
So just for the viewers out there, the percentage that you see next to the graphics for each of the players just states what the percentage odds are to win the pot from this current position. So it gives you guys a good idea. You can follow just to see what sort of equity they have in the hand. And as you can see there, no danger to the jacks just yet. Oh, and then ace 8 turns 2
wow.
Wow. Ace 8 finding a spin. Finding a nice triple up there. But it looks like we are losing 2 players.
Yep.
Tutu and who was the other one?
Harry. We lost Harry.
Yeah, we lost Harry.
Yeah.
Good game, gentlemen. Absolutely disgusting spots. But such is the nature of the beast. And look at Sheldon. 124 big blinds.
Yep. Overwhelming chip leader at the moment.
Been a good performance for him so far. And, you know, in that spot there, unfortunate for the players, you know. You've got to think about these sort of scenarios where this is, you know, guys, this is your tournament life you're thinking about here. And I like Tutu's ship there to a certain extent. you know, you can't really see with an open, you know, from the hijack that he's going to have many ranges that are going to beat a pair in your hand or an opening pair. You know, I think it kind of the play plays itself out. You know,
Yeah.
so for me, absolutely no issues there. I think we can comfortably say that the new kid on the block with Ace 8, Kieran Moodley, sits
Wow.
down, pretty much quadruples up. I mean,
Yeah.
what a dream spot to be in. I mean, he by far had the least equity, I think, going into that hand, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken. I mean, I might
Only
be
an ace. I
mistaken
mean,
that
only an ace
sixes,
would have won.
what?
Yeah.
But doesn't sixes not fall under it with so many cards out in the realm? I don't know. But at the end of the day, that spot is huge for him. Now he can navigate this tournament and pick it all up and
Yeah.
take it on further. You know, and as you can see, it was a spot that he picked. He went into it. He won
No,
it.
he was willing to gamble.
Yeah, he took a spin.
Yeah.
I mean, like, it took him back over to 52,000 in chips, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken. So, yeah, again, another double up there, and he's right up in it. You know, he'll be on 80 plus big blinds. So, you know, it paid off. There we go. Looks like we're not at 48s. It's like another all in here. No, so they're still busy working out the other one. That's
Yeah.
how brutal it was. That makes
Sure.
us still going.
So, guys, just to continue the conversation, I want to get back to favorite events. Okay, you guys got my perspective on it. Jamie, I'm not going to ask yours because you haven't been into, but I am going to get into as a GTO player what sort of structures you do look for. But Chris, from past experience, specifically referring to the SunBet tour, what sort of structures did you see that you liked, maybe that you've played before, or maybe that you've seen that's new? I mean, we have that incredible new event, which we're going to touch on later, of the PLO5, which is backed by incredible demand, I guess, you know, of if we see the way the degeneracy is going online of people wanting to spin it up for everything. What is your view on what the best structures are in the tournaments at the moment? And just give us a rundown as to how you'd go about it and why you go about picking those ones for what they're worth.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it comes down to game selection. Where you're going to be feel most comfortable, where your bankroll is going to be feel most comfortable. You know, there's the Little Slam, for example. Correct me if I'm wrong, it's the same structure as the Mega Millions. We start off with 300,000. Nice long grind blind levels. And for me, that's one of my personal favorites. And I think a lot of everybody else that comes through to these events, they enjoy it too. I also enjoy the mystery bounty series that we have going as well, which is actually going to be happening a little later within the series as well. So for that one, day one, absolutely no bounties come into play. You make day two, bounties come into effect, and it's absolute fireworks. You see things that like you think to yourself, but why? And you realize, oh yeah, mystery bounty, but knock someone out, go to the ball, spin it up, pick an envelope, you could win scoop. I mean, how much did Darren Kramer win in Cape Town? That was like 50, 60 rand or something just like that for pulling an envelope and knocking someone out.
Yeah, absolutely. I can tell you it was a lot more than that. I can't confirm or deny the figure, but yeah, it's again, it's an innovative way of a knockout bounty. It's pretty much, you know, looking at the WSOP this year, it was the same way they did their bounty. It kind of adds a different dynamic. For those who enjoy a little bit of a gamble, it's like having that little bit of rush that what am I gonna get? You know, it's a surprise. You know, it's completely different to like a progressive bounty tournament, whereby you know every person you knock out adds value to your stack and how much it's worth to take you out of the tournament. Whereas those mystery bounties, you're pulling an envelope. It's a lucky dip. Who knows? Gonna buy a lotto ticket. That's the way to do it.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
buy the ticket, enjoy the ride at the end of the day. But the way that has changed completely. If you look at it, so as I said, absolutely no bounties come into play on the first day. So you're playing the game and you have strategized, or if not, you just come and have a spin, but you put together a game plan on how you're going to attack the first day. Make it through to day two, build a stack up, and then start picking guys off. Because the more you pick off, the more money you have a chance to make. Plus, you still got a first prize that you could scoop. So it's so enticing. And I mean, I don't hold me to it, but I think it's like 8K or something like that. We're looking at it a little bit more. I'm not sure,
Yeah, I think
but
so.
8K to come and have a shot just to change, man. Life-changing money. That's so sick.
It's huge. Absolutely. And I think, when we get to the tournament, I'd like to talk a little bit more in depth into strategies that go into it, because again, dynamics change completely. There's certain positions and decisions you need to make that, how can I put it, changes your GTO theory.
100%.
It changes your outlook on specific hands. It takes into account far more than just what's in front of you, what's in the prize pool, which is generally determined by your ICM, which I'd like Jamie to explain to the viewers just now what it's all about. But Jamie, I want to get your view on it. Now, obviously, it's a blessing having a new age player like yourself up on the stage.
Yep.
You're young, you're fresh, you're into this from a completely different perspective to what Chris and I were raised on poker terms. What would, for you as a GTO player, would be your optimal tournament, and why?
So that's a very interesting question, because I think GTO is designed to be optimal in every situation, So I don't think there really is a best tournament layout or feature or whatever it is, whether it's a Little Slam or Mega Millions or the main event, GTO is designed to always be optimal in X, Y, and Z spot. So I think as long as you go with a solid toolkit, of GTO, you can pick your spots correctly and play it out from there.
Now, just explain to the viewers out there that might not know the scenarios or might not understand the terminology. ICM, okay?
Yeah.
What and how and why? What is it? How do you navigate tournaments using it? And what is your best advice to young players getting out there? Should they consider it? Is it a big part of the game? Is it a big part of tournaments? And how do they go about navigating, learning what ICM strategies to adapt to their games?
Absolutely. So ICM is definitely one of the more advanced topics that you can delve into. It's very dependent on the game and the situation and the layout and the structure and everything. It's very, very advanced, more so than what most people tend to realize. So it's complicated. I might need a little bit of help explaining it, but basically ICM is how much value your chip stack has at a certain point in the tournament. And obviously, as you get deeper into the tournament, your chips are worth a certain monetary value. When you start the tournament with a starting stack, your starting stack is not what's worth in terms of prize money. So each chip, ICM stands for independent chip model, and each chip has a different value as players get knocked out, as prize pool changes. It's quite complicated, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to hand over to the technical terrorist in the corner, Christine.
Let's see, yeah.
I want you to get a little bit technical on this.
100%. So I look at ICM, we can talk for hours and hours and hours on ICM. In a nutshell, the way I look at it is like Jamie said, your chips in front of you. What is that monetary value of your chips currently on the final table? A lot of players tend to utilize that ICM pressure to put additional pressure on those set opponents to force them to make mistakes, because for unexperienced that have gone up and made a final table, be it for small amounts or huge amounts, it's still money at the end of the day. And they're not going to be sure how to exactly navigate those spots. And they're going to look at basing their decisions more on what am I getting now versus what I could get. Where the other player, should I say, that is putting that maximum pressure on, is sending it full on, knowing that majority of the time the guys are going to buckle under that pressure, knowing that if they take one wrong step, they're going to lose a chance up to scoop the entire lot.
Absolutely. So I think a good way to sum it up is chip saved is worth a lot more than a chip lost. Obviously, it sounds very obvious, but you could be the short stack of the table. You can have 3 big blinds. You're on the final table. Let's say you're top 5. The pay jump between 5th and 4th is massive. And with 3 big blinds, your chips are not worth X amount of money. your tournament placing is worth the money. So you could be the short stack, and a medium stack can get knocked out, and you can ladder up. Your chip stack hasn't changed, but the amount of money that you're cashing has increased dramatically, 10, 15, 20%, especially when you get deep at the final table. So I think that's a pretty good way to sum it up in layman's terms, sort of.
Yeah, that's fantastic, and I actually like the fact that it was raw. We are not going to be. Yes, Chris is going to be our technical guru or our technical terrorist up here.
I try. It's
But
like, put this in this bubble here. It's like this is the way. Good idea. I like to think about it that way. I like to be very methodical in my thought process because it helps me simplify things. If I look at if I refer to acronyms, when I say acronyms, majority of the time it's in my head like small blind, big blind, SBBD, dealer button, +1, +2, hijack, cutoff, whatever it may be. That's my thought process. Everybody else is a different process. Yes, it might come across and be like, hey, look at this. It's like, what does he know? I mean, like, well, you both of us know absolutely nothing. But it's one of those. Everyone looks at it differently, and that's the way I feel comfortable for it. And with those terms, like you said, from a technical aspect, especially when you're going in for someone that's new, hearing all these new terminologies and expressions, and then going out looking at information online, be it the free stuff, for example, that you find on YouTube, hearing these same terminologies utilized in those videos, it's going to help. It's going to simplify the process because it's going to save you a lot of time looking all of that up. And like, if for example, if you read a hand history and you see there's an X, and you think, what's the X mean? That stands for check. You know what I mean? I mean, you're going to go look for hours and trying to figure out what exactly that means. Cool. He's check, like X means check. Cool. Very bet size is this, X, Y, and Z. So yeah, I think it might come across a bit technical, but again, I'm just trying to help.
They're just taking us out to the floor there, very interestingly enough, and what we're getting a view of is the start of the PLO 5 tournament. What a cool initiative, what a cool thing to introduce. Let's chat a bit about it whilst we're getting new players to the table. Very cool in the sense that it's the new D-Gen game.
Absolutely.
the OG of PLO 4, we were actually chatting about it early on. It was quite fun because PLO used to be known as PLO 4, just 4-card, Omaha, that's it. Nowadays,
that's it. Now we've added a bloody number to it.
Now, when somebody refers to PLO, the first question they ask is, ooh, was it 4, 5, or 6? And in some terms, it's a 7. They just throw it in the mix. What did you say early on? Put it in the blender. You get so many tough decisions. But as viewers out there, basically what it has done is it's taken PLO 4, which I think you explained perfectly early on. PLO 4 has similar equity in their ranges to the hands, but PLO 5 adds more dynamics. Chris, take us through it and explain to us how it changes from PLO 4 to PLO 5 to PLO 6.
Yeah, 100%. You can't be spot on there. If you look at equities, right, with PLO 4, hand ranges are so close, especially post flop. We look at it and they run so close, and everything can change on the flip of a card. That's where 5, 6, and 7 comes into play. You added these new dynamics in there. You're adding more outs, more equity, and a lot more action. So with that being said, let's take 5, for example, like the gentlemen are playing now, especially from a tournament aspect, and it being pot limit,
4.5.
it's the dynamics and the spots that guys get into. It's unreal because you could go from 60% favorite, for example, to a 7% dog in a turn of a card, considering where guys could have like naked aces as some rundown off-suited connectors, where other guys could have full wraps on flops and still be, one pair versus a straight draw, but the other guy's got so many blockers in his hand that the equity's kind of still right out of 50-50, where any turn card can open up more doors for him.
Yeah, we had to laugh the other day. We were sitting in a little home game, a little 1 rand, 2 rand home game. The boys had a little bit too much to drink, and knowing my group of mates, we all just said, let's play PLO. And it started off with PLO 5, then it went to PLO 6, then we went to PLO 7, and eventually, I think it gets down to a point where obviously, now I'm going to state the obvious. It becomes more of a gamble. Add more numbers, it becomes more of a gamble.
I think the next step, the next evolutionary step in this game of PLO is they're going to start playing with 2 decks. That's the only way I can see it going on.
Imagine.
I mean, if we
No
keep
way.
adding cards, mate, they're going to be like, right, let's add another deck, should we? And yeah, I mean, like, so yes, you were saying, it just becomes absolutely manic.
No, it's a crazy game to play, and especially, a big favorite amongst our group is also Dealer's Choice.
Oh, yeah.
A couple of bomb pots here and there, and always
Yeah,
add some
hurts
fun
anybody,
to it. And yeah, there's a couple of new faces at the table. I'm sure as soon as we can, we're going to get updates on the chip stacks for you guys so that everyone knows where they're standing. But, this is where it comes down to crunch time. We're sitting with what looks to be 16 players left in the tournament, and it's you're playing down to top 7. We spoke about ICM earlier on. Does ICM play into this scenario? And if so, yes, obviously, once you've gone through to day 2, the idea is that those people are in the money already. Does ICM come into it? And if so, how do you navigate this? Because for me, what I see here, and I'm going to take this to layman's terms, is this is like a satellite structure where they've guaranteed 10 seats, and you've got 100 entrants. You've got to play down to that seat or into the money. For me, decisions become very different when you make final 2 tables, or you get down to the, let's put it in this instance, top 10 players, all right, are left, paying top 7.
Yes.
Do you shut up shop? Do you, as one of my mates likes to do, not play into the bubble? What would you do? What would your strategy be here, Chris?
So, with that being said, ICM doesn't really come into effect right now because the players have not technically made the money as of yet. When you make it through to 7 places, you push to the day 2, and then you're in the money, and then ICM comes into effect. What does come into effect now is chip EV. Expected value from chip stack sizes. So you're looking at currently what you got, where is that in conjunction to where you're sitting currently, and you start formulating strategy around there. What you want to try and do to get through to day 2, how you want to do it, how you want to approach it. It's a completely different dynamic. So chip EV is a massive thing. Once you make it straight through, like you push through and your strategies work out, and you go into the next day with, let's say you spin up 75k to 225, like 3x your stack, for example, and you're going into day 2 with 80, 90 big blinds, then you can start looking at it from an ICM perspective. The ICM implementations are not going to be that big, but the more players we lose, and the closer we get to the final table, the bigger the pay jumps will get, and that is where a lot of guys would be applying a lot of that ICM pressure.
Yeah, it's a very good point you make there. Is EV another term that we're going to learn over the weeks ahead? It's cool. It's a dynamic. It's again experience, learning it, going through it, seeing it. And for me, looking around this room, I say to myself, I love being part of this. It's a big passion project for me. It's a big passion to play poker, and to be honest with you, I consider myself fortunate. I meet guys like yourselves. I've made the most incredible connections out there in the field with the likes of players and people that you wouldn't normally associate yourself with if you didn't have this opportunity. So taking all of that into account, okay, how do we keep the interest in South African poker growing? Do we get more tournaments? Do we create initiatives? Because for me personally, I want to talk about the fact that SunBet Poker Tour has signed up the likes of the Hendon Mob to put us on the global map. Signed us up to the likes of PokerNews.com. That's amazing.
Yeah. I mean, that's huge.
So, yes, Chris, please elaborate. And Jamie, I want you actually to take over from Chris here because I think this is more relevant to you. Your age category is the information gurus. You're the guys that are getting the tech and using the tech to get the best information possible. How are you... Let's rephrase that. What does it mean to you to have the availability and connection with things like which we are sitting live with on our computer here, the Hendon Mob, which is live rankings from around the world. It's global rankings plus local rankings. Like I said to you earlier on, the global rankings and more so the local rankings are more important to me personally, to see how you're positioning yourself within your group. How is that helping the young generation build on excitement, news shared regularly, information coming through to you? What are the platforms that do you like those platforms? Would you use those platforms? And how would you best utilize that as a player that's up and coming?
So that's quite an interesting question. I think having access to all this data, all these free websites, a lot of training websites are free solvers. You can really delve deep into it and do some self-study. You could get a coach. They can help you out. They can train you. But yeah, as a new player, I think it's important to study and to learn the game, to understand the game. I think it's important to cultivate new players and bring them in through satellites, bring them in through small local clubs, playing weekly games. That's how I got involved. I think that's very important. And yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool to have all of this data and all of these stats and stuff at our fingertips, and to be able to study with solvers and all this new tech. It's exciting. It's maybe a little bit boring and a bit mathematical, but if you're interested in that, it's a bonus. It will definitely help. So I think I'm quite lucky in that regard. But yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, and that's great feedback. It's exactly what we're looking for. And just to touch on that, Chris and my generation came from watching the likes of, I think it was All Africa Poker back in the day. They had a channel on DSTV, it drummed up excitement. Yeah. But again, the fact that you're saying wow, showing your age.
Yeah. DSTV, absolutely. Before that, the ESPN used to have the World Series of Poker on there, an hour every Friday. Yeah, wow. It was such. I mean, until that dedicated channel came along, all you had was that 1 hour on a Friday. If you're lucky, they're going to air it, and if you're really lucky, you're going to watch it again from a rerun. And it still was the most exciting thing in the world. But sorry, Nick, you were saying.
Yeah, this is it. This is where we're at. This is, we had All Africa Poker. Now we've got YouTube, which has obviously changed the game drastically for a lot of bloggers. We've got Discord, which we're getting this live stream out to all the viewers. Technology has been phenomenal. Now, whilst continuing that trend, let's delve into it a little bit. Online poker. How vastly different is online poker to live poker? I know me personally, I prefer the live game. I personally think that the live tournament, interacting with real live players, is cool. Not that you're not doing it online, but it's just not the same feel for me.
No,
What do you guys say to a person that's maybe navigating from online, because that's generally the more popular way? I think COVID had a lot to do with that. A lot of players moved online, having that want and need to play poker. So that community grew big time. And we're not going to talk about the COVID thing because it's a thing of the past. And I really, it was a sad time for all of us. But here we are here, and we are live again. What is the difference? Chris, I'm going to give it to you because I know you've played a lot of online poker in your life, and I know you've done the live tournaments. What's different? And how would you recommend to a young player that wants to transition from online poker to get into the live scene?
Yeah, no, for sure. But I mean, as you said, from yesteryear when we started playing online, things have changed drastically. But it's still the same concepts are put in place. With what is going on in the world, like Jamie says, with the solvers and all these tools that are available to you at this time, and you are implementing those online, you can still come and bring those techniques and bits that you've learned to a live dynamic. And look at someone dead in the eye, look deep into their soul, and start adding other things to your repertoire as well. Seeing how these things work in full effect, in play, in game. Make adjustments.
Yeah.
Seeing how the dynamic completely changes from staring at a screen to deadlocking someone and absolutely trying to battle them mentally. It's I personally think that if any poker player that has an opportunity to move not necessarily away from the online space, but is keen on taking what they've learned and implement it online and trying to push it to an event like this, even if it's coming to spin up a free roll, jump in. What do you have to lose?
Yeah,
It
absolutely.
can only benefit you on the day. And like you said earlier, if only I had the tools available to me that are there today, 20 odd years ago, but life would be a different story right now.
Would it have really been a different story though, Chris? Come on. I think you have developed a mold that suits your play, suits your personality. You enjoy it.
Are we going to take the overs and unders whether I be over there or over here? That's, regardless, bud. Yeah, like you said, when it comes to you as well, you make sure you have fun with it. I, on the other hand, I'm very, very, very kind of. What's the term I'm looking for, Jamie? Maybe you can help me. We've played a lot of cards together in a tournament aspect.
Yep.
What is the term? I want to win.
Meticulous.
To put it bluntly. I go, come high water, if you're a mate of mine, cool, we're mates. But as soon as we sit across to each other on a table and fold, we're going to war. We're not physically, but we're going into a mental battle. And I know that I'm going to test your wits, and you're going to test mine, and may the best man win.
Absolutely. Yeah.
At the end of the day, that builds character. It's going to help you. And again, you've got nothing to lose.
2000.
Maybe ace king.
Interesting little hand here. Under the gun, Sheldon raised with pocket fours, and Giovanni came along and flopped top two here. I think might get interesting, especially considering the stack sizes here. I'm pretty sure Giovanni's going to try and get the most out of the spot. Obviously, always, stating the obvious, we all try and do it, but we need to navigate this hand, and I'm going to hand it over to Jamie to just talk us through the hand here.
So I think flopping top two and opting for a check raise here, he might be overplaying his hand a little bit. You want to kind of get to the river with top two and have a showdown and get the maximum value. As you see, his 3-bet on the flop forced Sheldon to fold out his pocket fours. Unfortunately, he didn't have a stronger hand to come along with. But I think he could have chosen to play that hand a little bit slower and let him catch up. Top two, it is a strong hand, and it's a hand that you can get value from. So.
Yeah, I think there's so many players out there, myself included sometimes, we almost get irate about the fact that there's a flash draw out there or there's a potential straight draw out there.
You have to remember, making a flush is very difficult, How often do you make a flush in poker? It's not an often thing, So you can't be too scared about it. I think a lot of players just have bad beat stories, and losing a hand hurts a lot more than the joy of winning a hand. So I think that definitely plays a dynamic in that sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, to the viewers out there, we're gonna give you some real insight to what we believe, but please don't ever take it as fact. It is a matter of opinion. We take in our expertise up here, as long and short as it may be. It's part of the game. It's part of the nature of it. There's no wrong decisions or right decisions, purely on the basis that we can make that call up here based on opinion, and we're never berating a player about his play, rather trying to walk through spots and give a little bit of background knowledge as to how and why we'd go about doing certain things the way we want to do them.
I also think, look, if we have the ability to do this, if we find certain spots, maybe we get the guys that are in those spots to come and maybe run it through with us, so we can see if we're our line of thinking, their line of thinking is similar, or if they completely took a different avenue with it. Just so to give the viewers two different dynamics to see exactly how everybody goes and navigates this game. Because as you said, there's no right way, there's no wrong way. It's all situational.
Yeah, absolutely love that idea. And I think what I'll try and do is at the break, go and try and find a certain person who I think we've earmarked already to come and chat to the viewers. A young and up and coming star, as also Chris, you can have your wits about you up here, having the two youngsters next to you.
It's gotta be fun. Let's see if he doesn't run away from us.
No, I think he's quite excited, and if anyone knows him, when he gets introduced later on, if anyone that does know him will know he's an extremely excitable human being, and definitely one to look for in the future as a poker player. But cutting back here to the table, we see a spot here where Giovanni again picks up a decent hand. He's raised to 4,000. Lines obviously being 1,000, 2,000, just to give everyone an idea of where we're standing. And Sheldon Grove has chosen just to call here. Take us through this hand here, Chris. I think interesting spot. Me personally probably would have raised the ace-10, but here we are.
But I mean, yeah, thanks, Nick. But if you're looking at the dynamic, we haven't really seen much 3-betting from Sheldon out of the small blind. In this case, Jamie, I don't know, you could maybe give us a little more insight in regards to why is that? Like, is he balancing himself, or is he just capping himself to his really top end of his range hands that he's going to be clicking back with a lot in the small blind?
Yeah.
Looking at this board itself, Ace King, interesting. Walk me through it, please, buddy. Just kind of the thought process behind it if you were in this situation.
Yeah. So I think 3-betting from the small blind with ace-10 suited is definitely a feasible play. I think a call is fine. You don't really want to play out of position too often, especially against the dealer button. Giovanni there, you can 3-bet and you can kind of see where you stand. And being a 3-better in this position, that board suits you perfectly. It's just a bit unfortunate that Giovanni actually does have the king here. And let's see how Sheldon decides to navigate this.
See if he does check, which by the looks of it he has. No, sorry. Yes, he has. He went for a sizing. He got snap call. Looks like 10k on the river. Snaps it off. Ace 10 will go to the muck, as you can see. Well played, sir. And that was what? A 25,000 chip pot. 10x or 10 big blinds.
Yeah, like
that all adds up at the end of the day. But yes, I mean, getting back to mixing there, I mean, yeah, we could all be maniacs, but everyone's style playing different. I do like to do a lot of 3-bet folding there in that instance, in that case, but I know predominantly the time the button is going to be opening very wide.
Opening very, very wide, absolutely.
But he's also going to have a lot of King X's, Queen X's, a lot of those type of combo hands that he will be dealing with, playing the hand in position. And in this instance, I mean, I think, Sheldon can kind of save himself a lot of money there. But again, on the other hand, it could have all turned out a lot differently. But let's see what this one brings. There's a Damon as well, who recently came back from a trip to where was it? I think it was no, it wasn't Thailand. It was one of those other countries. I'll get all that information for you as well. But he's got his own little blog floating about if you want to go check him out on YouTube. It's pretty sick, quite intuitive as well, and exciting. Sheldon back to the action on the button, picks it up. Looks like he's making it 6k to go. Just waiting for the visuals to come up here.
And he gets it through.
Yep, little raise and take. Easy game. So they say.
Yeah, I think at this stage of the tournament, stealing blinds is absolutely crucial, and he just showed us exactly how you do it. You raise from the button, and you let the blinds fold it out to you.
Yeah, I mean, we are getting seriously down to the crunch end of this first leg of the Welcome to Pretoria event. We also have the second leg of this event running simultaneously, which we'll probably be bringing you some action on. Yeah, looks like the guys are having a bit of a conversation here. We've got some. Looks like we're moving seats, or we're getting some new players to come to see. We're a little bit short-handed here. But Jamie, thus far, how have you been finding things? The play? You enjoying yourself?
Yeah, absolutely.
Any interesting spots that you want to go chat to some guys about afterwards? Anybody you're curious, you really want to bring up to the booth? Want to bring it to the booth and have a chat with?
Well, think about it. I would actually really like to chat to Marco, seeing that he's similar age to me. He's made it. He's playing really well. He knows how to pick his spots. I think it would be really cool to pick his brain a little bit.
For sure. Let's just jump back straight into the action and see what we can get. A7, Nico gets out the way. Damon, Queen 8 tosses that bad boy into the muck. King 7. Yeah, Sheldon. Cut off folds.
So,
welcome. 6,000 to go on the button.
Marco mixing it up here, limping under the gun with Jack 3 offsuit. You don't see that
Oh,
very often.
didn't see that. Yeah, wow.
Yeah. Well, if the
Marco
graphics are correct, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if that's the case, Marco could get a little stickier.
Absolutely
But
mixing it up.
let's see what he does. It's in the tank there.
Bit of
If
posture
he
in, you
finds
reckon?
it,
Yeah.
if he finds, yeah, I mean, look, if he finds it, he clicks back. What do you think? 22k around there. He does go for a bit of a size. But I think this one might just send into the muck.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, yeah. Would have been quite a valiant attempt, I think.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, we're really at the top end there. What are we clicking back with?
Yeah.
Especially if you're blocking aces as well. Yeah. But by the look, I think there's a couple more minutes left of this level. I think the players will be going on a short 15-minute break, so we're going to be calling the action then, if I'm not mistaken, and we'll be back. But there's a great shot of what the outside of the venue looks like. SunBet Arena over there, putting in. Look at that. Absolutely stunning night out there, huh?
Amazing, yeah.
Times Square looking absolutely fantastic. Moving on, we're back to the action. Okay, UTG, it looks like they're going to call that 10-6-0. Over to Geo. And they go +2, Queen 10 of spades. 75,000 starting. What size are we going for here? I see a lot of guys opting for the 3x.
3x, yeah. That seems to be quite popular.
Interesting. I'll get that out of the way.
Yeah, let's go. I think these under the gun limps are really strange. It throws these players off, you know.
Look at that. I mean, the mid-click 4K, ace king off. On a hijack, should I say. Yeah, looks like Naim Lama has joined us as well. Lama was an action player in his own right. Also very well accomplished. Kieran Moodley gets that 7-3 out the way. Marco defending 9-7. Ace Queen Deuce Rainbow.
Oh, my life sucks.
It'd be a pretty simple raise and take, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so pretty simple raise and take. On to
Yeah.
the next we go. Mr. Guy is joining us again. Just want to go get some info for us.
Thank you. Yeah, so incredible experience out here, guys. I think we need to take it in as much as we can. I think from tomorrow we're going to have a lot more floor interviews, live interviews with players, getting their feeling again, creating that immersive experience that we're looking for with viewers, you know, so that the viewers that aren't here can actually have a lot of, you know, be part of the vibe, be part of the feels. And yeah, really looking forward to what this has for us and how do we go about it, you know, on a day-to-day basis. How does it feel to be a player out there? You know, when a person comes up to them with a mic, you know, excellent time, how's it been? If we're gonna pull out the raw emotions, I'm excited.
Yeah, no, 100%.
And knowing poker, you get so many different emotions. You go through so many roller coasters, and it's actually a nice point of discussion. You know, it's something that I'd like to bring up at the break, or at least after the break with the viewers, especially having somebody like Yanni on board. Oh, sorry, I gave away who's going to be up next in the commentary box with us, but to the viewers, we're very fortunate to have Yanni coming up here, and we'll give him a proper introduction in due time. But yeah, big ups to what we're trying to do and achieve here. Something fresh, something new. You know, I really enjoyed having Gary and Mark back in the day as commentators. I learned a lot from them, used to love to listen to them, and I'm so grateful that we can be following in their shoes, you know, as a team. We're here to have something different, add a different spice, you know. I know that they were incredibly good and gifted in terms of their technical ability, and to Gary and Mark, thank you very much for creating a pathway for us, you know, and we're excited by the opportunity, and I think, yeah, looking forward to getting out there, seeing what it's like, being part of it, considering most of us have been part of it. Not Jamie yet. One day, hopefully, you get that opportunity to go and sit out there, play with the players. face off, show them what your GTO technology and trainings have been all about, and grow from strength to strength.
I'd also like to add, as you said, I mean, if you're not able to come and watch the stream and you are able to come pull in, come pop in, come have a look. Come say hi to us. Let's have a chat. Let's get your insights. Let's find out who you are, how deep into the game you are, be it a novice, an expert. Come have a chat. We'd love to hear from you. And I mean, those free rolls are going to be. There should be 1 or 2 free rolls happening for satellite seats in warm-up state, but don't hold me to that. Plus other satellites as well. So if you don't want to come play, but if you want to come have a chat, please feel free to pull in. It looks like Sheldon is getting all those chips sorted. Man's done absolutely well. It's like he's flat on those lines, Jamie.
Yeah.
These guys have 15 minutes.
So Sheldon is way ahead on this turn. He's definitely got the lion's share of this board. He's got a backdoor flush draw, and his pocket nines are good.
Sorry.
I find this 8-2 offsuit under the gun limp to be quite strange. Not sure if the graphics are deceiving me or not. That's quite weird. It's happened 3 times in a row now.
I mean, look, we are going to have our teething issues, but we'll get there eventually. We can only do as much as we can with what we got. So, and yeah, it's not the worst. I'll tell you what we got.
Absolutely.
Number 7.
Vic, any idea what the current level is going to go on a break for players?
Yeah, so I mean they're going to be heading to a break now very shortly. I think for a lot of these guys they're going to go reassess what sort of stacks they're looking at, how many players are left in. It gives them an opportunity to go and suss out what the competition is sitting with.
Yep.
If we look at, we're very fortunate to have the outer table here right behind us, and yeah, I mean again, very competitive field still left in. I like the fact that we still see the likes of an international player like David in here and Max Devson. Obviously, the man is on form. The man is on fire. And yeah, he's had an incredible couple of 12 months, I'd say, where getting some proper special results.
And a nice little
again,
ring to go with it, huh?
Yeah, I mean, geez, what an honor to have something like that, and to be able to just, have a little piece of silverware. Let's call it that, As sportsmen, they always look for that little piece to hang up in their trophy cabinet, if we can call it that. As far as I know, Max's cabinet is growing from strength to strength. He's a strong player, and look forward to seeing what he can do in the field.
So basically what you're saying is he's going to have to pull onto his place very time soon.
Absolutely.
Very, very soon. Just to make room for all these trophies he's going to bring in. And I mean, like you said, absolutely sick that we still got an international contingency in this first event, or the first leg of this first event. Like I was telling Jamie now, we have the second leg of this event running concurrently as well. So they're going to be playing a little bit later on to the early hours of the morning in order to determine who from that field will be going through.
Yeah, I think top 7.
So getting back to Max, a play on form. He had a first in the high roller. He's had a first in the main event SOPC in Marrakesh, where he had an incredible first place victory. Came 4th in the opener in that whole series. Going back to last year, some of the results that we can look forward to was a 4th position, a 6th position, 12th position, 1st position. I mean, this man's on fire. Let's be honest. You know, this is the type of guy that you would want in your corner. And it brings me to another segment of this conversation. But the event of the Businessman Invitational, you know, where a businessman gets to invite a professional, or maybe it might be not a non-professional, you know, if they feel fit to put someone in like that. Who would be your top 2 picks? I'm going to limit it to 2 picks, and why? Chris, what's your opinion?
Boy, mate, you want to toss me under the bus earlier? Yes, I'll tell you now, we have such a massive player pool, be it pros, recreational players. It's so tough. I mean, again, this is just a hypothetical. It's so difficult because I'm very good friends with Clayton as well. I know Clayton's mentality. I know the way Clayton studies. We have a similar way of going about things. And yes, I know his results are a lot better than mine, so clearly I'm doing something wrong. But, you know, looking at that aspect, just from a table dynamic, because from the tournament itself will be the professional table and the businessman table, and we'll now amalgamate into one single table, if I'm not mistaken. Just the conversations at breaks and so on and so forth, and how we can strategize around that. I'm going to have to go with my man Clayton, just based on that. Second pick, I don't know, we're going to have to do a lottery draw. That's so difficult. Because, I mean, like you said, we've got guys like Max Davison. I mean, it could be the year of Davison. We've got Ahmed Karim in the mix, Waz Ghani. England Design is here, Ray Adams is here. Like, the lot is here, bud. How difficult is it to pick one mate? I mean, Giovanni Zanetti, he's there. I mean, absolutely smashed last year. Was it this year? Last year, right? He scooped the win. Scooped the win at the win. Something like that, right? It's so difficult to find one because, again, like I said, being a hypothetical situation, if you're a businessman that's looking to improve your game, you have the opportunity to play with a professional. You need to make sure that your styles match in essence, especially from a studying aspect, because you're going to learn so much. And that's my 2 cents on the matter.
And obviously, you know, bringing Jamie into the mix here, you know, Jamie, you've obviously, as you said to the viewers earlier on, just actually want to just touch on this hand here.
Very cool. Yeah, so I believe Marco opened. Malcolm opened with ace jack. Marco 3-bet, and Malcolm 4-bet ripped it with ace jack offsuit, and Marco made a snap call, and his king's hold.
Yeah, very nice hold there.
Yeah. The little magician, as I like to refer to him from yesteryear. Oh God, that ball, man. Man's just pulling magic tricks out of nowhere. Considering when we first saw him, man, so he's come leap and bounce since we bumped into this afternoon. But yeah, I'm so happy for him, man. Look at it. He's just showing again, he is such a strong contender. Looks like there's some other action there. That's the PLO table. As you can see, dramaticness. And if I'm not mistaken there, Nick, the entry, 25k?
Yeah.
25k jelly, but that gets you your initial starting stack plus 2 additional lives. I could be mistaken there, but that's the thing. So, a lot of action. Technically, 75k in the mix. If you want, you can take it all at one time. If not, 2 25k bullets, whatever the starting stack may be, behind you. To try and spin it. As you can see, there's old MJ there.
Could not get 2 more opposite looking people.
Loving the mix of the feature.
Yeah, he snuck in here quite a while ago, but it's been surprisingly quiet for Lum's ability, you know, and Lum's style. Naum likes to get involved. He likes to apply pressure. He likes to talk a little bit of smack every now and then, and you know, create a little bit of you know, push the nerves a bit, you know, and that's I love watching him play. Sometimes he makes crazy moves, and we're looking forward to analyzing some of his hands. But yeah, over to Damon here in the cutoff. He's considering making a move with ace-4 off, and I think probably a good move to let it go there. I do know Damon to be a strong GTO player. You know, he obviously had to consider a lot of things there, and yeah, we'll take you guys take over the action.
Yeah, so it looks like just opted to get rid of that 10-4 suit. Over to Sheldon, Queen Jack.
All in, all in.
Interesting. Very interesting. Oh yeah, all in on a call by the looks of it. Couldn't be mistaken.
Malcolm finds a really good flop considering his jack is dominated by Sheldon's queen jack, and he's in the lead here with his middle pair. Not much for Sheldon apart from a backdoor straight draw. Turns a king.
Yeah, I think that's the end of that one. Yeah, last few hands before the guys go on a break. Last few hands before the guys on the break, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah,
Nick.
a few more minutes, I
Do
think.
you know how long? They're going to 15-minute break? What maybe? Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, we've got a 15-minute break ahead of us. Looking forward to some more action. I think watching these fields. Don't forget, guys, we've also got a day 1B that's playing out tonight. So as soon as the action's done in day 1A, we're going to head across to day 1B, watch what their action is. They'll play down to a certain percentage of their field. Once we've confirmed the numbers there, we'll give you guys as viewers a little bit more of an update as to what it is we are looking for. And, you know, again, the dynamics is, it is what it is. And we're looking forward to it. And we are excited about it, but we also need a break. We are human beings. So to the viewers, we're taking a 15-minute break and we'll catch up with you shortly.
Yeah, I mean, before we go, though, we've got a little bit of an interesting dynamic happening. Yep, Marco.
Marco opens and Nico 3-bets with his queens again. It seems like a similar situation to earlier. Marco could mix it up and find a call here out of position. Probably not the best. Sheldon makes a call with his sevens, hoping to go set mining in position. And here Malcolm wakes up with a monster. He wakes up with kings from the small blind. And he jams.
I would have slow rolled trap.
So it's going to fold round to Marco here. Jack 9 off. Makes the flat call. It's a big call. And queens I would just love to see come over the top here.
Yeah, I mean, this is absolute fireworks.
It's crazy.
There's the jam.
There we go.
I was thinking, what other hand am I going to wait for? But that was a crazy hand. Kings, jacks, and...
Yeah. Someone called me short, I just don't all in everything.
51,500.
What is going to stack?
And other things.
51,500.
Oh, you still a man.
Wow, and Marco flops huge here.
That is absolutely insane.
So that is a insanely sick cooler. Marco flops huge with his jacks. He thinks he's good, but Nico making the flat call with his queens, and he finds top set. Kings are drawing very slim.
Say that again.
What a hand. What a hand.
Still has a 2% chance.
Marco's going to lead out here with his jacks. Thinking his mix-up of a call here is paying him off. Quite a cooler, I must say. This is an insane hand. Kings versus 2 sets. What are the chances?
Yeah, I mean, look at Marco's sizing 15,000. Sorry, Sheldon actually opted to lead on the Jack Queen board to 15k. Call by Nico and then call on the back end by Marco. Turn that 8. Dynamics, Jamie, how does it change things?
Not by much, I don't think. Yeah, no, it's an interesting turn. 5 of clubs completes the river. It brings in a flush draw, backdoor, so I don't think anyone's going to give anyone too much credit for that. I think we're just going to see some fireworks between Marco and Nico here with top set versus middle set.
Yep. Oh, look at that. 30,000. Oh, no, it looks like 30,000. Yeah, 30,000 is a bet. Nico's got 43,300 behind. I think the lot's going again, guys.
Absolutely.
There it is.
Yep.
Marco going to snap heads.
Marco.
Get the bad
Absolutely.
news.
See what Sheldon does here. I mean, he's forced to
Malcolm.
fold her.
Poor Malcolm looks a little bit dejected here, but I think he knows the writing's on the wall for his hand here. And massive hand to go into the break with.
Wow.
It is indeed a cooler of a spot for Marco as well. I mean, it's questionable whether Marco, with the action that it had happened, should be in the hand.
Flop.
But I do like the call. I think with his chip stack and also knowing him as a player, he likes to take the aggressive line, which is perfectly fine. I mean, like you said, if Nico goes over the top there, I just don't foresee Marco folding anyway. So I think the hand plays out the way it did. So, yeah, pretty much all good on that side.
Yeah, I mean, I'm getting back. I mean, we saw Nico fold queens to the 4-bet jam by Tutu earlier with ace king, which ended up putting him into this predicament where he is right now, finding that absolutely huge hand, 254,300 chips, where we're at 1,000, 2,000, 2,000. That is
huge. Yeah.
Absolutely huge. Absolutely.
So Nico sitting now with more than 130 big blinds.
Yeah.
And
Again,
what a
see
six
now-
spot. What a six
and now
spot.
the dynamic's completely changing it because Nico in his mind is like, all right, do I get involved more, Nick? Or do I sit back, get into that money spot and go for the W tomorrow? Or do I keep doing what I'm doing, try to keep it as many chips as I can to better my chances to try and scoop tomorrow?
I think Nico, knowing him, he's a more conservative player. We saw him fold the queens earlier on to the ace king, which in my opinion, I still believe is a good fold. You don't know, you don't really want to risk your tournament life. And this his proof is in the pudding here. You know, he's going into the break with a massive chip advantage. He could pretty much fold now today too, if he really wanted to. So, yeah, if he keeps on going the way he is, I think he's picked the right lines. I think he's playing this the right way. And I think that, in my opinion, his decision early on will pay testament to the way he'll play this tournament going forward. A little bit more on the conservative side. But I do hope to see a little bit of fireworks, then creating a little bit more action. And yeah, again, phenomenal position for him to be in to make it to the money on day 2.
Yeah.
So from our side, we see this last hand playing out. Looking forward to going on a 15-minute break with the viewers, and we'll be right back shortly after that. Gentlemen, we are going to go to the break with these viewers and enjoy it. Good do your thing. We'll see you back here in 15 minutes.
Awesome.
All in.
Have to be prepared.
Gotta keep the equipment on hand.
You never know when the next time.
Got short arms. No, I'm like,
I wish I could do the chat cam, and I'm just gonna screen record for stream.
Okay.
Go. It's been running pretty stuff lately. He's used to the sun run. So no sun run is like weird.
Keep blind.
That's
Turn up.
brutal. Nothing anyone.
You're shuffling. You're shuffling. Sure.
100, we take this one away.
Nico, wanneer het je naam veranderd?
Wat hè?
Wanneer het je naam veranderd?
Wat hè?
Wat is je naam is nog lucky?
5,000.
Sorry, staan.
Ja, dat is hetzelfde. Ja, het geld ingaan. Dan zit een vrier lief erin.
Show me.
53.
All in.
Yeah, it was maybe a slightly questionable spot for him to have gotten involved pre-flop, but post-flop I think it's just a cooler and it's very difficult for him to have gotten away from it. Yeah, and I think that the hand probably played out quite straightforward after that.
100%. So let's just start from the beginning. Now that we're on technical. Yeah, so the technical issues we had, guys, I do apologize for that. As you can see, I am joined by that special guest that Nick mentioned earlier. Welcome, sir. Please do us all the great honor introducing yourself, telling us where you're from, what you do, and how things been for you thus far.
Thanks so much, Chris. I really appreciate it. So my name is Yoni Lipschitz. I am a fourth-year accounting student at Wits University slash part-time pro poker player. And yeah, I'm really stoked to be on the live stream commentating. I have been wanting to get up here and voice my opinion for quite some time now. I think it's an awesome platform and space to be able to speak about poker, speak about the game in South Africa. Yeah, and I'm just really stoked to be up here.
100%. And I see your good mates also on the table there, Damon. You guys part of the same stable. I mean, some vested interest here. What was the team talk like before you guys actually sat down? Was there any strategies that you guys tried to put in place, or is this kind of improvise, overadapt, and overcome?
So today's tournament was actually a bit of a last-minute decision. We actually haven't played a SunBet Poker Tour series since Cape Town 2022 in December. We were pretty much off the whole of last year because of university. So yeah, I kind of called him up last night and I was like, listen, there's an 8K tomorrow night. I think we better make our comeback. So no, we didn't have too much prep going into today, but yeah, I think Damon is a fantastic poker player and is more than well enough equipped to be able to handle this type of a field.
And if I'm not mistaken, he just got back from an international trip not so long ago, yeah?
Yes, that's correct. So he actually played 2 poker series overseas. He went to play in Vietnam over December and then got back and decided to go play a series in Mauritius. Yeah, Damon is just a fanatic about the game. Like, I genuinely do not know anyone who is more obsessed with poker and more in love with the game. He's actually started vlogging recently and he's got a YouTube channel. You should go give him a follow. His Instagram Damon Fun Poker, and he's been making poker traveling diaries on YouTube. It's quite interesting to watch. He's a special friend of mine, Damon.
Same kind of handle on YouTube as well?
Yes, same kind of handle. Damon Fun Poker.
Oh, it's one of those. Follow on Instagram, YouTube link in bio. Come have a watch.
Yeah, it's all there. You'll follow the Instagram. You'll get all of his details. Don't you worry.
100%, mate. And I mean, like you said, you haven't played one of these series since Cape Town 2022. Cape Town again. What was back then? I think if I'm not mistaken, that was the first time that the series actually came to Cape Town. Oh, wow,
yes,
such a long time ago.
That's correct. So that Cape Town series was the first one first time since I started playing live poker for sure. From what I remember, people told me that it had been there for like almost 10 years. I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, that was an awesome series. Me and Damon flew down for the opener, which was the Welcome to Cape Town, this being the Welcome to Pretoria, and we actually made a super deep run, and we came second and third in that event, which was pretty wild. It was actually quite annoying that we had one man to beat, and obviously we operate as a stable, so we had interest in each other. And it was kind of tricky, like trying to navigate the situation on a live stream and make sure that we're playing honest poker against each other at the same time, knowing that we had a vested interest in each other.
Yeah, and of course, integrity of the game and all that counts. I mean, a lot of people saying, "Oh, okay, cool, you're on the same stable, three-handed." There could be a bit of funny stuff going down, but again, I mean, you guys, love the game. You're not going to destroy the integrity of the game for yourself by doing something like that. And then, really, it's always great to see that two mates also sitting from across to each other, and a third competitor really going at it, literally going to war, and seeing who's better at the end of the day. But speaking of who's better, before we jump into that, how is the studying aspect between you two going? Because as Nick put it out, I'm quite a bit older than most guys playing, the youngsters playing the series now, and how the game's actually developed from when we started to currently where you are now, looking at all the tools that you have at your disposal. Give me an idea, if you can, and the viewers at home, what your regiment's like. How many hours you putting in? What are you studying? If you know what I mean, if you don't mind.
No, of course I understand. So I think it's fascinating to see how the game has just evolved over the last not even decade, over the last 5 or 6 years, probably just from pre-COVID. We have so many tools at our fingertips. From solvers online to different types of software, coaching platforms, YouTube videos. There's just so much material out there, and it's so easily accessible compared to, from what I understand, what was going on.
Sorry to interrupt you there quickly, buddy. Just talking of your mate, he looks like he's just ripped it in here, blind versus blind. Liquor opened, and he's just jammed 39. Let's see what else. Nick has a little bit of a spot here.
I'm actually a little surprised at this situation over here. So, from what I can see, Niku's open from the what? Oh, he's in the small blind.
So
Damon's in the big. 4-3 off. So I think Damon has probably is probably just looking to get this pile through over here. Obviously his holding is extremely light, and he's obviously just figured that Niku is probably wide enough to get through with pretty much just any two in the spot. Like, he's literally got two napkins over here. He's got 4-3 off. It obviously is a very difficult spot for Niku to just call off with the ace-4 off. From what I've seen on the stream, I don't think Damon's been getting too out of line. So I think it's okay from Damon. But it's a very interesting decision with such a light holding.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for we could get Damon up and he had to give us his thoughts around that. But getting back to what you were saying in regards to all the tools that are out there at the moment, how do you know what's right for you? What did you guys actually go through? I'm sure it was quite a tedious process, having, Fatal Holster stuff out there for the poker code aspect, Ben CB's stuff, like Patrick Antonius and Michael Espino's like GTO Wizards and stuff that they've got. It's so many utensils. How do you know what's going to work for you?
So getting involved in the space was rather overwhelming at first. I started playing poker recreationally, I'd say in matric, first year out of school. I got into the space and I realized that there is just so much going on and so much content and so much information. And in the beginning, it was pretty much just pay to learn. You kind of go with what's in front of you, study something that you think might be right. And if it's wrong, you'll kind of realize over time. I mean, when I started studying the game, I read a book from a long time ago it was Phil Gordon. It was Phil Gordon's Green Book, and then I decided to read his
That's the
Blue and
name I
Gold
haven't heard in
book.
a while, eh?
And that is a really old book. And I thought to myself, yeah, I'm just going to read this little book over here, and I'm going to be the best poker player in South Africa. And
you don't mind holding your thought there quickly, buddy. Jumping back to Damon, he's just ripped it in. You have 46,500 with jacks. Gio's got ace king. And Marco opened up the action with 6,000. So you made it play, 2.5x there. Let's see what happens here. Pretty kind of clean spot, I'd rate. He's going to strip it off here, considering. What's your thoughts here? Give me the thought process, Paul.
Okay, so Marco's open from the cutoff, I think is pretty standard. King, queen off in the cutoff. Damon playing 46,500, which would be like 15 through 17 big, somewhere around there. Also, pretty standard pile spot. We're never going for I wouldn't imagine he'd want to go for a non-all-in 3-bet here. It's playing less than 20 big blinds. We probably just want to be getting our stack in. And Giovanni is in quite a spot here. Generally, our hand would be leaning towards call, but Gio seems to think that Damon is really tight here, and I think he thinks that he's just flipping at best. He's up against a pair, and he's debating whether he wants to risk a third of his stack for getting it in flipping, most probably, which in this case he actually is.
100%, mate. I mean, again, go through. I mean, if this was my case, I was in Giovanni's spot. I mean, it's a great squeeze spot as well, considering, like you said, we always play that 3-bet all in there, that spot there. Looking at Gio's side of things, he's blocking aces, blocking kings. But again, even though he has those cards in his hand, he could still be up on it. So yeah, like you said, third of his stack. We're super deep in the tournament. Seven players go through. It's a bit touch and go. But he's still thinking, utilizing all those time. I want to get your thoughts on those time banks as well later in a bit. So I would pretty much flick the money in. Yeah, we never just cold calling with Marco behind, in my opinion. I think we're always just ripping. Always, considering Marco has been playing the way he has been playing. Just tossing those time banks in, huh?
He's just throwing them in like the water. Definitely in agreement with you, Chris. For me, if I'm in his situation, I just put the money in, utilize my big stack. Marco is most likely wide enough here that we can comfortably just pile our stack in and get him to fold out pretty much most of his range. Yeah, I think Gio is just contemplating here, thinking that he's just up against a pair most of the time. But for a third of his stack, I would definitely be leaning towards call, but I completely understand why he would be hesitant in the situation, and as you can see, just throwing the time banks in.
He gets it out the way. Very interesting. It falls
that is pretty crazy. He lets it go. And now Marco with a decision. Marco playing 136k, also about a third of his stack. Now, if we want to get technical here, for 15, 16 bigs, if I'm in Marco's situation, I think I know that Damon is wide enough to definitely have worse holdings. And we actually fare just fine against his range. So I think Marco can call or fold here. I think he definitely can utilize other option. But
I'm looking at a chip EV aspect, considering we were getting super closer to the physical or metaphorical bubble for this first leg of the Watkins Pretoria event. Do you think that's... he does make the call.
Wow, he makes it, eh?
Gio is going to be shooting himself with a foot here. But for hindsight, I'll tell you that. But let's see what the three to come. King Queen versus Jacks, Damon versus Marco. That's pretty clean.
That is pretty clean. He's going to need some backdoor hearts or a picture card, which is not a jack.
6 cards once.
And that is no good. Damon with the full double, eh? Interesting
Taking
call
a full
from
snap for
Marco.
the vlog. Full snap for the vlog, yeah?
I mean, I don't think the man's missed one hand on the vlog. Even the hands he folds, he takes a photo. Just letting you guys know I folded 7-2, puts it on the vlog.
Wouldn't it be ideal for him just to strap on a GoPro?
I mean, at this point, he might as well just plug one on his head and just, yeah.
Exactly, buddy. But yeah, interesting spots. Again, you know, like I said, we're getting very close to that a metaphorical bubble for this leg, for Oaks to actually make the money for tomorrow. So yeah, it could be a litigating factor as well. But I mean, again, what from our side, this is just our opinions. There's no right or wrongs because it's in play, it's situational. We don't know what's going on, what's going through people's head. But even though we see the run out there, I'm clicking back with that Ace King, ripping a lot. No, Marco is Marco.
100% in agreement with you. Definitely, if I'm in his situation, I'd probably, I definitely lean towards getting the Ace King in. But again, we're not on the table where we can't read people's minds. You know, all we can kind of do is analyze what they would be thinking and try and analyze from there.
Looks like Lums has ripped a lot in here with sixes as well. Under the gun.
So I see that. He's he's ripped in about also 16 bigs here with sixes. Looking to just get it through, take down the blinds. Which I think is okay. Potentially looking to do that with a slightly shorter stack, but I think the holding's strong enough to get a jam through and hopefully pick up the blinds.
Well, let's see what happens here. Look over there. Marco's picked up those aces. Marco, we always just flatting it, correct? Always just flatting.
This is chaos. This is chaos. Yeah, 100%. We're just flatting. We have
Dicko with his queens again for the third time. Third time tonight, he has queens.
This is just
cold call.
Raucous.
Look at that.
No.
Look at Dicko's face. Do you think he's just going to rip the lot here?
Yes, 100%. Niku will just be like ripping this one in, trying to maximize fold equity against Marco, and hopefully be dominating Lum's range, which in this case he is.
But I don't know if you saw the hand earlier, the first hand with Nico. Looks like there it is. There's the whole baby. Setting it. David gets those falls out the way. Easiest spot. Quickly though, the hand with Tutu, he ended up getting Nico to fold queens. 4-bet jab, folded queens.
Earlier, now I was
Absolutely
pretty
amazing.
shocked. I'm not gonna lie. I heard Nick say that he was pretty impressed by the fold. I think it's okay. Again, I think it's a very difficult marginal spot. But yeah, in that spot, Niku seemed to think that he just was either flipping or dominated, and he made that massive fold with queens earlier.
Yeah, we go. And of course, Mark has made the call with aces. Obviously, cold calling just that Lub's jam, setting up perfectly. Unfortunately, Nico running into it. 239,500 in the pot. 3 to come. Let's see who improves. Marco way up at 65% equity. Let's see what the first 3 bring. 5, 7, 9, 2 clubs. There's only one club out there for the queen. Lum picking up that gut shot. Turns a 10 of diamonds. 1 to come. Queen on the river. Brutal, that's it.
That is sickening. That is revolting.
And look at Nico. Nico smiling from ear to ear.
You got to be so heartbroken for Marco. He actually looked at Nico before and said, "Yeah, it's been a good day, but I think this is me." And can you believe it? He finds a queen on the river. That is just so horrible to watch.
Hey, you know what? We take him as it comes. We know this game is brutal. The things that we experience. I tell you now, it really builds character at the end of the day. And Marco, well played, good game. It's been an absolute pleasure calling the action on you. But yeah, I mean, Nico, him and those queens. First he falls into Tutu's 4-bet jam. Then he gets it in. Queen, jack flop, flopping stone cold nuts, knocking 2 players out, and then finding that one outer, if I'm not mistaken, on the river there.
You know, the man is he's just on fire. It's actually, it's quite insane to watch. He's just running over everyone right now. But yeah, definitely like really stiff for Marco there to lose to the one out on the river there. Wow, and 2 players get knocked out. We get a lot closer to the money now. We're about 5 off the money. And some of the short stacks will live another day, looking to get 1 step closer to making bursting the bubble and finding that cash.
And with that being said, right, with the shorter stacks not in play at the moment, if you were in that predicament, how are you going to be navigating? Are you going to be putting a lot more pressure
So I'd say if I'm sitting with a short stack right now, which is probably between anywhere from like 10 to probably 20 bigs, definitely looking to utilize my power as a short stack by applying the pressure, rejamming light, 3-betting light, looking to put the larger stacks to the test and stop them from running over the table. And yeah, just looking to pick the right spots to slowly try and accumulate chips.
100%, buddy. You know, this is going to be, I mean, absolutely action-packed. As you said, we are very close to making that final table. And 7 players actually make it through to the next day to find that mid-cash. Again, like we were discussing earlier, ICM doesn't really come into play, but Chip EV, massive. Really determined strategies going into the next day.
Yeah, for sure. I think in general, I like to look at the game in a way where, you know, the general motto is play to win. That is obviously difficult, especially when you're playing large events, particularly events which, you know, might be uncomfortable for a given bankroll size, whereby, you know, pay jumps start to really take effect, and you know, ICM becomes extremely important to be able to understand and navigate. I think at this stage of the tournament, looking to make the min cash, in general, most players will be looking to still be accumulating chips as opposed to hanging on. I think for a min cash in this field, the majority of the players aren't going to be hanging on for dear life. I mean, I guess I speak for myself, but in these situations, I think everyone wants to just get into the money with a reasonable size stack and be able to have some playability tomorrow.
No, for sure, but you know, what I from a strategy aspect going into the next day, should I say, from my aspect of things, is that playing with the guys that you have been playing with for the majority of the time you have been playing with, you have a good idea and a feel for what their in-game style would be like. You've seen spots, because I mean, with me personally, I don't know about you, I don't. The only way you're going to see my cards is if you're going to pay for them. I'm not showing you anything. They're going to the market, and that's it. I'm giving nothing away. If you want to find something out, come watch it on the stream. 100%. Take your notes from there. But other than that, you're not getting anything from me. But a lot of the guys, what I have noticed, they like to talk about what happened, what they folded, X, Y, and Z. So now, for someone like you and Damon, you'll take all that free information you can to utilize
for sure.
in every way possible and determine and start structuring a strategy going into the next day and how to exploit those said players. Correct? What are your thoughts on first off, showing or discussing your hand afterwards, and secondly, going into final table, the basis of the strategy that you'll be putting together, knowing the players that you have been playing against for majority of the day, and they will be with you on that said table.
Yeah, so if I can speak about Damon for a second, he will not give a thing away. If you've ever watched him, well, we can see him now on the table. If you see this man get into a hand, he sits there like a brick wall. It's something he's been very good at since I started playing poker with him. And yeah, he's super stingy about giving any information away, even to the rest of the stable at times. If we're playing like a cash game with him or, you know, tournaments, like, you know, he often just won't even tell us what he had in the hand, and you know, he'll be like, paid to see, you know, and later we'll
watch my vlog.
Yeah, or watch the vlog, then you'll get it. Like and subscribe. But yeah, I think a lot of players in the field aren't really too perturbed about giving up information. I think, yeah, a lot of the older generation is just like, you know, here to play, you know, whatever I do, and you know, you can watch it on the live stream anyway. And for me, yeah, from the get-go, I've had to learn to be super confidential about just information and the way I play, and just, you know, players are looking to improve, and you know, anything you give away is in essence just putting yourself at a disadvantage, because people are able to pick up tells on you or pick up play patterns and use that against you. So it's a massive part of the live game, learning how to conceal any form of tells, play patterns, and just your general understanding of the game. You know, I am very much against just sharing general information about hands. I like to speak to certain players, I guess, players that I want to learn from, if they're willing to give up information, thoughts about hand breakdowns and certain hand analyses. Yeah, because I'm always looking to learn and improve, but yeah, it's very difficult to just get information from people in general.
That's good. Just take it back and look at this hand here. Sheldon opened up 3x to 7.5k. Carl flattened on the cutoff. And he's just ripped the lot in here on that turn. So when check flop, turn of the queen. Queen was the turn. And 19,000 more to call into 62 with ace high.
I think Sheldon might just find this call off here. Actually, no.
So that would have been. I mean, it was like a third of his stack, basically, in essence. That's going. I mean, yeah. It's, if he was a bit more connected there, it would have been a different story. Considering. I mean, we'll get into SPR a bit later. We haven't used that term tonight as of yet. So maybe, if we have a second, you'd like to kind of break down what SPR is
SPR.
in the most layman's term possible.
Okay, so SPR is an abbreviation for the term stack to pot ratio. It becomes an extremely important factor in understanding basically pot odds and understanding the strength of your hand that is required in order to basically wager all of your chips. So as the size of the pot increases relative to your stack, the strength of your hand that you need to go all in with becomes lower. So when we have lower SPRs, which will happen later in the tournament as stack sizes decrease, we're happy to get our stack in with hands like top pairs, sometimes middle pairs, and sometimes draws. However, when SPR is large, so something more like 4, 5, 6, 7 to 1, etc., the strength of our hand will need to increase severely in order to go all in. So, when the SPR is large, we're looking to get all our chips in with hands like two pairs, sets, straights, flushes, etc. Yeah, and that just becomes an important element to understand as the tournament goes on, as how your hand strength should vary when you're looking to get all your chips in.
Right, thanks for that, buddy. That was a nice, brief analysis of SPR. I mean, that topic alone, we can spend hours talking about it. I know I can. But let's look at this here. Nico is 7,000 from the button with pocket sevens. Interesting sizing, considering. I mean, yeah, it's only 2.5. But, some people would think, 7,000 pocket sevens. You never know, bud. What goes through people's heads. But let's see what happens here. Yeah.
I mean, you never know. You never know.
Yeah, Jay gets out the way. Looks like it's a little race to take. Done and dusted, we're on to the next. So, you're very spontaneous to jump into this event today. With that being said, is the bug button you back again? Are we going to see you in any others?
I mean, I got bitten by this bug like 5 years ago, and I've been trying to get rid of it ever since. And yeah, unfortunately, I think I'm going to die with the bug. I'm going to be playing this game for a long time, so I will most definitely be back next week. I've actually got a main event seat that I won online. So we'll definitely be back to play the main event. Potentially look to play the Little Slam at the beginning of the week. I don't know, maybe the Club Champs. I love this. This is I'm in my element when I'm here at these series. It's so much fun. Just the general hype around it, and the fact that there's a publicity element, it just makes it awesome. It's such an awesome platform to be able to express ourselves playing the game. So yeah, we'll definitely be back in the week to come.
Alrighty, that's sick, buddy. We can't wait to see you. I've got a couple more questions for you regarding the events, but we're just going to look at this hand quickly. Carl, UTG, Ace King off, 62k, effective. Just ups to, he makes it 6-5 to go. Over to Damon, Queen 4. That one's going into the mark, unless your boy decides to get a bit tricky on the button, yeah? 7-8.
Check a bit.
Think unlikely.
Looks like he's flattered. One less, the dealer's missed his action completely.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think we're waiting to see if Gio's going to call out the small here.
Yeah. Gets out the way. That's quite interesting. Considering the sizing, I'd probably opt to defend a lot wider than to that sizing. Especially out of the small blind.
I think we no, actually, okay, in my opinion, I think his sizing's okay. Against someone playing about 20 big blinds, probably not looking to defend way too wide. I think 8-7 off is probably a little wide. But Sheldon's defended over here with 6-3 off out of the big. This flops. It's good for call. He's got range and nut advantage, and he'll be c-betting it at a high frequency in position, which he does.
Yeah, it's easy game, huh?
Sorry, I've actually misread that hand. Oh no, yeah, Carl did take it down. Apologies, no, I got it right.
No worries, buddy.
Yeah,
no worries.
Carl c-bet it, and Sheldon got out the way with air. So yeah, I think it's pretty standard.
There's a look at the outer tables there. Looks like the Max Deverson is in a hand there. Max finding another victim, huh? Man is being on form.
This man just plows through people. It's insane to watch. He's such a machine. He just runs over oaks.
And a nice bloke to boot, huh? I mean, like we were discussing earlier, be an absolute gent off the table, but when it comes down to it, mate, I'm sitting across from you, we're going to war, like I put it. And we're going to put each other to the test.
No, it's a dog eats dog world, you know. It's a cutthroat game. We're not here for a haircut. We're here to kill people. So,
well, that was a sick needle at me, don't you think? Not here for a haircut. I haven't had one of those in how long? So, yeah, sure, Paul. Appreciate that. Oh, yeah. No, I get what you say, buddy. But getting back to the events and what all you've played here, out of all the events that you've played throughout all the series that you've been to thus far, and all the legs, should I say, what is your favorite out of all of them?
I mean,
or what should I say? Okay, let me rephrase on it. What suits your style of play more? Are we going Mega Millions? Are we going Little Slam? Just purely from the starting stack aspect? Or are we going Mystery Bounty?
I found that I fared pretty well on the Little Slam. It has a very deep stack structure for the first portion of the tournament. It does become a little turbo-y towards the end, but I found that in general I'm able to navigate the field quite nicely. It sees a lot of entrance from, you know, like some of from players who, you know, aren't looking to compete in like the main events, like your high rollers and your 25Ks, and it makes it slightly easier to navigate in certain spots, and in some spots it makes it more difficult. You know, when you're up against players that you tangle with frequently, you kind of get used to play styles and start to create expectations and understanding about how people are going to behave. And then when you run into people you've never seen before, you know, potentially want a satellite, they'll just sometimes shock you and they'll do something completely out of the ordinary. And sometimes it becomes a little difficult to navigate and understand what people are doing. So that definitely makes it interesting. But yeah, I'd say that the Little Slam has been a tournament that I fared nicely in. MJPT's run a couple of 6 maxes, which I've really enjoyed. I enjoy a short-handed play. I find that it's maybe like a more pure format of the game, whereby, you know, ranges are wider and it just makes it, I guess, more competitive in certain ways, and I really enjoy that. And then, yeah, obviously, you know, the main event. Everyone wants to win the main event. such a difficult tournament to run deep in. So many entrants, so many flights. And you know that 15 grand bullet can just disappear, you know, in front of your eyes. And you know, we all go in just praying that this is going to be the one. This series, we're going to win it. You know, we're gonna find a way to win the 5 million rand guarantee. But it is such a difficult event to run deep in, and it requires tons of focus and patience and discipline. And you know, hopefully next week, this is going to be my one. This is going to be my event. It's a
100%, buddy. I can only wish you the best for that. But you mentioned an interesting thing I'd like to bring up here: 6 max versus 4 ring game dynamics. How do you go about navigating the two? Completely same game, but dynamics different, like so different. You know, we're constructing ranges a lot wider, a lot differently. Position is key. We're finding we're getting a lot more 3-bets out of the small blind and the big blind. You know, what is for you a litigating factor that really, besides
Yes, baby.
besides looks like something happened there.
How much is that? Bring it on.
Yeah, sorry guys, we're just waiting for our pictures to catch up here. Right, so we're back in. So yeah, so as you were saying, that from a mental aspect of preparation from a full rank to 6, do you go about doing it the same way? Or is it
Definitely
just...
not. No, definitely a different take. Going into 6 max, we know that since there's fewer players at the table, we're going to need to play more hands to stay active, because we're going to get blinded out quicker because there's fewer players. And for that reason, we have to play more hands and widen our ranges. It forces more aggressive play, and also forces adjustments whereby players need to have a better understanding of how wide people's ranges are, and the fact that people's holdings that they're willing to stack off with may potentially be weaker.
Hold your thought there quickly, buddy. David's back in action with Jax. Just had an update. We are 9 left, 5 and 4. So yeah, quite an interesting spot here. It's open 3-bet and a call. I think we might see it all go in. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Damon's going to be
just under 0.1. Yeah. For SPR in regards to that open-end straight draw. And yeah, great board for Damon as well. But yes, please carry on. Let's hear the rest of it.
So yeah, Carl's got an open-ender with an over to the board with an SPR of 1-1. He's probably pretty keen to get it in, and he has here. And Damon is going to be needing to fade a 9, 4, or ace.
Yeah,
60 favorite here. That is a lot of outs. Damon has got a lot to fade over here.
Right, let's see what the turn brings. 5 pairs the board. Damon's still up ahead there. 1 to come. Ace on the river.
Oh, that is
good
brutal.
Old Barry, yeah? Good old Barry Greenstein.
That is painful. That is painful. And Damon takes his photo for his blog. Not as happy posting that one on the vlog.
Can you imagine the animations are going to go with that bad boy?
Yeah, no, Damon won't be too thrilled about that. But I think pretty standard spots. I think fine for Carl to be getting it in there. Open-ender with an over to the board. Especially with his SPR of 1-1, just a tough spot for Damon. You know, sometimes you just got to hold up to, you got to hold up to 120s, and unfortunately, that was not one of them for Damon.
That's it. Yes. So Damon still looks like he's got some chips available. So we're at that final table bubble, if you want to put it that way. It hasn't come through yet. Or we're on the final table bubble, unless, should I say? Excuse me. Yeah, one to go. Then we're reaching our final table. Great chip up there for Carl. But let's see what else is. I mean, David's got a chip in a chair. Anything's possible. Yeah. So let's see what happens. Sheldon's also, he's got 84k. We still have 1525 with a 25 anti. Giovanni's still there. We had a look at the other side. The other table's playing shorthanded. Max Stevenson, of course, he's got chips in front of him.
Yeah, and that's just
chips in front of him.
Yeah, no, Max is just in his dream world right now. Tons of chips in front of him, short-handed. He's just going to be applying tons of aggression and running over players. And yeah, that's where these really good players just thrive. Being able to utilize a stack near a bubble and just applying tons of pressure to the shorter stacks.
No, for sure, buddy. Let's have a look at this hand here. Pressure's building. Carl was 7s on the cutoff. What size does he go for opening? Does he go for the 7,000 again? Does he go a bit smaller?
Yeah, 6.5 pretty standard open sizing here.
King 5 into the mark. Joe is deuce. 4,000 a call. 2.5
I think we'll see a kill here from Joe.
Yeah.
He'll be calling here with most of his ace-x range, especially
if you
with
mix
stack.
Do you 3-bet fold it all, or do you just balance yourself out?
I'd maybe be looking to 3-bet folding a couple of my ace-x's. I think ace-deuce off is probably not one of the candidates I prefer to lean towards. Probably more of my suited ace-x. And Cole also hasn't been way too wide from the cutoff over there, so definitely not looking to put too much pressure on him. But I think, yeah, mixing a little bit. But I actually also don't mind just getting out of the way with the ace-deuce off. It's not going to play fantastically out of position against Cole's relatively tight range from the cutoff there.
No, for sure, buddy. We'll get into a little bit more of the range construction a little later. But, pressure's on for the lads now, huh? Pressure is on for the lads.
No, this is it. This is what we live for. A couple off the bubble and just looking to either hang on for dear life or ruin people's dreams. God, I wish I was still in this tournament with a big stack. It's literally the best feeling in the world. But unfortunately, today was not my day. And I'm just holding thumbs for that short man over there to just find a double up and,
keep the dream
win
alive.
this tournament. Keep the dream alive. I mean, oh God, I'd love to see him just, run one up here.
Speaking of David, here he is on the button. We haven't managed to see his cards yet, but I don't think we're going to get anything from his face or his reaction. Looks like
Well,
he
you can
shipped
see,
the
oh, wow.
absolute lot in.
He has asked for the large triangle, and you're not going to get anything out of that, man. That guy could literally just be thinking about anything right now. Just an absolute brick wall.
Probably just thinking, I mean, if that was me, I'm trying to be dead stone cold faced. I'm just thinking, cool, X-Men 97 kicks off next month. I get to relive my childhood. But yeah, look here, it looks like Joe's asking for a count here. And again, this brings us to that final table bubble of 9. And we're played out of 7.
Yeah, this would be a pretty stiff spot for Damon to bust in, but we're gonna be hoping that he's not light here, because when you jam cut off and get re-jam button, it is not the most comfortable feeling when you have a light holding. So we're gonna have to see what he's got.
He's actually on the button, huh? So it's on the jam button.
Apologies.
Into small one.
Even,
No, it's still, buddy, look at
that could be even worse. Button versus small
There we
blind.
go. All in a call. Sorry to interrupt you there. What we got?
Damon whips out the phone for the vlog. It's Ace Jack versus Ace 3.
Yeah, Damon holding ace 3 there.
Yeah,
All right,
he's gonna need to find a
3 to
treble. That is no
King
help.
9 Jack.
That is very much of no help.
You could, if the hearts of the turn
Have a heart?
sweaty.
I mean,
Now
a 10 for a
for the
chop.
chop.
Oh, no.
GG Damon. Unfortunately, that's where the dream ends for this event.
Oh, the poor man.
But there's so many more going on, mate.
There's so much to come.
Satellites, you can spin it up. You guys are both going to play the main, of course. There's so much more. But what I wanted to ask you was, how are we constructing our ranges this close to the bubble? That proverbial bubble. What's going through your mind? Are we looking at, everybody else considering the stack sizes, trying to determine, all right, cool, I'm going to be 3-bet folding a lot if I've got a bigger stack, out of position. How am I going about that? What candidates am I picking to 3-bet fold? Am I randomizing at spots? Am I balancing at spots? Give us the kind of like the quick rundown of how we're going to put all of that together.
So our stack would definitely be the most important factor to take into consideration. If we're playing a larger stack somewhere higher up in the field, we're looking to run over people and just build up a mountain for tomorrow after the bubble bursts. With a shorter stack, it's much trickier, and we're looking to pick our spots very carefully, looking to jam over opens which would appear light, mainly with our Ace X holdings and some King X holdings. It is short-handed now, though, which definitely gives the shorter stacks leeway to get a little bit out of line. But again, it's player dependent, and you got to understand what player tendencies, what the likely player tendencies are, and what you're going to be facing. So yeah, if I was in the situation with a big stack, looking to be opening pretty wide from all positions, and just looking to apply a ton of pressure to the players holding on for the bubble. If I was a shorter stack right now, I'm looking to pick my spots very carefully, obviously taking RCM into consideration, understanding that my tournament life is way more important than the number of chips I have in front of me at this point in time, which would be just having an understanding of the RCM implications. And yeah, I guess, as I said, the most important factor to consider is how many chips I have in front of me and how many players are left.
And with that being said as well, how important is the seat draw for this final table? As you can see, I mean, the guys, we're just waiting for the other table to come across to make the final table. And then the interesting part for me comes in the drawing of the seats. How much of an implication is that according or that going to actually have on your strategy?
So, the first thing I'm going to say is that a seed draw is obviously something that's just completely out of our control. It's the same as card distribution. You know, you kind of got to hope that you run good and you get lucky and you get put in a good spot. It's obviously an extremely important factor. You know, when I have a final table seed draw, I'll immediately assess who is where, and I'll try and think about the tells or the reads or playing patterns that I've picked up throughout the course of the tournament on certain players. But yeah, it's just something that's, you know, completely out of players' control, and just having an understanding and being super wary of who's around you, where the big stacks are, knowing where you can and can't get out of line. Yeah, it's a vital part of navigating final tables like this.
Fair enough, bud. I mean, and again, would you go in getting the first card or getting the last card? Yeah, no, it's one of those.
Personally, I just don't love squishing up next to the dealer and not being able to see anyone, and I'm rather short. So, yeah, it does get a bit difficult having to peer over the dealer's head and see how deep players are and how many chips they've got in front of them. So I prefer to be either at one of the heads of the table or somewhere closer to the middle of the table. Again, like, it's all pretty... Like it becomes a little irrelevant when it's completely out of your control. You hope for a great seed draw. You hope that you got big stacks to your right, and that you can get out of line against them. And you hope that short stacks, you know, aren't going to get out of line on your left, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like, let's get back to Max Davison for a second. Considering you know Max is going in with an absolute monster stack by the looks of it, he's going to be applying maximum pressure. See what I did there? And I'm absolutely terrible, man.
I like that one. That was good. That was.
Yeah, I mean, we try. I mean, you know, sure. It's the end, but he's gonna go in there and put max pressure on all of these guys that haven't been in these spots. How do you think they're gonna be able to navigate? Because remember, we're not in any money yet. We're still going to lose 2 players. And Max is going to use that to his advantage, I think. No, so if you were in that spot, looking at knowing that Max is going to be doing that, and you are 2 Maxes left with a hypothetical biggish stack as well, are you just going to let him do his thing?
Yes.
Or are you going to get involved? Because, I mean, again, like we want to play to win. But again, we're not winning anything as of yet. We want something when we lose 2 players.
So, obviously, I think my stack size would be super important factor to take into consideration. I'll be honest, I probably shouldn't be saying this on air and giving up this type of information. But, yeah, sitting across from someone like Max, Ahmed, you know, your really strong players, it can be intimidating. It can be quite nerve-wracking, especially when I started playing the game. So, I'd say that Max would be someone that I'm definitely not going to look to headbutt at this stage in the tournament. I think that there are players who, yeah, may not be as experienced as him, and would probably be easier to try and pick on. If I've got a deep stack, I'm, yeah, definitely looking to stay out of Max's way. Again, that would be the RCM consideration in the situation. It's not going to benefit me by tangling with a big stack at this stage, and rather just preying off of the small stacks. And so, no, I wouldn't say that I'd let him just run over me. But
you put up a little bit of defense. I mean, gloves will be up, mate.
I would just try and remain as balanced as I can, but certainly not looking to tackle him head on. If there's marginal spots that are face against him, probably just not look to engage too much. But at the same time, if I was to feel that Max, maybe makes that realization and thinks that I'm just going to get out of his way, then I have to remain balanced and keep him in line, and maybe look to push back on him a little bit. It's all a meta game, and understanding what the other player thinks you're thinking. It becomes I think what he thinks that what he thinks that I think that he thinks.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's become, like you said, the meta game, zero-sum game, whatever you want to call it, across the board there. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction to it. So it should be interesting that dynamic. But as you can see, guys, the final table is filling up now. We're going to get back to the action shortly. We're looking just 1 or 2 players take their seats. We'll get all the chip counts up for you. I mean, Yanni, I hope you're having fun, bud.
I'm having a great time. I think I'm just actually going to quit. I've had enough of playing this silly game. I think I just want to commentate.
No, buddy, trust me. That bug, as you said, it never detaches itself from you. You know, it's one of these where you
Yeah,
sit
no,
and you
I
watch
think
and you're like, I'd rather be on the other end, but this does have its benefits as well, you know?
No, it definitely does. I'll probably just have a little bit of post-tournament tilt, and I'll wake up in the morning with a clean head, and I'll just be like, yeah, I'll probably want to carry on playing this game.
No, of course, mate. And I mean, we had a discussion, from when with Jamie, obviously fairly new, fairly young, focusing more on the GTO aspect of the game. When myself and Nick kicked off, we didn't really have all of that at our disposal because we're super old, and now we're, I mean, for me, I've been utilizing it for quite a while now. So I have a fair understanding of the principles and how to implement them in X, Y, and Z. But for the newcomers, right, the ones that are playing online or whatever site they might be playing on, when you started, did you start online? Did you start live? How did you make the transition? How did you get to feel comfortable from one space to the other? And how did you start implementing what you've learned across the two?
So I think what I heard Nick say earlier was he spoke about the transition during COVID to the online space. So as I started playing, super recreational and social, just playing at some small clubs, and then COVID hit and there was no live, and the online industry just boomed, and we had I had no choice but to play online, and I definitely think if you're looking to improve your game, online 100% has to be a part of that. The simple reason that you're going to get in more volume, waiting for a dealer to sit and shuffle a deck of cards is just going to take way longer than the number of hands you're going to get on online. So looking to just understand the game and gain some experience, online is a must. And also learning how to navigate different fields and different player types. The South African field is very, very different from the online field. And yeah, I guess getting into the online space was the only way that I could start learning how to actually, I guess, excel in the game to some extent. And yeah, I would definitely recommend to any newcomer or upcoming player to start playing online. And obviously just be very careful, because online can be a dark, dark grave. It's some way that you've got to be very careful with bankroll management and just understanding how to slowly grow and improve at the game.
And speaking of bankrolls, right? So when you started off playing the tournaments you were playing, be it live, online, whatever it may be, how did you go constructing your bankroll? How did you go about management?
I was very careful about it. What I did was I snuck into my mom's room, and I took like 200 or 300 rand at a time out of her purse. And
right,
that probably lasted like a month or so, and eventually, like, I told her, listen, Ma, like, I've been playing some poker with some of your money, and no, she didn't love it. She didn't love it for a long time. But then eventually, when I was able to put together my own role and start playing with my own money, and I no longer needed to ask her to pay for my petrol or like buy me things, she was like, I guess money's money. Whatever he's doing, it somehow seems to be working. No, but in all seriousness, bankroll management is probably like just as important, like, yeah, equally, if not more important at times than actual poker strategy and skill.
Yeah.
Having an understanding of the size stakes that you're able to play or capable of playing relative to your bankroll is it's super, super important and cannot be understated. It's how players go broke. It's how people lose their lives at times by not just being careful about the way that they manage their bankroll and go about playing different stakes.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, so let's kick it back a level here. So when you started playing, what tournaments were you playing? What size? So you were playing small friendly games, building up your bankroll, wherever it may be, 200, 300 buy-ins, right? Rule of thumb, 20x, 30x, 40x. bankroll management around there? How did you go navigate that? Because you know you get guys that step up stakes that are sometimes taking a bit of a punt from a bankroll management aspect. I mean, great players in their own right, but again, taking a bit of a punt from a bankroll management aspect. How did you feel, or should I say, how did you go about that constructing your first bankroll? Right, saying to yourself, I'm going to limit myself playing these tournaments within these binds, according to what I have. And when did you feel that it was a time for you to move up according to your bankroll?
So, bankroll management can be split into two categories. It can be split into cash games and tournaments. Now, obviously, as you go up in stakes, the fields tend to get stronger and your opponents will become better. There's no exact rule of thumb. The statisticians or the pros have formulated some general rules about the relationship between the depth of a field that you play in, or as well as your average buy-in size. So the more players in a field, the higher the variance of a tournament, and the more buy-ins you're going to need in order to lower the risk of ruin or going broke. So in the beginning, I was pretty much just winging it. I was literally just thumb sucking and hoping for the best, because I hadn't really studied that type of a thing yet, and I hadn't spun up enough of a role to actually understand how important it was yet. So in the beginning, yeah, most of it was just a punt. Like I remember as I started playing, Empress Palace would have a regular Monday night 300 Rand tournament, which was like my standard go-to. I was pretty much rolled for that. That was about appropriate for the size of my bankroll. 300 Rand buy and 300 Rand add-on, and sometimes I got frisky and took that 300 Rand rebar. And in the beginning, it was literally me just looking to spin up a roll with not much more than maybe a few thousand rands to my name, and then when online hit, I realized quickly that no, we cannot just be jumping into 1,000 Rand tournaments when we have 500 Rand to our name. Eventually, though, I guess by some dumb luck, I did manage to spin up enough of a roll where I could start implementing a strategy, understanding where, what size tournaments were appropriate for me to regularly play, what was too big, and plan accordingly for if I wanted to sometimes take a small punt, which I do think is important for players to understand that going up in order to increase a bankroll and go up in stakes, there is definitely room to sometimes play slightly above bankroll and have a small punt. It's how dreams are made. We talk about Chris Moneymaker. We talk about the greatest spin up of all time. That man literally spun up an $80 satellite online into, what was it, like $4 million at the World Series main event in 2003. So yeah, and there's definitely a drive for all players, to take these punts and play slightly out of bankroll at times, and go for these massive winnings.
100%.
But
yeah. Sorry to interrupt, but thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate the insight. But we're going to switch you out for your mate, who's just busted, unfortunately. Dave is going to be joining us for a little bit of a chat. Yoni, it's an absolute pleasure, my buddy. Thank you so much for your time, and
thank you so much.
I wish you all the best for the series, mate. And we'll get you back up here soon.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Chris. I really appreciate the time, and I've loved being up here. I'd love to hopefully get back up here sometime soon, but thank you so much again. I really appreciate it.
That's my buddy. Appreciate it. Keep well. While we're making the change over here, we're just going to be getting back to the action here. Johan off +3, picking up that Jack 10. He's sitting up on a nice little 210 stack at 1533. Definitely sending some action here. Let's see what he goes with. 8K is the bet. Car out the way. Over to the export. Davis is coming to join us here. David gets out the way. Pocket fives with Nico in the small blind. 5.5 to call into 11.5. Coming off a 308,000 stack. So he's going to be jumping in there. Let's see what the big blind does. Big blind's looking pretty short here though. Ace 9, 65,000. 21.5 big blinds. Yeah, he could balance up here. Let's see what he does. He decides just to flat. To the flop we go. Right, let's bring this flop in here. Ace, queen, queen. Absolutely mental. Let's see what happens. But I'm very fortunate enough, what should I say, saddened at the fact that I've got David with me. Buddy, welcome to it. How are you?
Chris, thank you so much for having me on. It's a bittersweet moment for me as I just busted the Welcome to Pretoria event. But I'm very excited to follow that heartbreak up with a bit of commentary.
Yeah, 100%, man. It always sucks to see someone running so deep in an event just fall that short, you know, of getting through to that mid-cash, you know. I mean, if things were different, Yanni'd still be here. But yeah, look at final table, thoughts. Give me a rundown of what happened, how the play was, you know. You don't have to give too much away because, I mean, you know, pretty much a vault, you know, you're permanently on lockdown. But how were things on your table? If you give the viewers a little bit of insight, what was going on there? And, yeah, I'm curious. I'm very curious. I mean, also, I want to talk to you about that 4-3 off squeeze. We're going to get to that in a bit. So, yeah, all yours, my good man. Fire away. Let's see what you got.
Perfect. So I will say for most of the day, I nursed an incredibly short stack. I have enough experience to know that a poker tournament requires a lot of patience, and being able to nurse 10 bigs, 12 bigs for hours on end is an incredibly important skill in poker. So I really did nurse it. Anyone who checks my Instagram saw that I managed to pick up kings almost 3 times in a row. I got through an open raise, I got through a 3-bet shove, I got through a 4-bet shove. So that helped me.
Sorry to interrupt you. Speaking of kings, Max Davison picking it up, +1. Call this action for us. Let's see what you got, Bob.
Someone with the skill of Max is deadly with any hand, let alone pocket kings.
Sizing 2.5x +1. You're on 9s. Thought process here for you, what you doing? 3-betting, flatting.
So Johan's playing a little over 70 bigs, and I think it's definitely a flat. Opening in +1, Max's range is supposed to be really strong, and even if Max was light and you 3-bet, he is someone that is more than capable of 4-bet bluffing you off your equity. So flat is definitely the correct move there, I think.
100%, and that Kevin with the ace jack of diamonds on the hijack, coming off, what was that, 94k effective, eh? Just with the flats. Just with the flats.
Yeah, I think
wow.
Oh my gosh. Unbelievable. Wow.
Gio picking up aces on the big blind, all this action. David, sizing, what we going for?
Wow, they all in rip, 50 bigs. I think that is a hand with specifically aces. I think that's a bit big of a shove to make. If he believes that everyone's range is extremely strong and he's guaranteed a call, you know, I understand that thought process. I think with aces in particular, you can definitely go a bit smaller, try maybe induce Max to 4-bet a bit lighter, thinking that you're maybe squeezing the open and 2 calls, but in this case it's going to work out well for Giovanni.
You know, I mean, anybody can fold kings +1 to the straight 50 big blind rip. It's Max. Yeah?
I don't see it happening.
It's such a 6-spot though. It's such a 6-spot. But yeah, let's see what happens. Maybe we get something out of Max here in a table talk.
You know, I think Max is not going to be happy to call it off. I think he's obviously an extremely elite player, but there really is just nothing you can do. Like kings, right. if you are folding kings pre-flop, you're just playing way too tough.
Negative easy, yeah? All right, so there's the call by Max. He's got him covered. 216 is his jab. Kevin, all it's called 87,000 behind. Let's see what happens here. Look, Kev, I mean, jab, re-jab, ace jack is flying so quickly into the mark, in my opinion, there.
Snap fold.
Especially, you know, with 2 away. To make it say 2.
Yeah, it's not even close.
Into the muck they go.
Can I have your blinds, please? Sheldon, the big blind.
I just got these chips.
All right, kings versus aces. Max is going to get the bad news. Let's see what the first 3 bring. Anything's possible. We've seen some absolute siffies today.
We have indeed. Max has 2 live suits, which is, of course, a little bit helpful for him.
Wow, King Queen 3, Mac finding top set there. But just got that backdoor club draw. Ace on the turn, good lord. Want to come Queen of the River.
Wow.
Unlucky, eh? General fist pump there.
Horrifying.
Come on, the boys. From 0 to 0, just like that, eh?
Wow, unbelievable. What a sick hand.
You find me a game that is going to hit you out with this many emotions in such a short space of time, mate.
Yeah, I mean, this is shocking. I mean, I was at the table when Marco got it in with aces against Nico's queens, and he found the 1-out queen on the river. Shame, that is just that was heartbreaking to watch, Marco.
Wow, that is a massive hand there, hey? And I think that's going to leave Max with 50,000 plus around there. Still spinnable. He's okay. Could definitely spin that up.
Absolutely, Max is seasoned professional. He really knows how to navigate those short stack situations, rejamming, the correct open shoving ranges, and likely being the short stack of the tournament, he has very little RCM pressure on him. Whereas if you were a middling stack, you have a lot more RCM pressure on you at this stage.
Right, let's see what happens here. Max, he's got 60,000 behind, basically 20 bigs.
20 bigs is tons.
Plenty in this spot. But let's see what happens here, guys. We're just going straight back to the action. But yeah, bud, so while we wait for the deal, Yanni's already told me what he's looking to play this series. What are you looking to jump into? Anything on the calendar for this one that you're looking specifically forward to? Or are you just going to wing it, feel it out, whatever you feel like playing?
So definitely the main event is on the calendar. Unfortunately, as you may or may not be able to tell, I am still a university student. So it's very difficult to play a lot of poker during the semester. So I can't really take more time off than I already am playing additional events as much as I want to.
100%, but I mean, Brad, come on, I'm sure you've got a good relationship with the lecturers. Yeah, you can just come to pull it out. You know, I mean, compromise, sell a little bit of share and make it worth their while.
Yeah.
Give my lecturers a little 1% free roll. Maybe they give me an exemption.
Oh, come on, buddy. You know how great that would be. The ultimate sweat. But yeah, we've got UTG +2, Carl making it 7k to go with ace-8 suited. Just still stacking up all those chips. I mean, the confidence is... The question of the confidence, now he's got it all, huh? All the confidence in the world. Let's see what happens.
Yeah,
Sheldon... Sorry, yeah. Sheldon looks like he's going to defend out of the big blind there. 9-5. King 7-10, 2 diamonds. Ace is absolutely in front. Help us navigate this hand, please, my good man.
Okay, so Carl being the initial opener from early position, 2 Broadway cards on the board, gives him superior range and nut advantage. Very easy, can c-bet very frequently for small amounts and get it through at a very high frequency very easily.
That's it, like he did. I mean, spot on. Can't go wrong there. Yeah, we're getting close to that crunch time, eh? There's 2 spots left. Well, should be saying losing 2. And then that is it for day 1A of the Welcome to Pretoria. We've still got the second leg of Welcome to Pretoria running, which is the Turbo. I think they're going to be playing it to the early hours of the morning, depending how big that field is, but we'll have that for you now. I think we're still at the PLO event running. Yep, that's still going there. See Joe Sullivan's also in the mix. I saw his face earlier. There he is over there. Jason Strauss is there. You know, all the boys are coming out to play. Nice little rail as well developing for the feature table, which you guys will see in a second, but we go back to the action here. Johan, the UTG gets out the way. The car, what's he going to do, mate? Queen 8.
Sorry?
I suspect this one will go in the muck.
As it does, as it does. He gets out the way. Oh yeah, got to remember the timer, huh? King 10, Nico. Hijack. Gets that out the way. That's very interesting.
It's a little bit of a tight fold with his stack, you know. he can really abuse the bubble in this situation, putting that big stack to work. But he decides to take the snug route.
All right, so here's an interesting spot here. Raising off, let's call it 18.5 bigs. All right, Jack 9 club. What sizing do we go to? Looks like he's gone 2.5x again.
2.6.
2.6, yeah.
2.6. Yeah, personally, I prefer to stick to the kind of strategy of if you have sub 40 big blinds, you can really easily stick to a min raise. No, it really, if a player out the blinds is going to defend, they're going to defend whether you make it 6 or 8. So rather just price yourself in a little bit cheaper to either see the flop or take it down.
All right, Maxis has ripped a lot in pocket fives.
Really like this move.
Yep, let's see what happens here. Interesting spot. Jack 9 is going to be quite a white call considering it's your entire life. From the
You see now he's almost wasted that 2,000 extra unnecessarily.
Correct, yeah, I know. It's we've had this discussion many times back home with my group of mates. And it's like, but you got to keep the standard 3x, and as soon as you change it now, it's going to pick up a dulls, and so on and so forth. You adapt. You know, you go 3x, 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 a couple of rotations, you're going to dwindle on your stacks. Some of this clicks back and you're going to fall. Done and dusted. Minimize your losses. The same, but you're going to get the same kind of outcome, whether you 2x or 3x. Simple as that.
100%.
Max looks like he got that one through, so chipping up there. I can't keep getting kick forward. No, cards not out yet. We're coming on. Like I said, pressure's building here. I mean, close to that mid cash. Look at that rail. Guys are getting there. I mean, still early days. I mean, what is today? Wednesday, correct? Yeah, I don't know what the time is. I mean, time flies here. Guys are locked in.
I suspect the final table rail will be a little bit more lively.
Oh yeah, very much so, very much so. But look at this. I'm just glad guys are sitting there utilizing everything that we've got for them. It's fantastic. But we're back to the action. It is going to be, by the looks of it, Carl, UTG.
Nursing my chips very nicely there.
Yeah, but that was a bit of a brutal one. But nature of the beast. You take it on the chin. But at least you got some cool footage for your vlog, though.
I mean, I would have really preferred to have taken some final table footage, but it is what it is. You know, I've played thousands upon thousands of tournaments. I understand how it works. Everyone always remembers the time that they got unlucky, they got sucked out on. Everyone forgets the times that they did it. No, and I'm really cognizant of it, and that helps you get over bad beats better.
Exactly, buddy. Take it on the chin. I mean, if you're not going to play this game, take the good, or the bad with the good. In my opinion, you shouldn't be playing it at all. Yeah, no. It's just really true test of character at the end of the day. So that's great fun. But while we have a moment, give me that 4 deuce. Talk to me about that 4 deuce.
Okay, so
PvP. So we mid click. Give me the action. Mid click small blind.
So, if I remember correctly, blinds are 1,000, 2,500. Nico opened the small blind to 7,500.
1,000, 2,000, right?
2,500.
Sure.
So it's a 3x open.
3x standard.
And I have to come clean. I did not have 4-3 off. The card reader misread my hand. I had King Queen of clubs.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense then.
Yes.
Should have went with the 4-3 power. Would have made it a lot more interesting, eh? I mean, look at this, like, just clicking back, straight ripping, 4-3-0. And then, I mean, if it was 4-3-0, he put an absolute spot there, buddy. He was struggling. Oh, look at that. That's a great shot of what's happening with the PLO 5 event. That's pretty sick event as well. We're hopefully going to get some coverage on that sometime within the days to come. But yeah, back to the action. Look at that. Guys, Khalil looks like he's got
Ace King Queen 6-3 double single suited.
Single suited, yeah. And we're on 3 pairs. He picks up the draw as well. Bricks, so he's got top 2. Oh, the middle 2. Sorry.
Oh, and that's the nuts.
Yebus. Lux. GG.
PLO is it is such a fun game, but the variance is an absolute beast. If you are running bad in PLO, it is a nightmare.
100%, but especially because the equities are so close, as we saw there. I mean, I didn't get to see the other gentleman's hand, but I mean, we caught it on the rev there, locked up shop. You can go from 0 to 0 flip of a card, but that one hurts a lot harder. Yeah, know what I'm saying.
It is brutal.
Alrighty, back to the action. Yeah, we're still going to lose 2 more players until we get to the first final 7 that are making it today too, and have technically will be cashing for the first event, which is the Welcome to Pretoria event. Giovanni, 326k. What is he doing here? Queen 7, computer hand into the buck.
See, it's very, I understand a lot of people have their different styles of play. I really am a true believer that an aggressive style of poker is the way to go. He's clearly a chip leader of the remaining players that are left, and being so close to the money, he really should be hammering them with pressure, opening a ton of hands. And another little trick or secret that can be implemented is when you're such a big stack like that, you can actually open larger to disincentivize people from defending their blind slot. So you can open 3x, 4x, I've even seen 5x with that big of a stack on the bubble, just to really pressurize people.
Yeah, of course. I mean, as maximizing the pressure there, kind of limiting the calling range, because we know the guys are going to be really calling at the top end of their ranges as well. So yeah, it's very interesting dynamics here. I mean, sorry to interrupt there, but Sheldon Groves just got the shove through. He picks up the blinds and antes, which is great. Jason Strauss in the mix there.
Yeah, these are some really killer PLO players. I've played with most of them online in some PLO cash games, and they are incredibly good, incredibly tough.
No, buddy. Those streets are dangerous. Those streets are very dangerous. But yeah, moving on.
It's really cool to see David here, because in January I played the African series of poker in Mauritius, and we actually played together there.
Oh, that's sick, man.
That's very.
So is he staying by you? Like you stayed up by him when we went up? You guys form a little come over tomorrow, you get crashed by me, and vice versa? Or is it just like some personal vendetta? You knock me out, and, or is it all just fun and games?
It's all just fun and games, but he actually was a large contributing factor to me making final table of the first event, the 6 max. I won a humongous pot off of him late into day 1, which catapulted me to second in chips, and so I have him to thank for allowing me to place 3rd in that event.
Oh, well done on that, buddy. And I like it, David. Well, who knows? Maybe the tables will turn on this side if you guys ever get a tangle again. But moving on, Max, King 10, 68k. What is he doing here? Looks like
23 bigs. See, Max has that aggressive style. He's going to take these spots. King 10 off from the cutoff. Definitely an open. People also tend to play too tight as those middling stacks are on the bubble, as they have a lot of fear around bubbling.
100%. So Kevin has called from the big number there. 7, 10, 6, 6. Smashing it for Max. Let's see what happens here. We should just go normally check back call. Unless Max decides to check back here, it's starting to get a little tricky.
Let's see what he'll do. It's interesting.
Looks like you go 4K, yeah? Yep, 4K. Like that size, one and done.
I'm a little bit surprised Kevin just gave up ace high there. It's a good fold, but against Max, you can maybe be a little bit on the sticky side against him, as he's going to, really hammer those boards, especially those paired boards. It's very easy to get away with a super high D-bet frequency.
100%. Just out of curiosity, mate. There are times that you're playing with headphones in. What are you listening to? What's going on? Give me a breakdown. Like for me, give me an idea. I like high energy music, man. Like full on, butter down, chase tennis, banging in my head. Even though it's firing, I'm still locked in. What is going on in those headphones of yours? Are you kind of listening to yourself with motivational speakers like, bro, don't mess up, type of vibe? Or is it got some Kenny G, or what's the vibe? Krista Berg, Lady in Red, I don't know, whatever's going on. What you listening to, lad?
I never listen to music
you
or
had to.
anything at the table.
If we had to, what would be it?
Honestly, I'm gonna give a super boring answer,
Hey,
but
buddy,
it's gonna be
something.
just white noise.
100%. If that works for you, that works for you. Locked in,
Plain
huh?
white
It's
noise.
like your...
Yeah. I really don't like listening to any distracting sounds while I'm playing. I like listening to the table. I'm very much like a live player. I like watching people. I like talking to them. You know, at the table, you get a very good sense of where someone is if you can hear them, watch them, listen to how they're speaking to everyone else at the table. I'm really I like to zone in that way and not get distracted by some music.
Even like the false perception of having headphones on with nothing playing in the background. You know? Hey! I've seen stranger things. Max with pocket sevens, banging it up from the hijack to 7k. The undercraft kind of gets out the way. I'm taking, I guess, yeah? Looks like we go to Dave on the big. Dave's cards will be shown very shortly. Looks like he's on the shorter side. But he ups it just flat. Right, so we basically sweating with Dave here.
Sweat with Dave.
This is in your hands, sir. Let's see what you got. Looks like there might be a 7 on that flop. I mean, if it is, then Max is running. All right, except for that. So the rebuild continues. King 7. Oh, we're close 7. Sorry, 988.
See Max again attacking these paired boards with relentless aggression. Just gets a ton of fold equity, but I do think that the peel with the King 7, you know, the one over the 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush, is a very respectable peel.
100%. Yeah, and Dave obviously with the floats as well. 3 of hearts not improving Dave's hand.
Let's see if Max decides to continue for a mixture of value and protection or pot control. And I think around the bubble, pot control is a far better option.
Option there. Could be interesting though, because I mean, Max C-bets the majority of his range there to a small size. And I guess check, turn. What Dave looks like he bangs out 6k there. That's an interesting size.
Sure.
Max with that classic. Let me have a think. Let me have a scratch about. Let me have a think. It's an interesting size though as well, because coming out of the big blind, we know that the 8s are predominantly more in that range of the big blind. We've got like a lot of 8-4s, a lot of 8-7s, a lot of 8Xs, King 8s, King 9s, 8-9s, should I say? How do we navigate?
Yeah, I don't.
And he called. He actually did call.
Max does make the call. Really good call. If I was in Max's shoes, I wouldn't really be thinking I'm up against an 8. With that really small size.
Sorry to interrupt. Probably find more bets on the turn coming from, just to kind of build that pot from that side.
I would say probably with trips, he's just going to go a lot bigger on the river, trying to get value from a hand exactly like his, maybe an ace high, pocket 7s, pocket 6s. But the 6k is a really nice size. I like it a lot. It's a very cheap bluff if Max has queen high, 10 high, something like that, or rather ace high. That he's losing to, and it also looks really milky for value, so it could get some small pairs to fold.
Yeah, I mean, can you imagine he went to the reverse side of it where he decided to overbet river. Another interesting dynamic there, but I still think he does find the fault playing the hand back here. But let's move back into it. Nice shot of the outer table. That's the second leg running for the Victoria event. Yeah, it's been a long ride for these Jets, huh? That's far.
Long ride indeed.
Still lots of poker to be played. First day, great turnout. Hey, Squeege, Gio. Let's see what he does. 153, 6,500, 7k, around there.
Yeah, that seems like a perfect sizing.
We'll have that sizing up now. Johan tossing it in the way. Kevin on the button. Call 6. Dave. Oh, now, do you feel now if you were in this predicament, right, and you got that +1 open, that button flat, how wide are you going to be calling and defending out of the small blind? Considering if it may be a mid-click or 2.5x.
So I'll say it's not a very clear-cut answer. There's a variety of factors at risk. Number one is your stack, how many big blinds you have.
Yeah.
Number two is how aggressive is the big blind going to be squeezing you out of the hand. Number three is where you sit in relation to the field right on the bubble. You know, if you're a middling to shorter stack, you really have to be super tight there because you're the one with the most RCM pressure.
Gotcha, buddy, gotcha. We're looking at that board. Oh, if I was 6-4-7, 2 clubs, not mistaken. Looks like there was a big blind flat. Kevin's got pocket nines.
15,000.
Nico decides he's coming on the big blind. He does decide to lead that turn. Got one club, Jen's got one club. Looks like a club on the turn as well. So, hey, you never know. The stranger things that happen, eh? Throwing in that tie back chip.
Kevin seems like he quite likes to utilize his time sufficiently here.
Yeah. No, it's an interesting dynamic of these time bags.
Yes, yes, you do. It is very interesting. When I was in Vietnam in December playing the APT, they only brought out shot clocks around the bubble. So for the duration of the day, there were no shot clocks. But then I think we're about, I mean, that was an incredibly large field. Around the bubble, I think probably 10 off the money. They brought out the shot clocks, and those were 30-second shot clocks, and everyone got just 3 time banks around that.
So, yeah, 6k on the turn. Nico finds that 10, and he's also got that blocker.
4,000 to call.
Interesting spot there, but Kevin's 9's obviously no good here. Let's see what he decides to do. I mean, we got 3 clubs on board. That's straight, that bottom is straight. 5 3s, 5 8s, all those bits get there, but I mean, it's completely never going to be in that button flatting range. And Kev gets the bad news.
Yeah, I maybe would have liked to see a small value bet there from Nico. I think hand like pocket 9s, pocket 8s could get very sticky there. It's very dependent as to what Nico thinks he has. You know, it's very easy from an outside perspective looking at the cards to see and to narrate what we think he should do.
Yeah, no, for sure, buddy. And yeah, I'm not gonna lie. The fatigue is probably setting. How do you deal with that?
So for me, there's 2 things that I utilize.
Raise to 12,000.
Number one is I love the game. I can genuinely play for 20 hours a day very comfortably. And the second thing I like to do, which I learned from Daniel Negreanu actually, is to utilize caffeine very strategically. So if we start to play today at 1 p.m., I will have a coffee, just a plain black coffee, at around 6:30, and then if I'm still in at around 10:30, maybe 11 o'clock at night, to just keep that energy and that focus high.
Min raise. Like limit hold.
Check. 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 20.
Sorry about that. Yeah, Mike was off. Rookie error. But yeah, we're going to be making a bit of a change to commentary. Jamie and Nick are going to be jumping back in. David and me are going to be playing off for the next hand. I've taken a hand or 2 until the jet's already that end. And that will be me done for the night. And I can go sit and watch from the other end of the spectrum. But look at this, what we got here. Joe put up pocket 5s. And the gun, Sheldon, flats, +1.
Quite a loose flat, specifically with his stack, you know, playing 21, 22 bigs. I would say that is maybe a little bit too long.
No.
Yeah.
Go away. Go away.
I think it's go away.
Alrighty, let's see what happens here.
No, Dolly used to shout it all the time.
Look like Nico's called out of the small blind. 5.
I do believe he folded. There we go.
100%.
The rip with tens. Yeah, that's an excellent, excellent hand to jam. About 13 bigs. Perfect spot.
Not go away.
It's not go away. It's not like
43 to go.
it's like let's go. It's like yes. It's like
I would call pocket 5s as it's a bit adventurous.
It's very difficult because you know with fives that you're either flipping with against a hand like ace king, ace queen, or you are a 4-1 underdog versus an overpair. So that's a very good fold from his part.
So that's
Nice pick up there with the pocket 10s.
4,000 to go.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of myself and Damon. Jamie, thank you so much for joining me. It's an absolute pleasure. I wish you all the best the rest of the series. Nick and Jamie are going to be jumping in now to take you guys to the end of the stream. All the best, have a good one, and it's been absolutely emotional.
Thank you so much for having me. I've had a blast.
Trying to race.
Het begint zo'n beetje drip.
jullie toch volkomen.
Begin to race. Begin to race. Chocobit. 15. Race up to 15.
That's what I say when people go all in. Vamos, let's go. Like when you said, let's turn the card. Same. I mean, it's crazy actually. It's my fault as much as yours. Imagine if I had a bad hand and you called. Imagine. Before you even turned his cards, I got like, you know, some Broadway hand or something. Good end.
Move the button, please. Another 2 then, eh? Cheers.
And we back live. Thanks to Chris and Damon for being in the box. Fantastic job there. I just love the energy that the Zip squad, as known in the poker community, bring to the scene. Absolutely phenomenal. So to Yanni and Damon, keep doing what you're doing. I know that both, especially Damon's an aspiring vlogger, as they call it nowadays. Is that the right terminology? Excellent. So, yeah, I'm excited about the fact that we can have people like that come into the commentary box. And as we see here, a hand between Giovanni Cluti and Sheldon Grove, all in, and a call from Giovanni.
Yeah, so I believe Sheldon open ripped the Jack 10 suited under the gun. I think that's quite a loose shove, considering he has at least.
Oh, damn!
Wow.
He turns it. Absolutely turns.
He gets rewarded quite nicely there. But as I was saying, I think it is a slightly loose open shove there. Under the gun, you have to get through a lot of players. I think just a min raise to a fold if someone puts you all in. I think that's more suitable, but it worked out for him here. Giovanni was in the tank with the 8s, and he ended up making the correct call. Unfortunately for him, Sheldon turned the flush.
Yeah, and as is the nature of this game, nothing wrong with absolutely nothing wrong with Giovanni's call there. I think, especially with his stack size, I think he was calling off looked like roughly about 30% of his stack to be able to eliminate a play, and at this point in time, an elimination pretty much means you're going through to day 2.
Yep.
which is the goal of every player at this table. But what it sees us going on is 8 hands continues, and look forward to bringing you guys the action for the next couple of hours. We are only streaming day 1A. We are not doing day 1B, purely for timing issues, but we will pick up on the action tomorrow where time one, excuse that, leg 1B will join with leg 1A and obviously then play out the rest of the tournament. Fairly successful tournament, I would say, so far. It's been nice turnout, considering it's Wednesday night, a little bit of a change to the schedule. You know, I remember in past where the Welcomes 2 were always on the Thursdays and played into the Fridays, and the Fridays then picked up with the Megas. But, you know, with a jam-packed schedule, these guys have to come up with interesting, innovative ways of getting people to jump in at certain times. You know, and great shout out again to SunBet Poker Tour for hosting an incredible tour, and also being willing to work with the likes of Mark Josephs of MJPT to be able to come up with new ways and different ideas and keeping it fresh, you know. And yeah, big shout out to them. Looking forward to this week ahead. And I'd like to pick up the action, and Jamie, if you can take us through this action here. Seems like a decent hand. You know.
So Kevin Moodley here tried to make a move, rightfully so, with ace-9 suited, under the gun +3. He did unfortunately run right into the Frenchman's pocket queens here, so he's doing a little bit of tanking. I think he's going to come over the top. Yep, there it is. See if it gets through. Sheldon does not have a hand he can call off with, and we'll be off to a flop to see dominated spades against pocket queens. Let's see a run out.
4,000 to call.
I mean, what do you think of the ship here with ace-9? I mean, 65,000 is still, it's a lot, it's a fair amount of chips. I mean, you're looking at a good 16 blinds if my math serves me correctly.
8,000.
You know, not easy.
I think he was making a move there.
What's your feeling on it?
I don't hate it. Once again, it can be another raise to induce an all-in from another player, and then you call it off if you're really short. But yeah, I don't hate it entirely. Obviously, he does get unlucky. He runs right into the top of the player's range, and that'll be him. We're down to 8. Well played.
All right. Maxi, you've got the button when we come back. Huh?
We stop when have a 7 player?
Yeah. So we're on the bubble. So where are you from? France.
Réunion.
Yeah?
Réunion Island. Réunion.
Oh, Reunion Islands. Oh, okay. It's cheap.
So Nico here waking up with King 10 suited. He's definitely going to open this up. 2.5 big blinds, very, very standard. So Schilderic, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that name correctly. Apologies if I'm butchering it. But he's waking up here with pocket threes. He's sitting on quite a big stack, and Nico, I think, is on a really, really healthy stack here. So let's see what happens. I think in this situation, yeah, you don't really want to battle against the big stack, especially when you are a medium stack yourself, you know?
Yeah, I think it's very much a game of patience right now for a lot of these players. You know, you've had a long grind today. You kind of want to just see it out, get into the money, you know, get into day two and start navigating properly, taking into account, like as discussed earlier on, all the different
definitely.
ICMs and that stuff then to come into play.
Oh.
Oh, Max waking up with aces here.
And he's quite short.
Very interesting enough, flat calling with the aces, yeah?
Yeah, so you should actually flat call with the top of your range. Very pure flop for him here with 3 hearts, and he's holding the ace of hearts. So yes, like I was saying, you do want to flat call with your nut pre-flop hands like aces and kings to protect your calling range sometimes.
You see, for me, that's so interesting because, like,
yeah,
as I've played over the years, you know, be it down to superstition or whatever it is, they always tell you don't limp with aces. Don't limp with aces. You don't want to land up in trouble. But I get your view here. I mean, your view
yeah,
pretty much states that, you know, in essence, this late in the tournament, you're on the in what basically is the bubble. You want to try and trap a person here and get them to make a
absolutely.
bad decision at some other stage.
Yep.
We use the poker terminology as harsh as it is. Give them rope and let them do their thing, you know.
Yeah.
And this is a prime case, and Max will feel pretty comfortable, I think, on that turn with a 6 coming out there that he's beating the likes of a combination of Queen 9 that could potentially be there, and he could probably make a hand like any top queen to call here.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, so he's definitely in the power seat right now. So it'll be interesting
Absolutely.
to see what he does here.
Especially with the ace of hearts blocking a lot of bluffs. Let's see how he proceeds to try get maximum value. He bet quite big on the river, about 70% of the pot, and Nico had nothing to call him with, so he got it through.
Nice. Yeah, look, I mean, it's hand kind of plays itself out at the end there. I liked the fact that Niku see bet the flop, and he got his answer. You know, I think that Max again, risk exposure at this stage has to be factored in. You don't really want to risk getting knocked out with one player to go. So yeah, good play all in all. Interesting perspective you gave there to the viewers. I think it is something to be considered. Again, you know, if it's early in the tournament and the chip stacks and sizes are different, you'll definitely play that differently. You know,
Yes,
I think you'd look to get more, as we say, the loose terminology for it is take them to value town.
Yeah.
But you know, in this case, pretty standard play, pretty good, and nice perspective you gave us there on that. So I just want to chat about the play that's happened here today, and we've had 3 tournaments running concurrently with a satellite on the outer tables that saw 2 entrants coming into the different fields today, one into day 1B of this event, as well as one into what in essence one for the seat. I think it is going into the mega. I think Max won a nice seat into the mega there. Obviously, guys running good. But these sort of formats, you know, where you've got a day 1A and B. Interestingly enough, do you take the approach of playing aggressively on the first leg? If you miss it, maybe give yourself another shot, or give yourself a shot into 1B, or do you jump into 1B knowing that it's a bit more of a turbo format, or at least a shorter blind format, and hope to, you know, play out into various, exactly, and play out into different factors. I mean, what is the optimum play there? You know, what is it? What do you look at from a theoretical point of view that will give you an edge into the tournament structure as well as the view on it?
I'll answer that shortly. We have quite an interesting flop here with Sheldon flopping the nut flush draw with the ace being out already, and he's holding the king of spades. Action goes check, check. Johan just
Very
pairs his
interesting
7.
turn here because it's now a two-pair board for Johan, but
Yep.
at the same time, Sheldon now picks up an up and down straight draw plus what is in essence the nut flush draw.
Yeah.
I
And
mean,
he's loving it. I'm sure he is.
he is loving his spot here.
Doesn't get there. He does pair his 5 on the river, so he makes a little bit of equity, showdown equity. But I think this 2 pair is going to catch him by unpleasant surprise.
I mean, in Johan's position here, I mean, he's reaching for chips as we can clearly see, but do you check call there? Is it the right play here to bet out? I mean, what's your view on the spot here?
You could check and let Sheldon potentially turn his hand into a bluff, because he is behind pretty much everything now other than a pair of 4s. He does lead out and he does get value here with his 2 pair.
Yeah, and I think there's prime indication as to his frustration with the situation, exactly like we spoke about in the turn. The man picks up a nut flush draw plus a
And
up and down straight draw.
And it
I
just
mean,
bricks.
it bricks hard. So maybe a little bit of form that he had in the beginning of the tournament, he would have got there. Now is not getting there and showing a little bit of frustration, you know. And again, you've got to just keep your head about you. And and they've taken us out here very kindly to the out of field action where that was the view of the PLO, as you can see there in the background is the main event, or sorry, should I say feature table. And yeah, some pretty cool graphics here. So we're very fortunate this year to have this available to us where we can see the action happening on the outer tables at the same time as happening on the feature tables. And, you know, we're really appreciative because for us as commentators, it just helps, you know, talk about, again, we want to create that immersive experience.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it. You know, give the clients or give the, sorry, should I say the viewers,
there we go.
a little bit of insight as to what happens on a daily basis here. How do we see it going and how's it unfolding? You know, it's not just the feature table that's there.
It's a multi-table tournament, so it is good to be able to see the outer tables, and whenever if there is some action happening there, we'll be sure to pan over to it and break it down a little bit. So yeah, Giovanni Kluter waking up here with pocket 9s. He's gonna open. Nico, surprisingly enough, didn't open his king jack. Being the big stack at the table, I think he rightfully can apply quite a lot of pressure onto the smaller stacks here. Ace 9 for Johan. Yeah, he's gonna let it go. It's quite an odd hand to play out of position from the small blind. Carl let go of his 5-3 offsuit, and Giovanni gets it through with his 9s.
I must say, I've seen Carl do a couple of interesting things there. I'm surprised he didn't try and have a little stab there, but kudos to him for keeping his hands safely behind the lines, not having too much of a go at it. So yeah,
no, 5-3 off.
Yeah, 5-3 off. You know, some guys would take them there, but yeah, good way to end that, I guess. So just chatting about tech earlier on, and you know, all of those sort of things that we have available to us nowadays. I just want to give a big shout out to a couple of partners that have come on. First and foremost, Hendon Mob, massive addition to the partnership group.
It's awesome.
You know, yeah, I think from SunBet's point of view, it's forward thinking. It's the right thing to do. I think
Absolutely.
every major tournament in the world is linked up with them so that they can get the best feed, the best reaction. You know, all of those good things that we as poker players we want the access to that information. And then furthermore to pokernews.com for coming on board. It's their first year that they're going to be fully broadcasting and helping assist us with the main event. They're sending out an extremely experienced team to come and, document and journal the entire main event, which is pretty cool. It's something new, and they've given us also a thread, or I don't know what the terminology is to it. Maybe you can help me out here. But they've given us a massive thing on their website, like a section on their website dedicated to SunBet Poker,
Awesome. Wow.
the SunBet Poker Tour.
Very cool. So Sheldon here with another suited ace. He's been getting a ton of them today. He min raises from the hijack. Off to a flop. David defending his big blind. Both players miss, but ace high is still in the lead, and he does have a backdoor flush draw. Sheldon puts in the C bet, and David lets it go.
Yeah, no, I think a massive shout out has to go out to our personal sponsors for coming on
Of
board.
course.
Thomas and Benno and 12 for making us look better than what we are. It's trust me,
Absolutely.
very easy job to do because we all look like a little bit of mugs up here, except for you, Jamie. You look like the new modern age millennial that pulls off all the suaveness that we as the older generation just can't pull off anymore. But
You're too
massive
kind.
shout out to them for jumping on board. I know one of their partners is a poker fanatic. He really enjoys the game, and I know you'd be happy to see his product out there. So massive thanks
Absolutely,
to
yeah.
Paul and to Thomas and Benno for getting us dressed today, and for the
Yeah,
rest of
dress
the
to
week.
impress.
Yeah, we're gonna hit it up there.
Yeah. So shoulder rig opening here with king queen offsuit under the gun. I want to make a correction here. I think I referred to him as the Frenchman from earlier. I'm not sure what the exact terminology is, but I did overhear them say he's from Reunion Island, which is French jurisdiction. So it's quite an interesting fact. Folds around to Sheldon. He doesn't have much. Lets it go, nor does Max. So Nico has a very easy defend on his big blind here with queen 9 suited. Unknowingly, he is dominated by our under the gun open raiser with king queen.
Yeah, but knowing Nico's play over the years, I've been very fortunate to be involved in a lot of tours with him, and a couple of one or two light beverages here and there. Again, very conservative player, but picks his spots. And yeah, for me the biggest thing is I think he's realized his position that he's in here. He doesn't need to get too involved in hands.
Yeah.
He can, pretty much see the day out as being having quite a dominant and efficient stack here. I mean, if I have to look
Yeah,
at the
for sure.
blinds and work out his stack, he's got just under 90 big blinds.
Wow.
He's cruising along. He's cruising
That is a
along.
lot for
That's,
this stage of the tournament.
yeah, absolutely, and he carries that into. If he can carry a trip stack like that into day two, he's definitely got a shout in with it or in for the running there.
Yeah.
And yeah, let's hope he has a deep run, being one of the local boys. Nico, we rooting for you. Definitely not biased, but we hope you have a good,
Yeah.
decent session.
All right, so next hand here. Folds around to David. Doesn't have much, he folds. There we go, the graphics quickly catching up. Nico in the small blind, flat calls with his king queen suited. And Sildrick just gonna check back here. Off to a flop we go. Nico pairs his queen.
Raise to 11,000. 11,000.
I can't do fiddle, mate. What?
Gonna lead out here.
First listening.
25.
Sildrick makes the call. King high, thinking it might be good. Might find himself in a bit of trouble now as he pairs up his 6 on the turn. Gonna lead out again. And Sildrick makes the correct fold here very quickly, knowing he's behind bottom pair.
5,000.
I think that's just a pretty standard hand. It was small blind versus big blind. Got led into on both streets. I
5,000.
don't think you're really loving your bottom pair down there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Raise to 12,000. 12,000 to call. 12,000 to call. 12,000 to call.
Do we get any more time bank cards? Is it just the final table? Yeah? How many money we get?
So on to the next hand, action on Sheldon under the gun.
We got 8 and then we got 5. The late version.
It's like he has Jack 10 offsuit and he's gonna open up, yeah.
Okay, okay. Thanks.
All in. Call.
Good luck.
Very standard, 2 big blind open, under the gun, Jack 10 off, maybe a little bit loose. But we know Sheldon and we know he loves to see a lot of flops.
Oh. Is that 31?
Pocket 2 here, pocket 2's here for Nico.
31,000.
31.
31.
In position. He's gonna let it go, thinks it's not really worth the trouble.
I try it again.
Now at his stack depth, I think he can afford to call 2 big blinds here and see a flop.
Wow.
Especially as the chip leader.
Wow.
That's enough, thank you. Small blind.
Sildrick just makes the
Big
flat
blind,
call
5,000.
from the small blind. Big blind folds and we're off to a flop. Sheldon's gonna need a bit of help here with his Jack being dominated.
Thank you.
Now, interestingly enough, this board texture definitely favors Sheldon's
5,000
opening range
to
under
call.
the gun. Action does go check check. 9 of diamonds completes a flush draw on the
5,000.
turn. And I think Sheldon should really start taking some initiative here and trying to take this pot down.
But you clearly
Raise to
did.
12,000.
No,
There we go.
great positioning, great strength
12,000.
of play. You know, didn't get too involved, didn't lose a hell of a lot of chips into the hand. I think, like you said, Sheldon said what he needed to say, and he looked good. I mean, he looked good in that spot, looked comfortable in that spot. Sure, the board helped him. Texture wasn't great for him, but at the end of the day, he like you said, he picked a hard line and he stuck with it, and the outcome was that he won the hand at the end of the day with the best hand, which we like to see. We like to see a little bit of action, though. We can't always have action, otherwise this whole game will lose its integrity, I guess. It sounds a little bit more like a PLO flip, if you can call it that, and than anything else. But yeah, you know, Jamie, give us a little bit of insight. You know, interesting background you have. You studied biochemistry, as far as I understood it, and grew up in Bloem, landed up relocating to Cape Town. What has it been like transitioning from wanting to call it being a more structured job in being in biochemistry, then eventually landing up in being now a crypto trader? You know, what's that whole movement been like? Has there been anything that you've seen in the crypto trading world that you could potentially apply into the poker world?
Absolutely,
And being theory based, what is that relation, and how does it all tie in to it?
Cool. So I will answer your question shortly after this hand. Giovanni has ace-10 suited. He is thinking. Sorry, I thought he made the call. Let's see. Yeah, so he raised it up, and Sheldon has a pretty easy call with Jack-9 suited there, and he does flop the top pair. Giovanni opts to lead it out here, which is quite interesting, because he doesn't have... Yeah, he's got a backdoor straight draw, 2 overs, and a backdoor flush as well. Still, I think it is quite an interesting lead. Rather check, see where you're at. You can still call, see a turn. I think Sheldon here has a pretty easy call with top pair.
I think, I think the action has been misled, but what had happened there was Giovanni, Sheldon had actually led the flop. I think Giovanni had actually checked properly there.
Yeah.
No, it's all good. Experience again comes into it. I saw the time bank chip being thrown out by Giovanni there, so I kind of had to pick up and realize that there was, you know, that was more closer to the action than what was initially perceived to be. But yeah.
So yeah, tying back to your question, I think there's a lot of similarities and don't know how do you call it, crossovers between trading and playing poker. Obviously, both of them require quite an analytical approach. Both of them are heavily influenced by probabilities and statistics, kind of just numbers, you know. At the end of the day, numbers do make up a big part of our lives, and I think it's definitely in your best interest to rather get on the right side of maths and probabilities and statistics. It's just something I'm kind of passionate about. I guess it's a little nerdy, but that's kind of where the GTO comes in. So like with trading, obviously risk management is a massive one of the biggest pillars of trading, and that very, very easily translates into poker, you know, whether it's bankroll management or chip stack management. You have to know where to choose your spots. You have to take the right bets. You have to look for asymmetrical bets, you know, where can you get more value. So if you buying a coin or something in crypto, you know, it's the same as picking a good spot on the poker table.
So interesting hand here. Nicker in the hijack is open raise to 10,000. Obviously, 2.5 standard bet, and Mr. Gossard has seemingly flat called here with Ace King. You know, again, I think this might take to the angle that Max took early on, where you got a slightly stronger hand. Although, in my opinion, being ace king, you need to have a little bit
Yep.
more foresight and forethought with the
Yeah.
hand. That you want to dominate most ranges, but you also want to, if you can pick up free chips, it's not the worst thing with ace
Absolutely.
king
Yeah. No.
considering you actually don't have a hand.
Yeah, so it is different to the aces limp that Max did earlier on. You should really only be limping your aces and your kings, kind of the top of your made hands, top of the range of your made hands, aces and kings. Ace king offsuit, it's definitely a 3-bet in that position. You have position. Nico could be opening wide, seeing that he's the big stack. You can take it down pre-flop. Obviously here he does have tens.
And with Nico's bet of 15,000, I reckon we'll pretty much see the same action if he's flat calling pre. Surely he's flat calling this
Yeah.
flop. Yeah.
So now that he's hit top pair, top kicker on the flop, I think he's just gonna call along, call him down, and maybe make a move on the river.
It's grabbing more chips. I mean, it looks like a raise to about 45,000.
Yeah, he does. He min clicks it. And Nico in an interesting spot here because what is Mr. Gossard raising with? You know, I can't really think of any combinations other than a really strong made hand like top pair, top kicker. There were no draws. I think that's maybe a misstep, maybe overplaying his hand a little bit, playing it too fast. He definitely could have strung him along a little bit longer and gotten more value.
Yeah, and again, comes for me back to the fact that in that spot, really you 3-bet there. Try and get a little bit of extra value. You'll figure out where you
Yeah.
stand, number one. Number two, Nico with tens is definitely coming along there pre,
Yeah,
if
for
not
sure.
making a move.
Yeah.
And in that situation, yes, we only saw the flop, but a king came, which puts him massive favorite. Only two more
Absolutely.
outs to help Nico unless he goes runner on something, which
Yeah.
at the end of the day is near impossible to do under any
Yeah.
circumstance, especially when the board was king 8 deuce. The tens aren't going to run out a straight per se. So
No.
yeah, you're only pretty much looking at a 2 outer there.
Yeah.
You know, so maybe could have built a little bit more value. And I think it comes down to that fact of the nerves are setting in, you know.
Yeah, for sure. We're down to 8 players. 7 players make it through. There's a couple short stacks on the table, so you know you don't unnecessarily want to get knocked out when you could just wait for a small stack to bust. You know. Action folding round to Sheldon on the button with a suited king. Should definitely be raising here. Yeah. Now I'm quite interested to see what Max does here with a offsuit middling kind of ace, a7 from the small blind, playing out of position with a relatively short stack. Yeah, this is cool. He put in a big 3-bet, seeing that he's out of position. He wants to disincentivize players in position of calling a bit more lightly. Term called minimum defense frequency coming into play here. Yeah, and he gets it through. I think that's why Max is one of the best players on the table and at the tournament, is because he can find spots like this, and it's just it's clinical, it's proper, that's exactly how you should play that hand.
So that completes the section of the day 1A. The players are going to go on a 15-minute break. That gives us a 15-minute break, and we'll join our viewers shortly. Enjoy a break from this. Enjoy it. Cheers.
Cheers.
And we're back live after that wonderful break. I think, especially this time of the night, the guys need to all get out. They've been stuck inside this hall for what is going on to nearly 12 hours now. It's
That
a
is brutal,
long grind. They get enough supper breaks and stuff, but the thing is, you've got to utilize that time. Take a walk outside, go stretch the legs.
Get some fresh air. Yeah.
Some of the oaks will go straight to the privé and go and spin on the roulette or the slots. But generally speaking, the players manage themselves, and it becomes tougher as the night goes on. I think purely not trying to judge anyone about this, but the younger players will have an advantage as the night goes on. I think the older players generally tend to struggle to keep up with the timing and staying awake for so late.
Understandably.
And again, not trying to make assumptions about anyone or anything, but that's just the reality of the matter of what we face. So, yeah, interesting dynamic here on this feature table. Looking at the names around the table, one or two big names pop out, but generally speaking, I think everyone's a little bit wary of each other. I don't know if you've sensed the same thing. I know Nico's play pretty well over the years, and fairly tight player. I mean, folding the tens there on a king 8 deuce board with no action pre. I do again think that the line that was taken there by Mr. Gozard is not necessarily the right line, but nevertheless he picked up the chips, and I guess he's happy with that at the end of the day, that the ace king got there, and he won some chips for it with almost zero risk.
For sure. So Max here with ace queen on the button.
13,000.
He's gonna raise. And poor Carl can't defend his big blind with seven deuce off. He just shrugs and tosses it into the muck. Either way, Max is gonna chip up.
Yeah, this for me is Max's comfort zone, unless he loses a little bit of a soft spot.
Yeah, no.
I think he's going to do well.
Yeah,
I think he's
operating.
going to.
Yeah,
he's navigating. He's picking up chips at the right time, and continually growing that stack of ease, which is healthy again. He took an earlier knock that set him back a little bit, but again, smart player, knows to navigate. Been in this position many times, and I'm sure we'll see him pushing through this field pretty well. And again, unless he gets unlucky or into a spot where he, maybe picks up a big hand against another big hand and then gets unlucky, or it's just a stiff spot. I can't foresee him losing this. Who else would you think, just based on the balance of play here, would you see struggling to get through this field? I'm not talking about, because obviously now there's 8 players left, the 7 making it through today too. Have you picked up on anyone here that you potentially think might struggle to get today too from this point?
Well, immediately I think obviously the short stacks are gonna struggle, especially if you have a player with a big stack who's putting a lot of pressure. Chip lead on the table right now is Nico, and he could definitely be applying more pressure to the small stacks, to the guys who are in tough spots on the bubble. Yeah, so I don't think I think it's fair game for everyone at the moment. I don't think anyone is terribly behind or lacking in any area. Interesting here. David ships with his nut flush draw on the flop, while Giovanni has an overpair. So David is looking for a heart. Turn is of no help. And boom, on the river he gets there. Quite happy for David. Yeah. I like
you don't
David.
want to fly all
He's a
this
nice
way in
guy.
from Mauritius in your first tournament, and technically bubble a tournament. I mean, that's
for
brutal.
sure. So he's a good player, solid player. Sat next to him in the taxi from the airport, so I got to chat to him a bit. Fourth generation Mauritian, nice guy. Yeah. So I'm trying to be unbiased, but I'm definitely rooting for him. I'm quite fond of these Mauritian players. Hoping they do quite well, yeah.
Are you hoping to get an invite to Mauritius to go and spend a couple of weeks there to go play some poker one day?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, David is actually rocking the same hairdo as me. You know, we both got bleach on top, so
Oh, Jamie, I think you pull it
that's
off.
probably why. I think
I think
that's
you
probably
pull it
why.
off better.
Yeah.
No offense, David, but we had to employ a looker into the box this week as well. Jamie, you tick
Fair
the
enough.
boxes. Well done, Boyki.
Thank you. Cool. So dealer's dealing the next hand.
And to the viewers out there, time banks will be replenished on the final table. This obviously does not count as a final table, even though it is the last table for the day. It is not considered to be the final table, so those time banks will get replenished at the other stage. Interestingly enough, at this stage of a tournament, most players still have a lot of their time banks intact.
Yeah.
Also, just depending on the player themselves, and again, good to have them later on in the tournament in case there are some big decisions to be made. It's highly important that you do get the time to consider certain decisions, certain spots. It's not always about the cards that you have in front of you, but looking at this at the tournament clock, looking at the blind structures. You know, what are the payouts? What are the ICM values? And you know, are you going to play with a positive EV to get there? Absolutely. You've got to just make the right decisions to push through. And yeah, pretty
So,
much standard
so
play.
Sheldon here, raising with another suited ace. I've lost track of how many suited aces Sheldon has had today. He's definitely been playing there. He's been seeing flops. So he's been getting it through. So yeah, it folded around to the big blind who had a 9 deuce offsuit. Nico just can't defend that, I don't think. Even at his stack depth, I don't think 9-2 is a defendable hand from a raise from Sheldon in a rather early position. Giovanni lets that one go under the gun. And yeah, I think at this point in the tournament, a lot of players are somewhat short. We're seeing it fold around to the button quite often, unless players are waking up with good, strong premium hands. David here definitely knows his way around this position. I think he's definitely going to play this offsuit King 7 from the dealer button. Let's see. So he puts in a raise. It's not a min raise, which I do actually prefer from the button, just to disincentivize the blinds a little bit. There's the argument too of just raising up to 10k, but I like it. And there you see, as you see, he gets it through, and that's exactly what he should be doing in that spot with that hand, I think. So the footage you guys are currently seeing is 30 minutes ago, so that's midnight. You can definitely tell these players are getting a bit tired, they're getting a bit fatigued, especially mentally fatigued. Being out here for 12 hours a day, thinking, working out pot odds, working out how to take these angles on these hands, definitely takes a toll on your mental psyche.
Yeah, interesting point you make there, you know, and something to again consider, taking to account. Fatigue is a massive part of poker. You're playing for hours and hours and hours, and one of the biggest things I've found in the past, especially for me who's been involved in these tours from start to finish, pretty much playing as every tournament that I possibly can, you kind of build a fitness level towards it. You know, you kind of start to get used to the hours, but it
Yeah.
only comes through getting back to that word that we're using today: experience, 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 experience. Just having that time spent together, pretty much going through it. You know, all the players together there are tired at this point in time, yes,
Yeah.
but it only gets better as you play more, sure. But with the schedule that I'm looking at in front of me now, I mean, it's a jam-packed schedule. We had a the Welcome to Pretoria today, 1A
Yep.
and B. Okay, some players that got knocked out of 1A jumped into 1B. Okay, some players chose to jump into the PLO5, which started at 8 p.m. this evening, and then resumes tomorrow. I would assume around the 12 o'clock mark again. You
Yeah.
know, and then straight into it. You know, Welcome to Pretoria Day 2, and then the big one, the Mega Millions, starting Day 1 starts at 7 p.m. tomorrow night. Obviously, a hugely popular structure, hugely
Yeah.
popular tournament.
Definitely a fan
Most
favorite.
people be wanting to get into it. You know, there's 3 day 1s, which is fantastic. Under correction, sorry, there is only 1 day 1, but you can buy in late into day 2, but it is a 3 day tournament. You
Yeah.
know, that takes its toll on people. You know, you're looking at 60-minute blind levels. You're starting on a 300k stack at the blinds of 500, 1000. I mean, that's a 300 big blind stack. That's a proper deep stack tournament.
Yeah.
It is pure poker, but there's endurance, and players need to understand
Yeah.
it's
For
not a
sure.
sprint race; it's a marathon,
Yeah.
and that's what I liked about it. That's why I genuinely did well in them. Was because I didn't get immersed in the fact that like I have to play every hand or I'm getting bored, etc. etc. How I offset it was
Yeah.
by shenanigans on the side, chatting to people, just enjoying my time and being involved. So walking through the structure for tomorrow, okay. Day 1 starts at 7 p.m. for the Mega Million. Okay. If you're running deep into day 2 of Welcome to Pretoria
Yeah.
or even the PLO5, would you as a player have, number one, A, the ability to jump in straight away into the Mega, or B, would you choose to come back then into day 2?
Yeah.
You know, which is a late reg, but still a decent stack sizes, deep stack tournament's going to allow you to come in a little bit later. What would you as a GTO player think your optimum outcome is over the long run?
So I think it's very important to get your rest, to rest up, to be able to come back at it the next day with a fresh mind. Because if you're just playing, why would you buy into a tournament, start 300 big blinds deep, but you're not playing your best, you know? So I definitely, I would opt to probably go home, sleep, rest, just get re-energized for the next day and ready to give it my best, because it's tough. You can't give it your best 100% of the time, especially if you're playing for 12 hours a day. So yeah, I would certainly opt to late reg and come back. Maybe start off a little bit short, but I think the trade-off is worth it. I'd rather have a fresh mind and be ready to go.
Yeah, interesting thoughts, and again, I think it's the right approach to have. Um, yeah, you can't overbear yourself into this either. Like, there's got to be a certain level of sanity that you
Yeah.
keep throughout it, and you want to see that you are doing the best that you possibly can throughout the tournament, whether it
Yeah.
be with a slightly shorter stack like you alluded to, or just purely playing the right strategy. Like, you've got to consider something like that, you know? You've
Yeah.
got to preempt that. So if you're going to choose to play all of them, that's something you've got to consider. And it's a piece of advice from me that I would say, and back Jamie up on this one, is time management is crucial during these times because it is non-stop poker every single day for 12 days. Yes, if you choose to jump into every possible tournament you can, you are going to struggle. A prime example
Absolutely.
was chatting to Ahmed Karim a couple of months ago when he came back from his Vegas trip, and I said to him, Ami, you know, not the massive results that you had the year before, still a decent enough tour, but what do you feel? Where did you feel you fell a little bit short? And even him as a full-time professional poker player, really good at his skill with his skill levels. He said to me he just tried a little bit too much. You know, he tried too many tournaments, and he felt that instead of taking the necessary breaks, he that he should have, he said then he was finding himself just struggling keeping up
Yeah,
with it. And I think he did something like 36 tournaments in 32 days. I might be completely
that's
wrong
just
about that
crazy.
number,
Yeah.
but it was definitely in the high 30s, if not low
Wow.
40s range over the month and a bit that he was there. And I mean, putting that in
That's just
perspective,
crazy. Yeah.
it's a lot of hard work, a lot of time, and I think he realized that as good as he is as a player,
Yeah.
you also can't like you've got to take time off.
Yeah,
You've
and
got to go, as he put it in his words, go sit around the pool
yeah,
for half a day or for the day and just take a break every now and then. So it is something to consider and definitely something that plays part or
yeah,
should take part into your strategy going into these tournaments.
definitely. And I think it is a quality over quantity kind of thing when it comes to playing tournaments like that, especially overseas. It's WSOP. Be selective. Pick some good ones. Good tournaments with good structures that you're good at, and yeah, make sure you rest up and you can play your best. So here, Mr. Gossard flops top pair with his jack, puts in a bet, and Max is gonna let it go. So there was actually quite an interesting hand that played out earlier. Max opened with ace queen off, and I think it was Giovanni who defended his big blind with ace four suited, and they both checked it down to the river, where Max was way ahead on the turn, and Giovanni found a four card straight with his four, uh, and he checked it sneakily enough. Max checked back, so it was a relatively small pot, but quite an interesting action. I think it was about two hands ago.
They, as you can see on one of the outer tables, that's the end of day one for the PLO 5 tournament. A lot of the players there agreeing that they would like to come back rather a little bit early on day two. So yeah, again, cool turnout, cool
Yeah.
tournament, nice introduction. Um, as Chris said to us early on, for your 25k buy-in, you got 2 lives as well with that. So because of the variation and variance in PLO 5, there's a lot of opportunities and spots where people get knocked out, where you're a mile ahead and then
Yeah.
just rivers you. It happens. It's
Yeah.
part of the game. It's part of the dynamics, and people just need to accept that that's part of it. So the initiative to put in 2 lives is where it's trying to get to. It's very clever. I think it's a cool incentive to add in, especially
Yeah.
when you're spending as much as 25,000 rand on a tournament. Some people might not find that a lot of money to buy in for, but relatively speaking, it's a sizable buy-in, especially for a new game, and a scary game, if we can call it
Yeah.
that. Because I know you said it to me earlier on when we were walking through Mainland Mall, and you said to me, I'm a little bit nervous about commentating on
Yeah.
PLO 5. And I completely get it.
Nothing about it. Yeah, it's a crazy game. I don't understand that. But it's as weird as it is. There's people who are good at it and are profitable at it. So it is a skill game at the end of the day. It's very gambly, if you want to call it that. But there are players who just rinse out everyone else, and they always walk away with money in their pocket. So at the end of the day, I think it is a skill game, which is cool. It brings a refreshing kind of different aspect to a poker table. A little bit more fun as well, with bomb pots and all this ridiculous stuff that you guys love. To me, it's quite foreign.
Of course, but that's as you said earlier on. You're the learned one out of us.
Yeah.
And we accept that, and we love that about having
Yeah.
you on this team, and that's the dynamic you bring here. So we completely accept it. We don't ask that you get into our foolish ways, but
Yeah.
every now and then having a little dabble in a dealer's choice game here or there, it's not so bad.
Oh, yeah, I've,
It's
I've
not so
tried it
bad.
once or twice. I usually just wait till I get the nuts and then get my money in. So, but yeah, no, it is a lot of fun. Previous hand here, David raised with Queen Jack suited, just folded round to him, so he took that one down. Carl, Ace Jack on the big blind. He's going to raise it up. I believe Johan limped and Carl raised. So Johan's going to let go of his 10-7, yeah.
Yeah, pressure's going to start adding up on a player like David now, who's still sitting with a semi-short stack compared to the rest of the people. You know, with the dynamic of the big blind ante coming in, it really does change the calculations, the old school calculations, if we can call it that, of small blind, big blind. People mathematically are still trying to figure it out. Some people are saying that you have to just consider the blinds to be doubled in this instance. But some people are also saying that you can't really, because antes are nothing new to the game.
Yeah.
But big blind antes are now a worldwide accepted method of doing it, and purely introduced to speed up the game, because dealers in the past would have to wait for every person around the table to put in their ante, and it just slowed the game down. And by putting in one big blind ante, it's technically the same thing, but from a GTO perspective, you can be brutally honest with me here. What does it change? How does the dynamic change by introducing a big blind ante? Do you factor it in, and if so, how do you factor it in?
Yeah, so obviously when you are the big blind, you put in your big blind and you put in the big blind ante. So you already have technically two big blinds in the pot. Obviously the ante doesn't count towards what you have in, but it basically incentivizes more players to come after the pot, you know, because that's the reason they are big blinds. Otherwise, if they weren't big blinds, players are just going to wait till they get aces and kings and then bet and get their money in like that. But with big blinds, and especially in tournaments with raising big blinds, it incentivizes players to get out there, to be aggressive, and it gives them a goal. The goal is to win big blinds. It's to chip up. So yeah, from that perspective, I think it gives you a little bit more incentive to defend your big blind. That's kind of how I see it. Obviously, if it's just the wrong situation, you have 9-2 offsuit and under the gun raise it up to 3 big blinds, you don't really have the right odds there to call and defend. But in a lot of other cases, I think it gives you maybe a little bit more room to go after it and defend your big blind and technically your big blind ante. Yeah.
Yeah, very insightful there, and Jamie, this is why we love having you. This is why it's about that chat. You know, and never feel that you're going too in depth, because our viewers love that sort of a thing.
Okay. Yeah,
you know, we can always chat from our side about the looser terminology, but it's important that all these sort of things get brought to us and given to, you know, imparting that knowledge on. You know, this is why poker as a community is a community-based game.
Yeah.
You know, and I'll come back to it over and over again. The fact that the Hendon Mob have both international and local listings really helps it. Like, the local listings for me is so important so that people can really gauge where they stand, how they feel about certain positions. You know, how do they feel about what's their progress like? You know, if you go onto the website, you can see what people's progress are like. You know, and it's so crucial. You've got to gauge yourself. It's like anything in life, any business that you do, any how can I put it? You know, any fact of life, you've got to be able to gauge where you stand.
Yeah.
And it's such a blessing to have that sort of information readily available at your fingertips at any stage.
It's
You know.
awesome.
Let's do 15,000.
So we had an interesting hand last hand. I don't believe the graphics picked it up, but it looked like Mr. Gossard was in the tank for quite a while. He threw in a few time banks, but I believe he ended up folding to Max Davison. what they had, I guess we'll never know. But yeah. Giovanni here, looking down at two beautiful cards, Ace King offsuit. So this is just a absolutely standard open. Pretty sure everyone knows that. Sheldon with the sixes here is in, I think, a very interesting position. At his stack depth, he's going to go for the call. But he is sitting with 25 big blinds, I think. So he's not quite there in the shoving territory yet. But he's also not really in the territory of pulling off with sixes and trying to set mine. You know, it's quite late in the tournament. Obviously, if he does hit his set, things can get very messy. It can get very good for him. But yeah, it's an interesting spot there. I think I'm usually letting go of my sixes though. I think 8s plus you can call according to GTO, but yeah, that's just me getting a bit technical.
Oh, you mean the room service?
The David's card's not appearing on the screen just yet, but also gone into the tank. I would assume.
Yeah, he's cutting out some raising chips.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I saw coming. You know, when a guy's tanking that long, you generally get the feeling that the decision's going to be made, and the inevitable outcome is going to be that a raise is going to come in here. And against Giovanni, generally speaking, again, we've seen weirder things on this table.
Yeah.
Giovanni should probably just raise it all in here.
Yeah, I think so. So the way I see this hand is because Sheldon flat called with his sixes there, he basically capped his range, which means he doesn't really have any premium hands. He doesn't have aces, kings, or queens, you know, something like that would 3-bet. So David noticed that. It's a weakness. And from the small blind, he's putting in a really big 3-bet here, up to 42,000. And would you look at that?
Giovanni just folded. Very interesting.
So
I mean, you and I could be here all night at this rate. I mean, the guys are folding ace king to 3-bets. I mean, surely at that stage you got to rip it in there.
Yeah, I think so. This bubble pressure is definitely getting to these guys. I wish we could see what David has here. It can be a mixture between premium hands and also just ruthless 3-bet bluffs. Due to like I mentioned earlier, the capped ranges. It's a very good move. I'm a big fan of that. I really wish we could have seen what he had, because I think that's a little bit of a masterclass in its own. Either way, he takes it down, and that's just a really, really good play.
Yeah, maybe you can pull him aside later on and just have a chat to him, figure out if he had it. Then that'd be cool. Absolutely.
But the ace king fold, I think I really feel like that should be a 4-bet. Just rip it in. If David is light, which he could very well be, he has to let it go. You know, he could have been doing something like Max did earlier with the A7 offsuit. You're not going to call a 4-bet bluff. I mean, a 4-bet all in with A7 offsuit. You know.
Yeah, and David very smartly there, leaving enough chips behind for him to be able to make the fold, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the point there. Is he does have 3-bet bluffs, and he does have 3-bets for value. So if you do make a 3-bet bluff, you have to be fine with folding it. That's kind of the point. It's a tool, and you have to pull it out in the right circumstance, just like he did. And if you do end up running into it, let's say he had aces, obviously he's going to rip it in, and you can just get away. You're going to have a bit of a stack left, and hopefully you can spin it back up. David opening here again with the bigger size from the button with pocket 9s. And I like watching these people play. These international players, they do, you can tell they have a little bit of a different play style to the local players, and I think it's pretty cool to add it to the mix. It kind of spices things up. And
touching on that fact that you brought up there is Mauritius has had a fairly progressive and big poker scene for a lot more years than what we have. That's just my personal opinion. I haven't had the opportunity to go play there. I'd love to go and play poker there.
Absolutely.
So shout out to any of our Mauritian viewers, which I'm sure there are a couple, especially considering David is positioned pretty well in this tournament to make it through. Even though he is short stacked, I think with his experience, you'll find him picking the right spots exactly like he just did there to help him get through, today to and inevitably cash his first event that he sat down at Times Square.
6,000 to call. 6,000.
So yeah, once again, no one's really picking anything up here. A lot of these hands are folding around to the button. There's a lot of just stone bubble pressure put on all of these short stacks. No one really wants to get out of line. They don't want to get punished. They don't want to get eliminated. No one wants to go out on the bubble. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot of dealer button versus small blind and big blind action from here on out. And I think Nico here, being the chip leader, he should be applying pressure to these shorter stacks on the small blind and big blind. Nick has just stepped out for a moment, so it's just going to be me here. So Nico did let go his two cards there, and we're going to be seeing a small blind versus big blind hand. Nothing for either player. Quite an interesting, weird board. There we go, Mr. Gassard hitting his 9. Looks like he wants to lead it out here. Cuts out the raising chips, and he opts to overbet here. Quite interesting. The 9 did bring in a flush draw of spades, which he might be afraid of. Pretty cool. So he's going to take that one down with his overbet. But on a ace-jack board, it's quite interesting with small blind versus big blind. Obviously, either of them could have a reg ace or somewhat connected jack, like a jack 8 suited, something like that. It's definitely within the big blind's defending range. And we're off to the next hand, action on Max Devson. Max getting a bit short here with 20 big blinds. He's not really been able to find the spots that he needs to. He's not really getting the tools here. Would like to see him be getting some more playable hands. Next hand he'll be on the big blind. We'll see how he plays that. Holds around to Mr. Gassard on the dealer button. 10-8 off. Gonna let that one go. And yeah, again, another small blind versus big blind hand. And here with 7-3 offsuit from small blind, I think sometimes you want to actually raise your worst hands. You want to protect your raising range. So 7-3 offsuit can quite often of the time actually be a raise here. Sheldon waking up with 2 big face cards. He puts in a raise. Giovanni going to posture a little bit here, but he's going to let that one go.
Raise to 16,000.
It's 58 on top.
All right, so we're off to the next hand. Johan gonna fold his suited jack.
Check up it.
All in.
All in.
58.
Nico lets go of his ace-8. King 10 offsuit from the cutoff is definitely an open here for Mr. Gassard. Gonna let it go. So yeah, just this stone bubble pressure is really weighing heavily on a lot of these players' decision making here, I believe. Like I said earlier, no one really wants to go out on the stone bubble. I think we're just gonna have to wait for a big setup of a hand, you know, aces versus kings kind of situation at this rate, to actually see a player either double up or get knocked out. It's gonna have to be quite a cooler of a hand. Sheldon here, one of the more aggressive players at the table. He's gonna raise his ace-4. Max doesn't have anything he can defend with. Unfortunately, he just has to fold that. Sheldon's gonna take it down and he's gonna chip up.
6,000. Cool. 6,000. 50. That's 215.
Hey, yeah.
Got some enthusiastic
Small and big blind.
people in the background there.
6,000, 6,000.
Alright, so here Mr. Gassard with sixes in the hijack. He's more than happy to open this one up. Raises up to 18,000. Quite a big raise. You do see this quite often. Players tend to raise a little bit bigger when they have smaller pocket pairs. It's an interesting population tendency of players within these tournaments. Sheldon lets go of his ace-4. Max can't make a move. And action is on our big blind. He's got ace-queen. There we go. Let's see if he puts in a 3-bet here.
14.
Looks like he's cutting out some raising chips.
14,000.
Apologies, that's just a call.
14.
And off to a flop we go. This is going to be quite interesting. Opting not to raise from the big blind, he does retain his big blind range advantage here. He does connect with the queen. Yeah, and Cedric just has an underpair. Mr. Gassard has an underpair to the board here. Apologies, I think the graphics were incorrect on the flop there. It looked like Mr. Johan hit his queen. He didn't.
No, you see, check how many chips you got after you doubled up with that flush. Yeah. I think the whole table says pay the board, pay the board.
You're killing us. We all could have gone to bed, man.
Yeah, Mr. Gossard there with his sixes. It's an underpair to the board. Johan just has to bet there, and he's going to bet it and take it down.
6,000. 6,000.
Max Davidson giving out a big yawn. I think that's quite representative of everyone on the table. Maybe even a little bit here in the commentary booth. It's getting quite late.
17,000.
Been a long day for everyone involved. But yeah, we're all here to play and watch some poker, and it's, at the end of the day, it's what everyone here loves doing. And I'm sure even in their tiredness, they're all having good fun being here on the feature table. Probably first time for a lot of these players be featured on the feature table.
17.
And to make it this deep, 8 players remaining, 7 players get through. Regardless of the time, regardless of how tired everyone is, I'm sure everyone here is super excited to be here.
And we were thinking David was going to finish 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
Thinking that Queen. They said King Jack. They said King Jack. You get King Jack is way ahead.
But also for them, they're on 15-minute flights. So it becomes a crapshoot. Yeah, only the first 8
Max is going to open up here with his ace-6 suited.
Yeah, thereafter
He's going to take it down. Yeah, and you know, it's just these little chip ups here and there, just taking down the blinds. It's really crucial at this stage of the tournament. So any pot one is any chip one is worth a lot here at this point.
It's just interesting to see.
Chipping up is crucial. Taking down these little pots in these spots, you absolutely have to go for it.
6,000 to call.
Yeah.
It's nice to learn from it, you know. The thing is, you know, when you play a little bit under pressure, it's difficult.
It's the 70.
Vamos.
70,000.
All right, off to the next hand. Seems to be folding around.
70.
No one really seems to be waking up with any playable hands here. Max with 9-8 offsuit from the cutoff. Yeah, I think he would fancy to play this. Looks like he does. Quite a thin spot to take, being 20 big blinds deep. But I think he's catching on that the players here are not opening wide enough. They're not defending wide enough, and he's gonna use that to his advantage. Johan with 6s on the button, he's going to let it go. And these players are just trying to just ladder up and make it to today to tomorrow. David, it's a gross spot, but he can't really defend with 9-3 suited here. And Max applying the correct amount of pressure here. As you can see, he can do it with 8-9 offsuit from the cutoff. And it's a good move.
$6,000 to call.
What level right now?
6,000 to call.
No, that's us. Yeah, it's catching up. Hulle is amper verby ons. Ons het 2 ure terug geolie gehad. Kry die rubberie uit. Nou is ons weg. I guess. Show my
Check raise.
Alright. Nog steeds 8. Fijn.
Check.
Wat is hulle average?
Check a bet.
Alright. Okay, maar hulle is nog hoeveel ver?
10,000. Button move, please. Thank you.
Go on.
Echt hoe de uitzet tot tanking.
Not much. Okay. Can't even remember now, to be honest with you. Better than a king,
Apologies for the bout of silence. I was just chatting off mic with my friend Nick here. We've got a lot to organize, a lot to do tomorrow. So we're just trying to plan ahead. Hope you've been enjoying the content so far. Finally, we're seeing a run out.
6,000.
Nico, I need to catch up on the action here, but looks like Nico defended his big blind. I assume Sheldon limped in with his queen 9. Nico pairing his 5 on the flop. He gets the check mark. His hand is good. Sheldon is turning his hand into a bluff here. Betting quite small, out of position. And second pair, it's a difficult spot for Nico to actually call off here. And he does. He makes the correct call. Good to see. His 5 is good. And you know, good effort from Sheldon for taking initiative and trying to take this pot down. I think on any other day, that bet would probably work.
6,000 to call. Check a raise.
All in. I say you know.
Not yet. Potentially later down the road.
Alright, I think so.
Check a bet. Check a bet.
So, off to the next hand here. Action on our friend, Mr. Sheldon Grove. Apologies, action was on Giovanni Cluti there. There we go. Sheldon waking up with 9-10 suited, +1. We know he loves to see flops. It's a really fun hand to play. He does put in the raise. And it's good. I think players need to start widening up their ranges a little bit here, taking a bit more initiative, trying to just win pots where they can. You know, we're getting a lot of blind versus blind pots where the button could be raising. You know, and most likely getting it through. So let's see what happens here. Nico, queen 10 offsuit from the small blind. Yeah, it's not really worth defending there. Doesn't have to get involved unnecessarily, and you don't want to call and be out of position. Mr. Gassard here with pocket 2s in the big blind. It's a very marginal spot, I think, facing an under the gun range raise. He does opt to fold it out. Looks like Sheldon did show his 9-10 suited to the table just to build up a little bit of an image, show these guys that he's here to play.
I'm going out, Yassi.
Trying to count the stacks, right?
Anybody, as long as you're not me.
Yeah. Pretty non-discriminatory at this stage.
aces and kings somewhere.
6,000. 6,000.
Yeah, there you heard on the table. Someone mentioned we just need aces and kings somewhere. I think that is probably the only way we're going to get a player knocked out at this rate.
Raise to 15,000. 15,000.
All right, Giovanni Klitter on the big blind this hand. Action on Sheldon. Jack 8 offsuit, that's definitely not good enough even for him to open up here under the gun. Nothing for Max. There we go, Queen 10 suited from the hijack for Carlos Neyman. He's gonna raise. 9-7 suited from the cutoff for David. He might see this as an invitation to play, seeing that the players behind him are not too aggressive. Obviously, he doesn't want to get too involved with the big stack, being Nico. But he does opt to let it go.
Just talking about kings and aces, eh?
Giovanni with pocket fours in the big blind.
Big blind 8,000. Small blind 4,000.
Got quite a decision to make here.
Must be nice.
I've been waiting.
I haven't seen you.
So it looks like he just went for the flat call.
Hij wil niet op die babbel spelen met alleen. Laat ik net de reizen niet.
Ja.
En dan zou bij je dan ook
Hoping to see a low board for Giovanni Klitter.
8,000.
Ace high is not what he wants to be seeing with his pocket fours here. Checks it over.
8,000 to call.
Carl, as the open raiser, definitely going to bet this ace high flop. Smashes his range.
8.
Giovanni with second pair here. Doesn't look good. He's going to let it go. There we go. Carl takes down the pot.
Raise to 20,000. 20.
There we have one of the outer tables, I believe, of day 1B. They still have 8 players. They're playing down till 5. Mr. Okifari sitting in seat 5. Fellow Cape Townian, seat 9, Jacobus. So yeah, please bear with me. It is actually my first day commentating. It's my first day at SunBet Poker Tour at the Monster Jam. I don't have the player relations like Nick Gara does, so I'm still learning everyone's names, learning the players. But I'll learn quite quickly. So, action on David. There we go. Wakes up with Ace King.
8,000.
Got 150,000 in his stack. Blinds are 3,000, 6,000, 6,000. Very standard. Puts in a raise to 15k.
No, I did this.
Folds around to Giovanni. Queen 6. Definitely can't defend that. And Sheldon with Ace 10 here on the big blind. He's definitely going to want to see a flop. I think if David is getting a bit out of line here from time to time, Sheldon could actually 3-bet him here, holding the ace blocker. He does opt to make the call.
8,000 to call.
Jack deuce 5 on the flop. Ace king is still ahead. Oof, and Sheldon connects with his 10 here.
8,000.
That was actually the only card that could have put Sheldon in the lead. So quite a lucky turn for him. He decides to lead out here for 15,000. It's about a
17,000.
third pot, very standard size bet.
17,000 more.
And David just doesn't believe him here. He puts in the raise.
Up to 17, 9,000.
Yeah, so Sheldon makes a very quick call. I think the alarm bells should be starting to go off here for David.
You are finished. Fuck me.
And there we go, a king on the river.
Finish? Yeah.
Very back and forth hand here. Obviously David was ahead pre-flop, Sheldon ahead on the turn, and David did find one of his outs here, being the king, top pair, top kicker. And let's see, Sheldon checked it over quickly. Let's see how much value David thinks he can get from this spot. Obviously targeting a hand like ace-10, who's floating the turn. He bets 40k into a pot of 120. It's about a third pot bet. So let's see what Sheldon does here with his third pair top kicker. It's not looking too good anymore.
23,000.
We have 25, we have 23.
Obviously from the hijack, David does have a lot of jacks. He does have a lot of kings as well, some tens. Good bet by David there. Trying to squeeze out a little bit of value. He does show his king.
Small and big
Should have
blind.
been exactly 3, eh?
So Sheldon relieved by the fact that he did
And we
make the correct fold there. If I was David, I might have showed the ace instead, just to haunt him a little bit, you know.
Because it goes up to 24, and then anything above 24 is the fourth.
Ja, maar dat is 12%.
Small blind, 4,000.
12% is 3. Precies.
24,
This
25
is
is
number
4.
1 in 8 is
4,000.
both.
1 in 8, not.
Is it more? 25 times 12%. That was all. It's 3.
No.
It's 12 and a half, it's 1 in 8.
1 in 8. It's not.
12.5.
It's not.
So to divide 1 by 8 and then multiply. Even 12.5 doesn't make 4.
I think it's right anyway.
Never
Who cares?
Who cares, yeah.
8,000.
We can finish also 8.
Doesn't matter.
Nah, we play. We play here till 4 in the morning. We keep playing. So that's blood.
8,000.
9-5 off for Johan, he lets it go.
Natural 9.
Ace-6 under the gun +1 for Carl, not quite good enough to open in his position with his stack size.
8,000.
David gonna raise here with unknown 2 cards. His cards didn't read correctly on the
4,000 more.
RFID. But it makes it a little bit more interesting here. So he just opened with ace-king. Let's see what he's opening from under the gun +2. Let's see if Max can even defend. So here with Jack 10 offsuit, he can definitely defend this. On his big blind. And he's going to make the call. So yeah, even a little technical glitch here where David didn't pull his cards over the RFID quite correctly. It's a little bit of fun here to kind of sweat with Max. Checks it over. Quick check back from David. 9-9 king. King on the turn. So Max probably not really loving this, thinking that David does have a lot of ace-x in his range. Obviously ace-x is way ahead on a double paired board. And he bets, and it's a snap fold from Max. I assume thinking the same thought process that I was thinking there.
6.625. So there's an extra player. If 25 we get 4.
They fucked up. They should have been under 3 there.
Yeah, 100%, yeah.
So David picking his spots quite well and playing them correctly. Quite an entertaining player to watch from a technical standpoint.
We more than doubled in him.
Yeah,
We
so
should
then
be 8.
multiply by them.
And yeah, he's doing what he needs to do to make it to day 2, and I think he will definitely be one of the players who will.
I like it. No, three actually on the dot.
Mr. Gassard looking quite short.
So we should be. No, it's correct.
We
They
could,
should be 3 though.
Yeah.
We are
We could,
6.625.
but I don't.
6.625 we are here. They are 3.
Double.
Double.
It's too late, they're already bagged.
No, but fuck that. It should just stop.
So yeah, the card distribution in this deck is
12% only 3.
very strange. Not a lot of players are waking up with any hands, and when they do, none of their opponents are waking up with any hands. Mr. Gassard here with ace-3 suited from the hijack. He's going to open this up.
Just to shrug his shoulders.
3.12 is meant to be.
Folds through to max in the small blind. 10-3 off, can't do anything with that. That goes into the muck.
I just did it on the map.
And Johan 6-4 off from the big blind.
Cheers.
Cheers.
He's going to let that go.
Go 1 divided by 8. Right?
Yeah, it's 12.5.
Times 24 players. Exactly.
Not the 25 players.
25 players. That's why the difference.
8,004.
Let's just finish arguing.
We are 25, we got 4.8.
Yeah, so that's 3 point.
So how many should we then be? Work out. No, 1 and 8, us. It's not 7 then.
No, but if
So, but no, but
25 gets 4, 50 gets 8 logical.
Oh, I see how they do it.
so if it goes over 3, it goes to the next number.
Yeah, let's do it. Who cares? Fucking run it.
Okay, I could have been in there.
We want to see. Would have been over if you fucking played a few hands. Yes.
Alright,
see?
so David
That's
under the
spurred
gun.
him on.
Ace-3 off suit.
One timer.
Not exactly a hand you want to be opening under the gun.
Put them there for you.
Let's
No,
go.
she's asking you. I know you can't hear.
Nico with the chip lead. 6-4 suited under the gun +1. Can't really play it. He maybe could get tricky from time to time, but that's definitely not in line with his play style.
I mean, 25.
Nothing for Sheldon.
You would think it would be, well, that would be 6.2.
Here we go, Max with Queen 8 offsuit
24.
in position.
1,000.
And he's got about 15 big blinds left. He's quite short, so this hand is definitely going to be a raise fold for him. But he's more than happy to get a call from the big blind and play a pot in position.
She said 48, and then between
Carl not even going to defend his jack 9 in the big blind. It's a little bit of a tight fold, in my opinion. At the end of the day, everything that I'm saying here is just my opinion. It's how I view the game and how I would play it. I do think Jack 9 is definitely a call against a player like Max opening from the button. You know, he's going to be opening pretty wide, as you can see, with Queen 8 offsuit. But at the end of the day, Max is going to take that one down. He's going to chip up. He's going to take down 2.5 big blinds. And it's a positive EV play from him.
4,000, yeah.
So 50 seconds have been eat.
we played a 3.5 hour long bubble. So it's,
Yeah, because
so
no one
just
fucking want to go out.
just call it like, fucking, sorry, that wasn't a bubble. You sat here for no fucking reason for 3 hours.
Nico not really getting much to work with here since the beginning, since the end of the previous break. Giovanni lets go of his King Queen offsuit from +1. Sheldon with Ace 9, he has got 10 big blinds. He opts to raise this, maybe to raise to induce a shove and maybe call off. Let's see what happens.
Raise.
Johan with Queen 10 suited on the button.
7-2.
And I think in this position, it's more than okay to just flat call here. See a flop, play it's a hand that flops all right, and you generally want to play hands in position. Carl lets go of his King 5 suited, and David, with 2 players in this pot, unfortunately has to fold his 3 deuce offsuit. Fun fact, it is the lowest equity starting hand in poker.
One time bank, please. Re-raise. 53,000.
So Sheldon hits his ace. Nothing for Johan, but some backdoor hearts. He has to let it go. Sheldon chips, and he'll take down a decent pot. He does show the ace of hearts.
What are you just gonna call, Sheldon? Just gamble, man.
And it's interesting here to see these players show their hands, show how they're playing.
No gamble, no future.
Each to his own, but your opponents can definitely use that against you. We are playing poker at the end of the day, so yeah.
Trust me, I think it's 5 of clubs. Go check the camera. Will he take any bet you want? King of
Much
clubs,
needed pot for Sheldon, who was very short, down to 10 big blinds. He had 60,000 in his stack.
Just make it 20,000.
Maybe we've got a funny deck.
Yeah, but much needed pot for him.
Not maybe, 100%.
How do you know? Maybe there's 2 king of clubs.
You know, you say that at Carnival, there were 2 king of spades on one hand. And the flop, the guy, he had a set of kings. He had a king of spades in his hand and a king of spades.
Took a side here. King 6 off under the gun.
Okay, I win this hand.
Lets it go. Gio lets his cards go. Nothing for Sheldon.
8,000.
Folds around to call in the big blind. Sorry, on the dealer button. My apologies.
What was the
And he's got something here that he wants to play.
Huh? 2-4.
Putting in the raise.
Okay, so
And that looks like
3-5.
And their average stack was only like 1.
maybe about 14k. Sorry, I can't quite see from here. The graphics are lagging a little bit.
That's actually kind of crazy, yeah.
There we go, they're quickly gonna catch up. Nico lets it go. And Carl is gonna take this one down.
Yeah.
There we go, as you see there, he raised to 15,000 with ace-10 offsuit on the button, very standard. Neither blinds woke up with anything that they could defend with, and he's gonna take that pot down.
3.5 or up, you would say yes, it's 4. Yeah, it's 3.1. But if you go 3.5 and up, I would say yes. But below 3.5,
So Gio here. Graphics are a little bit ahead of us, but we can see he picks up ace king. He's got about 26.5 big blinds in his stack, so this is an easy open for him.
Nico raises one.
What happened?
What's wrong?
Afrikaans joke. Did you have lower grade in English?
So Gio putting in the raise here.
What's math?
Mathematics.
What's that?
What do you mean, what's that? Mathematics. Oh, you never had it?
What do you mean lower grade?
You had like a lower grade, standard grade.
8,000.
Max respecting the under the gun range of Giovanni there, folding his king jack. A hand that often gets newer players in quite a bit of trouble from time to time. King jack, not quite as strong as you think it is versus an under the gun range. And it's just going to fold around. Gio's going to pick up 2.5 big blinds here.
Right. 22.
So yeah, I say 2.5 because it's obviously the big blind ante, and the small blind.
At best. You.
Unbelievable. Good read, eh?
One.
You'll see later. make you wait until you get in your bed.
Fuck that, I'm not watching this thing. I'm fucking tired, I have to do this again.
So Sheldon here with Jack 3.
Okay, raise or all in?
Can't play that. Max with the weak ace. Can't play it from such an early position. I'm sure he is itching to wake up with an actual hand here that he can play as his stack progressively shrinks. King 10 suited. Very nice hand here for Johan. He's going to open up.
Let's say 18,000.
Folds around to Mr. Gassard in the small blind. Queen 6 suited. And that's just not a hand that he can play from that position. Giovanni 9-5 offsuit. Also not quite defendable. Maybe a 9-6 offsuit be a little bit better. Quite strange. A lot of these players on their big blind are waking up with hands that are just not really defendable, which is not a big selection of hands. You know, if all things considered. There we go. View of our outer table. Looks like they're down to 5 players. 4 are going to go through from that group. That this day 1B is going a little bit faster than day 1A, because day 1B is working on a faster blind schedule. It's a little bit more of a hyper kind of tournament, I believe. And as you can see, they're already much more short-handed than the players of day 1A. So yeah, nothing here for Max again under the gun. Really, he's a capable player, but he's just not really getting the tools to do anything. Johan with a very nice hand, ace 10 suited, under the gun +1. Puts in a very standard raise. Nothing for Carl. Quite a weak, odd ace here for David. He's going to let that one go. And I say odd because ace 6, you can't really make, it's not connected in the way that you can make a straight like you can with ace 5. And especially of the unsuited variety, it's just really not as good as a hand as a lot of people do think. Giovanni here with king 4 offsuit from the small blind. Lets it go. And Sheldon with nothing that he can... Oh no, he's looking at his cards. Let's see, queen 5. So yeah, the theme continues. The big blinds just can't really defend. Queen 8 and up, I think he can find the call there. But queen 5 offsuit, it's just quite cruel what these poor big blinds are going through at the moment.
Ah, vamos!
There's Nick walking in the background.
We'll have to watch the stream.
Button move, please.
What's that one?
Queen's
Big blind 8,800.
Queen's minimum. Huh?
I'm telling you.
Minimum queen.
What did you have?
Johan, jack 9, under the gun. Let's go.
Yeah.
Nah, a little bit worse.
Well, then it's ace 2 off.
Nah, a bit worse.
Folds around to Nico. Lets it go with his jack 8. 8-6 for Giovanni on the dealer button, position where you want to be playing as many hands as possible. If you go look at the GTO opening ranges, you're playing about 50-51% of every hand, of all hands possible that you could be dealt. You're opening them up in position from the button if it's folded round to you. Sheldon going to make the call here with his 9-7 off. Max dominated with 8-7 off. Checks it through. And we're off to a flop to see a little bit of blind on blind action.
How long is the next break? Also 15 minutes.
Ace, King, 5 on the flop. Some players do have a limping range that contain a lot of aces and kings from the small blind. Sheldon's going to lead this one out, and Max is just going to let that go.
Je weet Jan gekleurd dat... Blikkie dat. Nee, dat is zo is het niet hij niet. But he's got mint so chewing gum or something, yeah.
Allemaal zo mooi rechts op de scriptelijk. Zo is allemaal zo mooi rechts op de scriptelijk.
Beaches or anything.
The rest. 44,000.
Gary, can we get some beaches here or some snacks, please? Is this gonna carry on till the...
So yeah, this is quite a slow top 8 here as the players are under immense pressure on the stone bubble. So we're just going through the motions. Call with Queen Jack off suit under the gun. Not exactly strong enough to be opening under the gun with a short stack, especially with all this pressure for the players who are trying to make it through to tomorrow, day 2.
To go.
Suited Jack for Geo on the cutoff. He could get a little bit out of line here and opt to open this up. Preferably you would want to be opening up pretty much all suited Jacks from the dealer button. Unfortunately he wasn't in quite late enough position to open that. Sheldon with a very weak king, he lets it go. Max with a suited queen here. 15 big blinds. He opts to make the call. Ace 4 for Johan in his big blind. He makes a call, or rather he checks. Off to a flop we go. So nothing here for Max. He's got some backdoor clubs, maybe some backdoor straights. Ace high of Johan is still in the lead. 5 of hearts on the turn. Doesn't change much.
What did you have? Ace King? Oh my goodness! Look at this hand! Oh my word! Wow, vamos!
She goes check. Let's see if the river can help out Max. No, ace high is good. Johan gets the check. Check mark. Might I correct? Action goes check, and ace high is good. Very small pot here. Just no betting on any street. Just check down all the way. Ace high is good.
Yeah, super cooler. Vamos. Value bet, more value bet.
4,000,
Max,
8,000,
you have to get rid of it. You've got 10 minutes.
So David here with Queen 6 under the gun.
With the ace king, eh?
I get a little ahead of myself here. Seems we usually get this under the gun hand before we get it fully dealt.
Good night, nurse. First day and go home, bro.
Obviously we got maybe a 10-second delay or something with the card readers.
Would have been a fun run.
King Queen suited here for Nico. Chip leader on this table. Certainly going to open this. And as he should, I think he should really be applying some pressure here.
We love it so much.
After what, 2 hours or more on this being 8-handed.
8,000.
I think you can pick up that a lot of these players are playing quite timidly, and as the chip leader, you should be putting on the pressure. In quite an unlucky spot here as Johan wakes up with aces from the small blind. He's going to think this one through.
16. 16,000.
Not exactly an ideal scenario for Nico, considering Johan is quite deep. He's got 230,000 in his stack. He does put it in the 3-bet from the small blind. Good sizing 4x. Obviously, Carl can't defend this. But Nico facing a 3-bet here with King Queen suited. He's going to let that one go.
Let's do 16,000.
He would be playing in position. I don't think it's a bad call to make. Obviously, Johan is 3-betting from the small blind with the premium of premiums. But yeah, I don't hate the call with King Queen suited there.
You had ace 9, you had aces.
Unblocking your opponent from having a couple ace-x combos to 3-bet from the small blind, so you could be behind. But playing in position, it's quite important. 2 suited cards, 2 big Broadway cards.
That was the first end of the tournament.
Can definitely call it 3-bet, I think.
He's got pocket aces.
Obviously, it also comes down to who's 3-betting you, who's on the small blind, you know, what kind of player type is he.
He's going to set the kings on
Yeah.
pocket aces. Turn comes rag, river comes ace. 3 aces, 2 kings, 3 kings, 2 aces.
Huh? Well, no, of course. I mean, I bust if it doesn't come my ace.
It's nice, but I think you want to stick.
Chugga birds.
So it looks like it's folding around.
Like this around 4 and 7. Think like in your head, it's like, wait, we've got more people.
Action on max, Queen 3 off suit.
50,000.
And on about 88,000.
And they finished on 2-4.
What's that? 14 big blinds or so.
That's it.
Can't do anything there.
So we'll start from 5.
Johan pocket fours in position on the leader button. He's gonna open this pot up to 15 to 20,000.
Give him those outs now.
David pocket tens from the big blind.
You called the 6 last time. Oh, there we go. Yes, that's over. Yes, yes. We play another couple of days. Yeah, can we play some more? Down to 6.
Nice, eh?
Jesus.
I get 60 off.
David is cutting out some raising chips. Going for the 3-bet, doesn't really want to see a flop, doesn't really want to play out of position here with his pocket tens. Let's see what he does.
Wow,
So
what a
yeah,
super
there he
cooler
does.
for
He
that,
puts
man.
it in the 3-bet. And Johan with quite an unhappy expression there. He doesn't really want to fold his 4s, but he is forced to. And it's a good 3-bet there from David. Good sizing. It is a hand you should be 3-betting there. Yeah, it's good to see David making a good play like that from the big blind. Like I said, you don't really want to be playing out of position, and you don't really want to be playing with pocket tens against a tight player like Johan, who could be opening from the button with a lot of king queen or ace-x combos, all of which, if they connect on the flop, your tens are pretty much useless. All right, and we are off to the next hand. Mr. Gassard folds his 6 deuce off suit under the gun. Queen 8 suited is quite a pretty hand under the gun +1, but it's definitely not good enough to open, especially this deep into the tournament when stack sizes are getting quite short. Ace Jack suited for Max Devison here in the hijack. Blinds have gone up. We're on 4,000, 8,000, 8,000 now. Everyone's stack has just shrunk proportionally once again. It's been a long and grueling top 8 here as we play for 7 places. Max is going to open this up to about 2.1 big blinds. And Nico's going to wake up with pocket 9s in his big blind here. So quite interested to see how he opts to play this one. He's been playing quite passive, quite tight. That is his play style. Nothing wrong with it. He is the chip leader. He got there by making some good decisions, correct folds, and he opts for the call here. Flop comes ace high, 2 spades with a king. I don't think Nico is very fond of his 9s here. Now this is a board that Max should be c-betting quite often. And he is going to go 2 spades out there, so I think he might opt to go for a slightly bigger sizing. Yeah, so he bet half pot. Very standard. And well done by Max Davison for taking that one down. So now that the blinds have gone up, everyone is playing a shorter stack. I think we might see a few more all-in pre-flops, hopefully. 7 deuce for Max, he's not going to get involved. So the card distribution for the last while has been quite odd. No one is really getting any playable hands. It's very weird. 10-3 off in the small blind. For Nico. He's going to make the call here. Mr. Gassard with 9-6 suited. Checks that one back. And off to c3. Queen 10-5. Both players miss. Oh, apologies. Nico pairs his 10 there. Second pair. Action goes check, check. 6 on the turn. Quite interesting now as Mr. Gassard pairs his 6. And I think Nico wants to start getting some chips into this pot. Start building a pot and hopefully getting some value. Bets 10,000 into 24,000. It's a small enough size to float one with a 6, I think. Mr. Gassard actually min clicks it here. Repping a queen, repping maybe some flush draws, straight draws. Five of hearts completes the river, completes a backdoor runner flush draw. Action does go check check, however, and Nico's pair of 10s is good. So I'm sure a lot of these guys are getting quite fatigued. It's getting pretty late. Footage you're seeing now is taken at 1:30. These guys have been playing. The tournament started at 1 p.m. So it's been 12 and a half hours of grinding for a lot of these guys who started when the tournament opened up at 1 p.m. Obviously, some guys came in, registered late, but for the most part, a lot of these guys have been playing for 12 hours. Don't think so. All right, action on Sheldon under the gun. 6 deuce off. That'll go to the muck. Ace 4 for max. Can't play that. Action on Johan. Looking at the TV, checking out the levels, checking out the time. His friend Carl there tapped him on the elbow. Ace 7 offsuit under the gun +2. He's got 30 big blinds. He decides to raise this one up. And here we go, Ace Queen in the hijack for Carl. Carl opts for the fold there with Ace Queen. Quite a tight fold, I think. Yeah, definitely 3-bet there. Quite often folds around to Mr. Gossard in the small blind, Queen 6 suited, same hand that Max defended his small blind with earlier. He let that one go. And action on Giovanni here. After a little bit of a think, he lets that one go. And Johan's going to take this pot down. All right, guys. So that's it for me tonight. Thank you for sticking around, listening to me. I hope I brought some value. I hope it was entertaining. Christine is going to come take my spot here. I think Nick Gara is going to jump in a little bit, and hopefully they bring a little bit of a refreshing aspect here. We've had quite a grueling top 8. It's been quite slow. Everyone's just going through the motions, and I think we're waiting for some Ace King versus Queens or Aces versus Kings situation here. All right, off to you guys.
Yeah,
Cheers.
thanks, Jamie. Well done today. Brilliant debut. I think it's important to groom the next generation, and you certainly are the next generation, and we're looking forward to what the future holds for you. But getting back to the now old boys on the block, you know, Chris, how does that make you feel? Do you do you do you really? I mean, we all start feeling when you hit that 30 mark, things creak a little bit differently. you know, I just want to cross back here to the game, where we see Nick Vickers opening, or sorry, three betting with aces against Max Devison's open with King Queen off, and the action I'm sure will pursue from here. So, if Chris, if you can continue the hand and give
Yeah,
us some of your thoughts on it.
yeah, sure. I mean, let's jump straight into it. Well, Max gets him through, or folds. Nicker gets him through. There was not much to say about that one. But getting back to your question, um, closer to 40 than 30 these days. So yeah, surprised everything still works. It's touch and go. You wake up and your knee makes a noise it's not supposed to, and then end up going to the bathroom 2 or 3 times additionally a night, which is a problem.
That's a bit of an overshare, but our
But
viewers probably the pain a little bit.
no, well, apparently so does Jamie. Huh? That's just
Mate,
yeah.
and he's 23. He's got a long way to go.
No, that's it, man. That's it. But overall, I mean, this table's been full of action, pal. On my little break, I was sitting watching, and ow, that's all I can say.
It's truly been the definition of a grind, and I think uh, big up to the players around the table. It is past 1 o'clock in the morning. The guys have been slugging away at this for over 12 hours now. Yes, there's been intermittent breaks here and there, but the task is not done. The guys have to get through. They have to push through hard. They've got to find the right spot. They don't want to get knocked out now after putting in all these hours of work. And I think that is showing in the way the table dynamics have unfolded here tonight. And Chris, elaborate a little bit on that table dynamics. What do people? How does it factor in? What are you looking for as a person that's been around the block? You've seen it all. I think you've seen all the characters. You've come across all the characters. What is table dynamics for you? What does it mean for you as a past, present, and future player?
100%, mate. I mean, looking at, there's going to be spots where the more aggressive players that have bigger stacks are going to take advantage of the shorter stacks and put a lot more pressure on them. So you'll be seeing them open a lot wider in position, really putting the players to a decision. Like you said, it's nearly one hot post one or whatever the time is. We never know in this place because the guys are just putting their head down and going to work. But you don't want to fall short by one place. But unfortunately, that is going to be someone. And it is part and parcel of this game we love and hate at the same time. But yeah, you'll see. Like, for example, I'm going to use Max. Max is very good at applying that pressures, especially opening a late position, clicking back out of the big blind or the small blind to an open from the button. So yeah, there's also very interesting table dynamics taking place at the moment. These guys have been sitting with each other for basically the whole day. Some of them, and then some of the others have been added in additionally. So yeah, there's a lot of interesting dynamics that are going on. There's interesting in-game stuff that we could not have picked up that some of the other players have picked up from there and utilizing to their benefit, and some not. So yeah, and like I said, unfortunately, there is going to be one unhappy person that's going to get to sleep in a little late tomorrow.
Yeah, at this point in time, it looks like we're only going to leave you at 6 in the morning. The rate these oaks are playing at. But that's the beauty of the game. You never know what moment's going to pop up when, and it's so cool to see that these gents just have this stamina to go at it. And I was chatting to Jamie early on about it, about that whole idea of, let's call it poker fitness, table stamina if you must. What have you found a little tricks of the trade that you've done in the past to make it work and help you to just get through the day, especially in a grind session like this, where 13 hours deep, you're hurting, your brain's not functioning properly, you're not thinking straight anymore. What have you done that has helped you in the past?
Well, I mean, first off, ideally, post tournament, you want to be getting a good night's sleep. Ideally, I know it's very hard. You know, you got to take the continual excitement to it, but the sleeping patterns are ideal. Secondly, you'll find you see a lot of guys having backpacks with them and so on and so forth. Me personally, when I come through, I got backpack. You know, I've got some fruit in there, some like a banana or apple, orange, whatever it is, just to keep me going throughout. Because you'll have a break every 2 or 3 hours, and with that break coming up, I like to get away from it, just to like switch off for 15 minutes, regain my composure, not think about too much with regards to poker, but just try and relax and come back and do the best job I possibly can. But everyone's routines are different. I mean, that was just mine.
Yeah, I mean, I've personally seen a couple of players going to the casino section of this. I mean, we are broadcasting live from Times Square Casino. You know, there are a couple of punters that enjoy, dabbling in a little couple of table games and going to slot machines. I'm
Sure.
personally more in the favor of stepping outside the building because you spend so much time inside the building without even realizing it. The time just flies in this place. Um, so yeah, for me personally, I like to get outside. Whether it be chill at the pool for a little bit, or even just walk onto the street, listen to the sounds and the hustle bustle of good old Menlyn Park around us. It's a really really nice area to be in. Some cool shops and shopping centers. So worth exploring, especially if you're running deep in a tournament. Nice way to get out is to go and have supper across the road, or you can even have it in house. There's incredible restaurants on site. But just to freshen that brain up, have a change of scenery. It's
Yeah.
nice getting out.
But like you said, some guys like to go into the casino itself. Some prefer that are staying in the hotel, like to venture off into their room. Just, whatever works for you.
Get you back reset into the zone.
Exactly that. Exactly that. So this action's still going. As we said, there will be unfortunately one person that is not going to be too happy with the result, but we got to see what happens. Let's have a look here. Over to Max. Looks like he's on the cutoff, reaching for some chips. Looks like he's making 22k to go. Over to Johan on the button. See what
Seems
he's
to have a
thinking.
bit of a decision here. I mean,
100%.
is he pondering? Is he pondering the raise? Obviously, with the screen graphics off, we can't see what hand he has here.
Yeah.
But we can only assume that by the time the decision made, again, difficult spots, difficult positions, brain's not functioning at 100% because everyone's tired and exhausted. Time bank's getting thrown in now, which again just comes down to time needed, and it does look like a raise.
Yeah, it looks like he made about
And
70,000. And Max just tossed it into the muck.
Max half asleep at the table there by the looks of things. He's even a seasoned pro like him struggling to get through this a session, which has truly been a proper grind. I mean, if
Yeah.
you come to think about it, he's played in fields of thousands and thousands of players at a time. It doesn't make a difference to the session that you might need to put in. This tournament saw 53 entries come in today, and they're playing to the top 7. And the fatigue setting in. Maybe a little bit too much poker for him over the last couple of months. Maybe he had a bad night's rest, like you said and alluded to earlier on.
Yeah.
But even the pros struggle at times. There's moments where you go into deep, dark places. You need to be able to pull yourself out of it. And Chris comes back to the word experience for today. His experience will and should get him through here. I don't foresee him struggling too much other than the sleep factor, which is clearly a factor,
Yeah.
and out of his control.
That is a big thing as well, especially, after a long day's grind like this, go home, put your head down. As soon as you close your eyes, that computer inside your skull still sticks over.
Well, speaking of Max, Max has picked up the aces here. Let's see if he can create a bit of action.
I mean, he's coming off 12 big blinds effective, 4, 8, 8 for 100k. So let's see what he does. Looks like he has bumped up 17k over Dion. 8-4 the cutoff going into the muck. Carl gets out the way. Oh, Dave's got ace king in the small blind.
Could this be the one, the hand that undoes the hours of grind?
Yeah, let's see. Dave in the tank here working out. 30,000 for him to call. 37 in the middle already. 2.5 to 1 his money, and we go. Off to the flop.
At first glance, it actually looks like he's putting a raise here, and it'll be interesting to see if yeah, he has. He's raised it to 44. I mean,
44,000. Right,
surely,
Max has got 83 behind.
you know, in my past experience, and I've seen Max do weirder things here. I mean, for me personally, I would just get it in because I don't think somebody's folding if they've raised to 44k and you jamming for 83k behind with 83k behind that they'd be folding. But Max again knows his skill level, knows where he wants to take people, and has just decided to flat call the aces here. Let's see the action. Oh my
Wow.
word! What a spot!
Bloodshed. King, 6, 2 spades. Over to David. 104 in the middle. Sizing wise, let's see what he does.
And again, David here has to contemplate all the factors. How does he get Max to put his money in?
That is a
And
very odd size. Sorry to interrupt there. He's got about 10% of pot.
yeah, I mean, if that's not a signal, then I don't know what is. But Max obviously backing himself here, thinking, you know what, if so be it. If he has a king, maybe because of the 10% value here, he can spike something, and true as God on the turn comes. It increases his odds to 10 outs, so he's got a chance, and he'll know that. I would expect it to go check here and then another raise from David because of the thing. And oh
Wow. So
my
we're
word!
check, river ace, boating up for both players. But Max has the absolute stone cold nuts here.
And unfortunately for David, he doesn't see this hand here playing out any other way than him trying to value bet it. And Max is surely just going to rip it in here. And the inevitable what's going to happen is David's going to snap off and see the unfortunate news that he has been rivered by one of his own cards that actually makes him lose the hand. That
One up.
is brutal.
All right, there it goes. The baby goes in. David calls. Cards get turned over. Oh, hands up in the air. He's just realized. Show Max.
Wow.
Such is the nature of the beast.
So sick. I mean, we saw Nico Vickers earlier on taking out the mercurial, if we can call him that, Marco Noki, with a one outer against aces as well. This case, aces holding up against ace king. Chris, talk to us here. How does David play this any differently? Me personally, I think this hand plays itself out.
100%.
I mean, the turn, I don't know. Yeah, I guess if David bets anything there, even if he goes all in, Max, I don't think's folding at that stage of the
Not
nut
at
flush
all,
draw.
especially picking up that nut flush draw as well.
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate. It's unfortunate the way it all worked out. But yeah, like I said, it played itself. Or like you said, should I say, it played itself. And yeah, there's not much more. It's all she wrote.
Murder, she wrote, baby.
Yo, Angela Lansbury, remember that bad boy? He has the typewriter at the beginning. I'm old. I am too old.
You're giving your age away, Chris. Come on.
Proper, mate. All right, we're moving on. Joe's got 7 UTG. Looks like he just flattened off ATA. Shuttle gets out the way. Right. Action over to Geo. Golden speak. Over to Max. Does a scooping that monster pot. Tosses the bit. Johan with sixes. Gets out the way. Carl follows suit. Over to David. Queen 9 of hearts on the button. Looks like he's coming along. Look out the way. G out the way. It looks like Joe's still in the hand. Sorry, apologies about the representation of what's going on the table at the moment. We'll make sure to get that sorted. Anyway, goes to the flop. Jack 7, Jack 2 hearts. That is the boat for Gio on the flop. David's got. Let's see what the rest brings. David in the tank here. Looks like he's just flattened off. 12k bet. To the river we go. Diamond, or sorry, heart is devastating here. And Truce Bob, the biggest heart out of them all, 10 of hearts, opens up that open-ended straight flush draw. The money all could go in here. Could all be over, folks. Here it goes, the lots. And snapped. One card to come. Literally 2 cards in the deck to save David. And if not, we have our 7 from day 1A advancing who are in the money and who will be playing to try and scoop that first prize, joining the gentlemen and ladies from day 1B. But well done to all. It's been an absolutely jam-packed session. Nick, anything to add?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's what a grind it's been, and what a way to end the day. Huge hand, huge pots. I mean, I think significantly that hand with David and Max kind of defined how the day went. You know, it came down to premiums versus premiums. It came down to everybody just understanding their roles, and almost to a point where there was faultless poker played the whole day. I mean, the cards determined the action at the end of the day. You know, there was no real big movements in terms of anyone playing out of position or doing something completely absurd that got them caught or into trouble. And Chris, quick wrap up from your side. What are you looking forward to tomorrow?
Well, we're at the conclusion of the Welcome to Pretoria event. We've got the PLO event as well, which should be coming to a close. Mega Millions, though, kicking off tomorrow as well. Always an interesting one. Day 1A and B happening tomorrow. So, yeah, another full day of action-packed poker, mate.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up our stream for tonight. Chris, it's been wonderful working aside you. Looking forward to many more days. Jamie, wherever you are, I'm sure you're enjoying your break. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks very much for everything, and we'll see you tomorrow at 12 o'clock. Enjoy the rest.